Good morning, everybody. Committee will come to order. And before we formally continue from the opening statements yesterday, not everybody was here at the very start, but it's made known that our good colleague Ed Whitfield announced that he would not be running for re-election next year, and I want to commend him and the great work that he's done. Yeah. You know, I just want to formally thank him for his service, for his leadership on so many different issues, and I also want to formalize or formally also lament that Lois Capps on the Democratic side announced a little while ago that she would not be running as well, and I know from this side of the aisle we too appreciate her leadership on so many different issues, driven by her heart. And certainly on the health side of things, and we too will miss Lois's participation in the next Congress as well. And I just want to say we should give them both a quick little hand in recognition.
I'll say something too.
Yeah. And with that, I'll yield to the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to heed what Mr. Welch said and see if we could ask both of these members to reconsider, which I know they won't, but you can always try, because they, both Lois and Ed, share two things, maybe more. One is they're very knowledgeable of the subject matter that they are experts in, and just spend a lot of time understanding the legislation substantively. But also they share the fact that they're just wonderful people. They're very nice. It's always nice to talk to Lois and Ed. They always have a smile. They have a very positive attitude. I wish I could, absorb some of it. So just for those two reasons alone, I'm going to miss both of them. And I certainly share your lack of enthusiasm for their leaving. We're not, these are two people that we would rather have stayed, but that's not the way it is around here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, at the conclusion of opening statements yesterday, the chair called up H.R. 8, the North American Energy Security and Infrastructure Act of 2015, and the bill was open for amendment at any point. The chair recognizes himself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8, offered by Mr. Upton of Michigan.
And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with and will be considered base text for purposes of amendment. And the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes in support of the amendment. And do I have my? So I'm good on that. So let me ask. The staff is distributing the amendment. Are there any bipartisan amendments to the amendment? I'm aware of one to be offered by the gentlelady from Washington State, Kathy McMorris Rogers, with, I want to say, Mr. McNerney, but she is in a meeting in the Capitol at the moment and is on the way here, so we may hold on that preference of the amendment until she gets here to be offered jointly by the two. Let me ask if there are other amendments to the amendment. Chair, Mr. Kennedy has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Kennedy to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as you can see, my amendment is simple. It is merely one line, and it asks to strike Section 1110 from the underlying bill that we are considering today. Throughout the consideration of this large energy package over the last several months, this section has gone through many versions. In today's version, while I appreciate the majority's efforts to change the section from what it was once to a new schedule to what it is now an analysis, I believe that this issue is much bigger and much more complex than we have had time to digest. And frankly, I believe that this section does more harm than good. Over the past 2 years, forward capacity market auction clearing prices in New England have quadrupled from $1 billion to $4 billion without sufficiently incentivizing energy development as intended. After 7 consecutive years of auction prices hitting the floor, the last 2 auctions have seen all or part of New England failing to meet needed capacity. Now, those capacity prices have skyrocketed, and the cost of a flawed system have been passed on to ratepayers in my district, those who can least afford it. The shortfall of my region's capacity markets have made it very clear, in my eyes, that they need to be examined and evaluated. It's why, in principle, I support Section 4221 of this bill, which requires the Government Accountability Office to complete a study on wholesale electricity markets to consider whether market rules are producing rates that are just and reasonable as required by the Federal Power Act. Section 1110, however, makes requirements of those markets before we fully understand their strengths and shortfalls. It further requires FERC, the body responsible for overseeing these markets, to evaluate these analyses. To me, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. The ISO RTO constructs are squarely focused on reliability and are constantly analyzing issues facing their respective regions. The criteria listed in Section 1110 fails to allow the ISOs and RTOs the flexibility needed to address the issues unique to their region by being too vague in stating terms like, quote, adequate fuel on site to enable operation for an extended period of time, end quote, and too prescriptive by requiring more than one fuel source and fuel certainty through firm contractual obligations all at once. I can say for certain these criteria do not match the issues we are facing in New England, both for practical and political reasons. I realize that many of you are probably unfamiliar with capacity markets, and I can't say as I blame you, as they are unique only to a few regions of this country and in structure vary significantly from region to region. Unless you live in New England, New York, or the PJM region, you probably lost track of what I'm saying a long time ago. So I just want to take a quick step back. Capacity markets are, in theory, set up to ensure a region has sufficient electricity generation in place 3.5 years in advance. Generators bid into this market system and commit to providing a set amount of electricity when called upon. When capacity is strained, the price increases that result are supposed to provide a signal to the market about the need for more capacity and encourage investment in that market. Unfortunately, rather than taking a long-term approach, many generators have chosen to move to dual fuel capabilities, which not only increases our carbon emissions, but often prices increases for ratepayers as well. This has left small businesses and working families across my district with energy bills that are growing higher and higher for reasons far out of their control. Southeastern Massachusetts, in particular, a region that has struggled mightily in the wake of a Great Recession, has been hit hardest by our capacity market shortcomings. And you don't have to take it from me. In August, the head of ISO New England said that the capacity market was structured to incentivize investment in natural gas resources across the region, and has instead pushed generators to dual fuel resources. This is resulting in a combination of both high price volatility and increased carbon emissions. Mr. Chairman, I could go on, and I'm frustrated that we have not had an opportunity to truly discuss, debate, and understand the issues inhibiting our energy infrastructure. And while I appreciate this committee's efforts to address broad energy issues, this section will only be enacted to the detriment of New England and Massachusetts, which are already suffering from the highest electric rates in the continental United States. This section is simply not an analysis of market design that would result in a skewed perception of the issues facing each region. It is the first step in a process that does nothing to fix the significant problems facing capacity markets while giving clear preference to certain types of energy resources. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to strike Section 1110 and hope to continue the conversation about improving and strengthening energy markets in the near future with meaningful legislation that helps ratepayers in New England, New York, PJM, and across the country. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I certainly have a great deal of respect and admiration for our colleague from Massachusetts, but his amendment would actually strike in totality Section 1110 of this bill. And I might say that we've been discussing this bill since last spring, really. There have been multiple hearings on it. And I think we all understand that capacity markets per se is a little bit of a complicated issue. And the original language that we had on capacity markets made it very clear that generating units that provide consistent and reliable energy, in other words, baseload units, were vitally important for reliability. And we recognize that electric rates are going up around the country primarily because of the President's policy on renewable energy. And we know that as you go through this transformation, that does add additional costs. But we really were trying to be reasonable on this section 1110 that is now in the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Chairman Upton. And all that this section does now, it's been so watered down that it's almost meaningless, but it's still important. And that's why we want this in here, because this provision requires a FERC report to evaluate whether the structures and the designs of electricity markets properly value those generating units that provide consistent and reliable energy. Now, I recognize that the public power groups didn't like our original language. Many consumer groups didn't like our original language because they had some of the same concerns that Mr. Kennedy expressed about impact on prices. So we changed it. And we are simply saying generating units such as nuclear, coal, hydropower, certain natural gas, and an increasing list of improved renewable and storage technologies provide valuable reliability services to the grid. Ensuring these assets have a future should be a bipartisan objective. So I don't see really how people could oppose a provision that simply calls for a report to Congress looking more in depth at the impact of capacity markets on reliability. And so this section that we have in this bill simply amends the Federal Power Act to direct each regional transmission organization, RTOs, to complete an analysis demonstrating how its market structure provides reliable energy from resource and technology neutral generating facilities that have certain key reliability attributes, including the ability to run for an extended period of time, the ability to operate in emergency weather conditions, and the ability to provide essential reliability services. This study will provide additional information on a complex issue. And as we see more and more of a transformation into renewables, we have to be aware of weather conditions like the polar vortex. We have to be aware of reliability. We have to be aware of impact on rates. And so we've backed so far down the road on this that I can't really understand how anyone would be in opposition to the RTOs simply doing an analysis, report the results of that analysis to Congress. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd yield back the balance of my time and respectfully request that we defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support my colleague's amendment. This provision has been controversial from the start. It has gone through a number of iterations, none of which have struck the right balance. Section 1110 of this bill still raises significant concerns. Markets are not perfect. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. But this language is designed to serve a narrow set of interests and impose a particular solution on the wholesale markets overseen by FERC, the New York ISO, the New England ISO, and PJM. We held one hearing on this complicated issue, and different issues were raised by the different interests represented at the hearing. Some interests, however, weren't represented at all. Now we have a provision that is being described as a study, but it does more than study these markets and their performance relative to achieving reliability. The analysis produced by an RTO or ISO becomes part of any filing to FERC that alters their market structure going forward. And to the extent that an RTO or ISO identifies a difference between the reliability criteria in this provision and the generation resources in their market, the implication is that a change should be made. If this were indeed only a study, no action would be required by RTOs or ISOs in response to this. That doesn't appear to be the case here. The provision essentially defines reliability in narrow terms, too narrow, and then asks RTOs and ISOs to accept that definition. The definition is clearly skewed to favor coal or nuclear generation. These are indeed important resources, but there are others. Demand response resources are, by this definition, unreliable, as are renewables, although I don't know how large a role they can currently play in capacity markets anyway at this time. The same would be true for energy storage. Even hydropower at least run-of-the-river facilities might not qualify. After all, their fuel isn't on site, it's upriver. This provision is looking to the past, not to the future. It constrains options and innovation on reliability. We do have some serious issues here that need our attention. Are some markets losing generation assets that we need, not just for reliability, but to meet new environmental standards? Are some markets becoming overly reliant on natural gas? Are the various types of capacities traded in these markets being priced properly? Distributed generation is also important to reliability. They don't receive consideration here. Frankly, it was some of the facilities that had distributed generation of some kind or combined heat and power systems that still had their lights on during Hurricane Sandy. And where and how do microgrids fit into this framework? Also, the public power providers have expressed concerns that they have about market constraints on their ability to self-supply. They opposed many of the earlier versions of this section. This provision and the study it mandates is silent on that issue. And what about the impacts of this on electricity rates? The committee received letters from several constituents that raised this concern. Are higher rates or the threat of them only a concern when you believe EPA regulations are the cause? Apparently so. There may be legitimate reasons for rates to increase, but that should only happen if the ratepayers receive a true benefit from paying those rates. Otherwise, it is simply a transfer payment from consumers to a facility with no true reliability or other benefit. We need additional oversight hearings on the capacity markets, and I think we would benefit from a thorough and objective study of the different capacity markets, and they are different. We need to understand how these markets are functioning. But before we attempt to correct a problem, we need to better define the problem or problems that need correction. And we should determine if amending the Federal Power Act is the best way to address any identified problems. This so-called study, which will result in FERC recommendations to the RTOs, will not answer any substantive questions about capacity markets. It could very well raise electricity rates. This is bad policy and very sloppy legislating. We can and should do better than this, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to strike the provision, the amendment by Representative Kennedy. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Chair would recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate my colleague from Massachusetts and I have talked numerous times. Wasn't in the specifics of this amendment, but it was an issue on the auctions and the amount of commissioners and the voting, which he knows I'm sympathetic to, and I look forward to working with him on. We had a similar issue in the southeastern Illinois, and so I just want to encourage him to keep up the discussions. This is really, unfortunately, it's an ideological debate now on the importance of major generation in the country and the ability of lesser generation to really fill the gap on reliability. So that's why I appreciate what we're doing. I wish we would have done more in the inclusion, because major generation is the key to reliability in this country. anything 400 megawatts or bigger, we need to encourage that. We have great respect to the diversity of the ability for fuel and generation in wind and solar and battery technology and all that. But when it's about the reliability of the national grid, you need major generation. Again, 400 megawatts up. I'm proud to have a 1,600 megawatt coal-fired power plant in my district. It is a key a bastion to ensure that we keep the lights on. And so this provision has fallen into this debate of what's the new world order. I think we're saying that major coal, major nuclear, major hydro, and yes, major natural gas has to be part of this debate on reliability. And I think that's all that Chairman Whitfield's trying to do, and Chairman Upton on the inclusion of this. I think it's a very important amendment. I asked for us to sustain it and vote against my colleague's amendment from Massachusetts.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
I just want to say that, you know, we've had a lot of discussion privately on this issue, and I recognize and I thought they were constructive and productive, and I understand the initially we really talked about a mandate on this, and deliberately we have scaled it back to really be a study. I don't know what FERC is going to direct here, but I think that it's important that we ask them to answer, to at least issue a report without a mandated outcome. We view it as a study, and it's not beyond that in terms of the provision that's in the bill, and I would like to think that we could accept the way that it is now, and knowing that in fact there was a much harder version that we did not include as part of the manager's amendment. So with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Illinois.
And with that,
we yield.
And I would yield.
You can finish. I could always.
No, I'm just.
All right.
I'm done.
I just figured. I just wanted to say briefly, Mr. Chairman, that I support Mr. Kennedy's amendment because we're not just talking about a study here. It requires RTOs to file reports that would form the basis of court cases and, therefore litigation. So I think the point is it's not just a study. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Time is Chair would recognize the gentleman from Vermont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the extraordinary efforts you've made as our chair to bring us together. It was quite amazing what you did with Mr. Pallone on the America Cures Act, and I know that your effort was to do the same here. But I share some of the frustration that Mr. Whitfield expressed yesterday. We were pretty close to having a solid repeat of America Cures on this bill, but it's feeling to me like the time pressure which has forced us to come here today before we've had enough time to try to work out some of these differences has become a bit of an impediment to us achieving that goal. But I do want to say I really do appreciate your efforts and Mr. Whitfield's. This amendment in this issue, I think, is an example of where, had we been able to take a little bit more time, we might have been able to work this out. Mr. Whitfield's got a pretty solid point about the importance of reliability, and then how do you achieve that, and how do you guarantee it, because all of us have to keep the lights on. But Mr. Kennedy he's got a real-world situation where the ratepayers in his middle-class and lower-income areas in his district just got absolutely hammered as a result of things completely beyond their control that have to do with the way the forward capacity market works. And it seems to me that you've got two issues that are both incredibly important. One is reliability, and the other is cost. And everyday people are concerned about cost. We've got to be concerned about reliability as well. And I have a little bit of just disappointment that we didn't have a little bit more time to be able to get to yes on merging the Kennedy focus on what's it costing everyday folks coming out of their pocket when they're trying to figure out how to pay the bills, and Mr. Whitfield's very legitimate concern about the necessity of reliability. I don't know that we can square this circle, given that we're here today in the markup, but I am frustrated that we can't. But I do want to say I do support that concern that the Kennedy Amendment focuses on the cost of power to middle-income and low-income families. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentlelady from California, bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized for 5 minutes. Would you
Thank
like a glass of water
I'll
first?
move to strike the last word. In listening to the debate, which is obviously an important one, and the the standout factors that both Mr. Whitfield and Mr. Kennedy have made, reliability, but also what, as Mr. Welch just said, a real-world situation that Mr. Kennedy has called out, and you, Mr. Chairman, saying that this is just a study, but it's been established that it really goes beyond that. Is there some way that we could set this aside or agree, amend, so that it is just a study? So that it is just a study. I don't think that harms anyone, but I do think that it will help to advance the examination of the issues that need to be examined, which are serious ones. As has been said, reliability is everything. I mean, when we flip the switch, we just expect the lights to come on. So I'm just asking you if we can move back maybe to that prior value that you stated, which is just a study without all the other strings hanging over it. And I think that it would really speak well of the committee that that we're working hand in hand with each other. We're not predicting what the outcome would be by any means, but that a study be done on the issue, and then deal with whatever the outcome is when we get the outcome, but not prejudge it by stacking the deck and calling it a study. So I ask you that question, Mr. Chairman.
Of the gentlelady, from our perspective, we don't view that it does mandate any outcome. We view this as a study, and we had long discussions over the last number of weeks on this, and for me, we're looking at the long term, getting a bill to the president that in fact he can sign. To be silent on the reliability side, I think, is a mistake, which was why we watered down our initial proposal from where we were over the last, really since July, rather dramatically, to this language here that, confess, some folks are upset at us from the other side that we've gone too far in the other direction. Would note,
Ms. Eshu, may I respond? Just
yeah. I just
so this is. I don't want to call this a placeholder because it's not that. But as we look at ultimately getting this bill to the House floor, and knowing that the Senate now has passed their bill out of committee and looking for time on the Senate floor, obviously, and we will continue to listen.
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time. What is troubling to me here are a couple of things. There's an upside because I hear members saying that they want to come together on something. But my friend, Mr. Shimkus, said, I guess this is ideological. Well, you know what? I don't think reliability should be ideological. And if we're going to, if this requires a study, so that we can learn from the outcome of that study, and it is not ideological, then I'm all for that. But it doesn't seem to me from what's been said, and I respect the gentleman for what, Mr. Whitfield, for what he has advocated for all the years that he's been on the committee. It isn't any secret that we've disagreed. We have different views. That's all right. It's healthy. But I don't think the study should be weighted with ideology. It just, I don't think it's going to work. So, yes.
Look, first of all, I think that you make a very good point. And to the chairman, you know, to disagree with the chairman, the suggestion that somehow this bill is going to lead towards the president's signature, I think, is totally wrong. I mean, if there was the effort that we had initially to try to come together and include some of the democratic initiatives, particularly the funding for some of the, you know, electricity grid and the grant programs and the SPRO, that would have made a difference, that maybe we could get to the point where the president would sign the bill. But I mean, what the committee is doing with this substitute today is going in the direct opposite direction if you're looking to get the president to sign the bill. And I think that Mr. Kennedy's amendment makes sense, and so does Ms. Eshu's point. So I would, obviously you're not going to make whatever changes she's suggesting, so I would ask members to vote in favor of the Kennedy amendment. But there's no suggestion here that this is going to be a bill the president's going to sign. That's not the direction we're going here, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Kennedy. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Recorded vote has been asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshu. Miss Eshu votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Miss Capps. Miss Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Miss Schakowsky. Miss Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Miss Matsui. Miss Matsui votes aye. Miss Castor. Miss Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Miss Clark. Miss Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Harper?
Mr. Harper votes no.
Ms. Blackburn?
Ms. Blackburn votes no.
Ms. Elmers?
Mrs. Elmers votes no.
Mr. Butterfield?
Mr. Butterfield votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 26 nays.
22 ayes, 26 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments to the bill? Gentleman from Kansas, Mr.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 27.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pompeo of Kansas to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
and the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for working so hard to get this bill to the state it's in today. I think that we can all agree that transparency in electricity rates is an important part of protecting consumers from utilities who seek to pass the cost of unnecessary subsidies down to ratepayers. We want to make sure that the consumers of energy are paying for that energy that they consume, and that there aren't cross-subsidies that result from utilities not being clear about the actual costs of consumer-side technologies. I can't imagine why any member of this committee wouldn't encourage such transparency that allows ratepayers to be aware of potential increases in their rates associated with a service that is only going to be used by very few. Historically regulated electric markets, public utility commissions have allowed utilities to recover only the costs of fair, just, and reasonable capital investments when they benefit everyone. This is a sensible principle of user pays, which I think everyone can agree to. Consumer technologies are great, but they ought not to be subsidized by the poor. This amendment doesn't prohibit customer-side technologies. It doesn't prevent states from paying for those technologies through electricity rates. They can choose to do that. It simply encourages public utility commissions to carefully consider whether electricity rates are benefiting all of their ratepayers. Under my amendment, the utility commissions would have the option of adopting a standard whereby the Public Utility Commission would evaluate whether subsidizing a customer-side technology through electricity rates would be a benefit only enjoyed by a few, whether it shift costs to those who do not use the technology, whether that consumer-side technology has negative impacts on resource utilization, fuel diversity, or grid security. Public utility would simply be required to make an evaluation and present that to the public within 90 days when it intends to allow a utility to recover costs associated with these consumer-side technology. In a time of stagnant wages and slow economic growth, we should be very careful before we increase electricity rates on those who can least afford it in order to subsidize those poor Tesla owners and those folks who can actually afford to pay for the cost of the energy choices that they are making. Rooftop solar and energy charging stations are fine. We just ought to be clear about their actual costs, and ratepayers should be able to know what is in their rates associated with those benefits that are being bestowed upon them. With that, I urge the adoption of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in opposition to the Pompeo amendment. This amendment would severely hinder the massive growth in consumer solar technology that has occurred in our country in recent years. The Public Utility Regulatory Policy Act, or PURPA, was passed in '78 in the midst of the energy crisis that ripped through industrial world economies. Faced with predictions that the price of oil would rise to $100 a barrel, Congress acted to reduce dependence on foreign oil, to promote alternative energy sources and energy efficiency, and to diversify the electric power industry. The U.S. solar industry achieved another record year in 2014, growing by 34% over 2013 to install nearly 7,000 megawatts of solar electric capacity. Within the photovoltaic or PV sector, over 6,200 megawatts of capacity was installed, led by the residential and utility segments, which grew by 51% and 38% respectively. I think we need to encourage and support the solar industry, which reduces carbon emissions and saves consumer money, and I think this amendment will clearly do the opposite. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Pompeo. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the tally.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mrs. Elmers. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes yes. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Chairman Upton.
Votes aye.
Chairman Upton votes
Members
aye.
wishing to cast a vote that didn't. Gentlemen, Mr. Whitfield,
Mr. Whitfield votes aye.
Mr. Harper,
Mr. Harper votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger,
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye.
Ms. Brooks,
Ms. Brooks votes aye.
Mr. Mullen,
Mr. Mullen votes aye.
votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Other members, Mr. Cardenas, wait, Schakowsky,
You are not currently recorded. Mr. Schakowsky votes no.
Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Oh, Elmers, I'm sorry.
Mrs. Elmers votes aye.
Other members? Seen none. The clerk will report the tally. Oh, Mr. Barton? How was Mr. Barton recorded?
Mr. Barton is not recorded.
On the Pompeo amendment.
Mr. Barton votes aye.
Other members? Clerk will again report the tally.
Is that what happens when you're American?
Hey, Tony.
There'll be no thumbtack on your chair.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 21 nays.
28 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment is agreed to. Other amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tomko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Tonko of New York to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read, and the staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Right. This is amendment number 23, Mr. Chair. Since the amendment to strike this section totally, offered by Representative Kennedy, failed, perhaps we'll have better luck with this effort. Our colleagues stated a number of concerns with this section of the bill. My amendment does three things. It adds an impact analysis to this study by the RTOs and ISOs. This will give these operators a chance to comment.
Mr. Chairman, can we get order in here? We can't hear a thing that's going on.
I'll restart the clock.
Mr.
Gentleman,
Chairman, could we find out which Tonko amendment this is again? Is this the one on
20.
capacity markets or FERC?
23 on capacity markets.
Okay.
Right?
So, are you okay with that? Is that the amendment? Yes. Okay. So, the gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment does three things. It adds an impact analysis to this study by the RTOs and ISOs. This will give these operators a chance to comment on any problems or changes that might result in their markets from adopting this definition of reliability. Second, it prevents FERC from issuing recommendations based on this study that would raise rates. There was much discussion about that aspect earlier with Mr. Kennedy's amendment. These recommendations seem more like mandates. FERC and RTOs have other mechanisms for supporting changes to rates, if that indeed is necessary. Third, if reliability is the issue, and I'm not sure that it is, then an RTO or an ISO that has already done a reliability needs assessment and developed a comprehensive plan to address those identified needs should not have to repeat that analysis. My amendment does not relieve all concerns with this provision. We need to start again to do that. But this would broaden the analysis, prevent rates from increasing without appropriate consideration, and prevent RTOs and ISOs from performing duplicative and less robust analyses of their reliability needs. With that, I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out that in the bill there is an entire section regarding study of wholesale electricity rates, because all of us understand the importance of maintaining reasonable electricity rates, certainly for the people who have limited economic means, but also for us to remain competitive in the global marketplace and creating jobs and getting industries to expand and locate in America. So we all are focused on electricity rates. They have gone up in many areas, primarily because of a lot of the regulations coming out of EPA on renewable energies, and we understand the reality of this transformation. But this amendment would amend Section 110 of the bill to prohibit FERC from making any recommendation that might increase electricity rates. Certainly it's not our goal to increase any electricity rates, but we are primarily focused on reliability. People are frequently harmed much more if they lose their electricity because of reliability issues than they are in making sure that we have reliable source of electricity. This is a critical factor given what we learned about the difficulties of certain generation of electricity during the polar vortex and other emergency and severe weather conditions. So in this country, we cannot be out there vulnerable to severe weather conditions. Electricity prices are always a priority, but so is reliability and keeping the lights on. Therefore, we would prefer to keep this provision focused on doing just that. So Section 1110 is not focused primarily on electricity rates. We're looking at that through the wholesale electricity rate study at a separate part of this overall bill. Here, we're focusing on reliability. And we all have admiration and respect for Mr. Tonko, but he, in effect, would prohibit the analysis that we need to ensure reliability with this amendment. And so I would respectfully request that we not accept the Tonko amendment and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking in support of the Tonko amendment. This amendment would permit regional transmission organizations and independent system operators with a comprehensive reliability plan to opt out of capacity market requirements in this legislation. Capacity markets were designed as a way to provide additional revenue to generators in an attempt to send market signals to build additional power generation. These experiments have proven ineffective and costly to consumers. They've also made it harder to ensure that future demand will be met while also meeting reliability, affordability, and environmental goals. Capacity markets also make it difficult for consumers to receive power during emergency situations. When blizzards snowed in the Northeast this year and drove power consumption up, generators played the capacity market for financial advantage rather than providing consumers with needed power. A man-made climate change leads to more extreme weather incidents, and we can only expect that Americans' need for reliability electricity will rise. Capacity markets impede the ability of load-serving entities to cost-effectively build their own generation resources or contract bilaterally for capacity. Despite billions of dollars of revenue paid to electric generators in RTO regions, few new power resources have been developed. In fact, when certain states stepped in to develop much-needed resources, which could have lowered prices, merchant generators encouraged changes in the market rules. So for these reasons, I urge members to support the Tonko amendment. I yield back.
Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from New Mexico. Almost said New Jersey, but New Mexico. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Chair, I think it's very important that in this measure, in this legislation, we do make a very strong statement about preventing denying rate increases simply through a section that addresses reliability. There are other avenues by which FERC and the RTOs will review mechanisms for supporting changes to rates. Furthermore, if we're that concerned about the ratepayer impact here with this bill, why would we reduce drastically the investment that we're to make in transmission upgrades, which now has been reduced by many degrees to what it was intended to do? So I think that it's clear here that the impact is going to fall on ratepayers, and we ought to make certain, even with redundancy, that it's made clear that we don't raise those rates. I yield back.
Chairman, just to continue on that point is, I think what's concerning about the legislation overall was an understanding that there was going to be a significant investment in support of transmission, storage, and distribution infrastructure, specifically to mitigate any rate increases for low-income individuals, that now is not in this bill. So if we're going to talk about reliability, let's not forget the transmission corridors and the distributed generation aspects of significant investments that need to be made as we look to work with rural electric cooperatives across the country, investor-owned utilities. I don't know how many of you have been involved in a rate case yourselves, Mr. Chairman, but I have. Working for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, which is essentially the rate-making body. It's the Public Utility Commission of New Mexico. You automatically build into your rate cases line loss. The amount of electrons, not just because of physics that you lose through lines, but because of the age of this infrastructure. And so when we talk about reliability across the country, and an aspect that was hopeful to, and I still hope, Mr. Chairman, many of us want to be able to get to a place where we can lend support for this important piece of legislation. But when we talk about reliability the most and impact to ratepayers, and we can lay a path forward to provide that investment by looking at this piece as well, I certainly hope that those aspects will be included as we have a chance to be able to deliberate that and find a way to yes again, Mr. Chairman. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to Mike.
If the gentleman yield, I look forward to getting you to a yes at the end of the day. So, other members wishing to speak on this amendment? Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkin.
Yeah, just a minute, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We're really talking about 3 ISOs in the country. I live in one of them, as my colleague from Massachusetts knows. We've talked about it a couple times. Transmission, the building of new transmission line is much more costly than keeping current generating plants operating today. So there is a debate about, if you're talking about cost, keeping major generation online would save you money than building multiple transmission lines across the country. We're dealing with some in my district, and you get the not in my backyard, you get all the problems. We've got 3 going on right now. It's trying to wheel wind power from Kansas to not even our state, to states out east because of federal government regulated PURPA requirements. And it's more costly than if we would keep our major generating units operating. So those parts need to be part of this debate and discussion. I think the cost analysis and other provisions of this bill, I would ask my colleagues to, again, support Chairman Whitfield and vote against the Tonko amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. I want to thank Mr. Whitfield and Mr. Shimkus for their efforts in prolonged discussions around capacity auctions and particularly what took place in Massachusetts, and your willingness to engage with me on those issues, and I'm grateful for it. do, however, still harbor reservations about this section, obviously, in 1110, and support Mr. Tonko's amendment. Wanted to speak on behalf of it. There is another amendment or another section of this bill, as I believe Chairman you had indicated, or Mr. Whitfield indicated, that does or asks for a GAO study that looks at the capacity markets writ large and a full-on evaluation as to how they're working. I think part of the issue is that some of the requirements and the specificities in Section 1110, as they are drawn up, don't actually apply to the political and practical reality in some of those marketplaces that you touched on, Mr. Shimkus. And so I think I would ask other colleagues to support Mr. Tonko's amendment. The fact of the matter is that the way that these markets are structured, again, at least in New England, to try to incentivize sufficient capacity while being focused on reliability. Part of the issue for consumers is not just do you turn the lights on, or do you get a reasonable price. It's is there in fact are the lights going to turn on? And in fact, that is the focus of our grid operator in ISO New England, is to make sure that those rates turn on, that those lights turn on at a just and reasonable price. So reliability is a key concern, obviously, and it's a concern for consumers. We just need to make sure that these markets are functioning in a way such that lights turn on at a just and a reasonable price and are informed by local concerns around what that portfolio of electricity generation should look like. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize Mr. Doyle for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is unfortunate. I wish we did have more time to have more discussion on this section. I worry a lot about when you look at prices and reliability, and you think about base capacity in this country, about 25% of our base capacity is nuclear. It's greenhouse gas free, but it's being undercut by the pricing right now on natural gas. And what we're seeing all across the country is a default to natural gas. That's any new capacity that's coming online that we're seeing, the base capacity, it's natural gas, and it's because of the price. In my state of Pennsylvania, it's even higher than 25%. If we're going to be able to meet the goals of the Clean Power Act and to reduce greenhouse gases, I would submit to you that if we start to lose the nuclear portfolio in this country because the pricing is high right now, it's expensive to operate, and a lot of these nuclear plants are going through relicensing, and we start to lose that base capacity, it's going to be replaced by other base capacity that is most likely going to be natural gas, which has greenhouse gas emissions and makes it even more difficult for states like mine to comply with the Clean Power Act. We need reliability. We all saw what happened during the polar vortex. You just can't legislate that rates can't go up. Because if it's going to be a pricing decision, you're going to start to price out the higher expensive utilities, and nuclear is one of those things that is going to get priced out of the market. And I think that's going to have long-term bad implications for the country long-term as we try to meet our goals on climate change. So I think it would be, to not have a section on reliability in this bill makes no sense. But I think the dilemma we find ourselves in as Democrats, or many on this side of the aisle that are sensitive to these issues, is that somehow this process just got accelerated. 110 pages got added to this bill 24 hours ago. Much of us haven't just had the time to really digest everything that's in this bill and what it means. And I think we find ourselves in a situation where we're reluctant to support many of these provisions without having a chance to further discuss them. If this bill has any chance of becoming law, and as it's written right now, it doesn't, sometime between this markup and when this bill gets some floor action, we need a chance to sit down and discuss some of the ways we can amend provisions in this bill to make sure that this bill does meet the reliability concerns that we all share for our country. And I don't think we can just simply, you know, we're not going to go back to a regulated market that just says, well, you know, we want reliability, but we don't want any of the rates to go up. That's just not based in the real world, and I think all of us here on this committee at least understand that. So, Mr. Chairman, I would just say we have work to do. I'm sympathetic to what Mr. Kennedy has said and what Mr. Tonko is saying, but I don't think any of their amendments are the answer either. But we clearly need to do some more work on this.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the Tonko amendment? Seeing none. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll on the Tonko amendment.
Mr. Barton?
No.
Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Walden? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Blackburn? Mr. Scalise? Mr. Lotta? Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers? Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance? Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo? Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers? Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks? Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshue? Ms. Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps? Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth? Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Mullen?
No. Mr. Mullen votes no.
Ms. Blackburn?
Mrs. Blackburn votes no.
Ms. Brooks?
Mrs. Brooks votes no.
Mr. Pitts?
Mr. Pitts votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 27 nays.
22 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Other members wishing to offer an amendment? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Collins, has an amendment at the desk.
I do have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Collins of New York to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I offer an amendment that I do plan to withdraw that would give residential boilers the same flexibility in complying with new and more stringent annual fuel rating efficiency standards as residential furnaces in the underlying bill and manager's amendment. The Department of Energy issued a notice of proposed rulemaking earlier this year to increase fuel rating efficiency standards for residential boilers that use natural gas, propane, and heating oil to heat water in millions of homes across America. There are an estimated to be between 8 and 10 million of these boilers in homes across America, making it a tall order to replace millions that do not meet this new rule. The Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute estimate that 3 out of every 4 homes in the United States heated by a boiler are over 55 years old. Additionally, half of those housing units heated by a boiler are over 65 years old. My district is home to many of these older homes that were constructed in the 1950s and 60s. There are many homes like this throughout the Northeast, and in making haste with this rule, it will put a huge burden on homeowners. Making changes to the boiler in one's home will not only be costly, especially to those who may often not have the resources to update their home boilers, but if not done correctly, this rule could endanger the health and the property of the homeowners. We cannot make haste with a rule that is going to affect millions of homeowners overnight. That is why my amendment is simple. It gives installers, manufacturers, homeowners, and all stakeholders the additional time they need to study whether these standards can be reasonably met. And I hope perhaps later the Energy and Commerce Committee can deal with this as we enter the heating season. But, Mr. Chairman, for now, I do withdraw the amendment.
Chairman withdraws his amendment. And the other amendments to the bill, I would note that at the beginning we noticed that there was a bipartisan amendment, the McMorris-Rogers-McNerney, the Big Mac amendment.
Thank you.
They have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, amendment labeled FC Hydro 2.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mrs. McMorris-Rogers of Washington to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read, and the staff will distribute the amendment, and the general lady from Washington State will be recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for moving forward on this important legislation, the architecture of abundance, this important markup. And I also want to thank my colleague from California, Mr. McNerney, for working with me on this particular amendment. As we continue to promote an all-of-the-above approach to energy, I believe it's very important that we include our nation's largest, cleanest, most affordable, and renewable energy source, that being hydropower. You know, a couple of years ago, there was a study done by the National Hydro Association that highlighted that we could double hydropower in this country without building a new dam, simply by unleashing the potential of hydro. There's many, many dams that don't even have, that are not hydroelectric. In my home state of Washington, more than 70% of our energy is produced from clean and renewable hydropower. Yet the process for licensing hydropower can be very confusing, costly, and cumbersome. And this amendment seeks to correct it. I think it's also important. I think a lot of people think of hydropower as something that we did 70 or 80 years ago, and that it's not necessarily as, there's not as much potential today. But there is huge potential. And also, because of technology, we have improved fish runs, new fish ladders. It's a different day, and I want to make sure that we are continuing to unleash this source. So this amendment addresses the burdens that are often found when trying to go through the licensing procedures, and it's creating more flexibility and more reliability in our grid. So there's common sense changes included in this amendment, like allowing FERC to develop a schedule in consultation with the federal and state agencies and the tribes for hydropower licensing, and then holding them accountable to that schedule, making the licensing study process more efficient so that we can get this low-cost source of power to communities faster. Unleashing ingenuity to increase hydropower production will lower energy costs and help create thousands of jobs. And again, I thank my colleague from California for working with me on this amendment and urge support. And I urge the balance of my time to my colleague from California, Mr. McNerney.
Well, I thank the gentlewoman from Washington State. This is a bipartisan effort, and I want to thank my colleague for working with me on this. Hydropower is a renewable source and displaces greenhouse gas producing power. About 200 million metric tons of carbon dioxide a year is displaced by hydropower. hydropower licensing typically takes about 10 years to reauthorize an existing facility, and compare that to about 18 months to authorize a new natural gas facility. So there's a little bit of an imbalance here. Over the next 15 years, there'll be 500 hydropower plants that will require reauthorizing. The 10-year process is expensive. It's a deterrent. We need to streamline this and clear it up. This amendment does that. It's an effort to modernize and streamline the relicensing process, and it builds on the provisions that are already in the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment is a compromise. It doesn't have everything I wanted. I don't think it has everything that my colleague wanted, but it will clearly make the licensing process more efficient, and I'm certainly in favor of that. Basically, in addition to the provision that my colleague mentioned, it requires the agencies to move in parallel instead of in sequence, so that'll speed up the process considerably. And with that, I ask my colleagues to join in support of this bipartisan amendment, and I yield back to the gentlewoman from Washington State.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to the amendment. I was actually surprised by the hydroelectric licensing language in the chairman's substitute amendment. While I didn't agree with everything in the substitute, it represented a reasonable starting point for efforts to expand the use of hydroelectric power in cost-effective and environmentally benign ways, and it was a far cry from the extremist industry wish list language that appeared in the majority's initial energy bill draft. It's certainly language many of us could work with, and I only wish the majority had put it forward much earlier and would stick with it, because now my optimism proved to be short-lived with this new amendment. While hydroelectric power can be an important source of baseload generation that does not emit a pollution into the air, it can cause major harm to fish and wildlife populations, water quality, and other important resources. Hydroelectric power depends on rivers for fuel, and those rivers belong to all the American people, not just those who sell or buy the power generated from it. The Federal Power Act requires FERC to balance those competing interests in issuing a license, because no one use of a river, power, drinking water, irrigation, recreation, or whatever, should dominate over other equally important uses. If the license might impact a protected resource, such as a wild and scenic river, a national wildlife refuge, or a national park, then the Federal Department Secretary responsible for that resource gets to put conditions on the license in order to ensure its protection. Similarly, tribes whose lands are impacted get to ensure their resources are protected, and governors are able to weigh in to maintain water quality that is vital to their states. The problem is that the language in this amendment has not been the subject of hearings or even circulated to the public prior to this morning. This amendment was not drafted with the input of the conservation and recreation community, the states, farmers, natural resource agencies, or Native American tribes whose authorities or interests would be trampled by this amendment. This amendment is designed to make the process better for one stakeholder, that's the industry, while excluding and disenfranchising all the other stakeholders. Now, supporters say that the amendment makes the approval process for non-federal hydropower more efficient and collaborative, but there's nothing collaborative about federalizing the state's role in enforcing state law of facilities wholly within a state. There's nothing collaborative about using the power of the federal government to determine what reviews and studies are necessary for Native American tribes to protect their sacred homelands. And this is a massive expansion of federal authority and a trampling of states' rights. It may be efficient to take away states' authority to protect their citizens, but that doesn't make it right. This amendment gives FERC, and thus effectively the power company, the power to limit scope of environmental review. In practice, this will limit the scope of the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act to whatever FERC says it should be. And FERC has neither the in-house expertise nor the inclination to do this. When FERC staff testified before the committee back in May, Ann Miles specifically stated that she did not want to strip the states or other federal agencies' authorities away, and this amendment would strip that authority away. So again, I actually was hopeful that the substitute had some language that, you know, was pretty good, or at least didn't have as many problems. But this amendment changes that considerably and basically takes away so many other ways to guarantee proper licensing. So I have to speak in opposition to it, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from Colorado. Ms. DeGette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to talk a minute about the hydropower work that's been happening on both sides of the aisle over the summer. Following the passage of the successful legislation that Congresswoman McMorris Rodgers and a bunch of us did last year, our staffs have been working to draft comprehensive hydropower legislation that would address a lot of the issues that are brought up in this amendment: improving the licensing process, reducing duplicative studies, reauthorizing hydropower incentives, and taking a fresh look at how closed-loop pump storage projects are approved. That's just a few of the things the staff have been looking at. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is the lead agency for overseeing hydropower licensing, which requires coordinating with multiple other federal agency stakeholders. The bill that we've been working on would address the coordination process between the federal agencies, and it would direct FERC to develop a process for the agencies to resolve disagreements around licensing issues. We've worked diligently to ensure that a process is outlined that would ensure that hydropower licensing and relicensing occurs on a clear timetable, so that companies investing in renewable energy are not left in limbo, and so the licensing process is transparent to the public. The working group has also made an effort to reduce duplicative studies to speed up the environmental impact reviews. We have consulted with organizations to make sure incentives exist for the implementation of advanced hydropower technologies, and we're diligently exploring how to best incentivize closed-loop pump storage, which could prove to be particularly beneficial in western states. And it also provides great reliable power to an increasingly complex grid. Lastly, we're developing language to address adding hydropower at non-powered dams, which I know is in this bill. We also support the reauthorization of the hydropower production incentives that were originally included in the Energy Policy Act of 2005. I would ask the majority, though, not to consider hydropower sections in H.R. 8 as the last word from the committee, because I think we can continue to work after this markup. Of course, Mr. McNerney and his staff are a key member of this committee, and we'd really like to have bipartisan hydropower legislation. I think that this amendment represents progress, but I'm concerned because, frankly, it took a bunch of us who are working on that committee a little by surprise. I think Mr. Pallone mentioned that, and we haven't had time yet to review it with stakeholders. And I'm also concerned, sadly, and I stress sadly, because H.R. 8 is no longer a consensus bill, I'm worried that if the larger bill doesn't pass because of partisan disagreements, that hydropower, which this amendment is a bipartisan amendment, and I worry that hydropower is going to be a casualty of that. I hope that won't happen, and I look forward to continuing to work with both of the sponsors of this amendment as our efforts move forward, because this is really something we can do on a bipartisan.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
Let me just say I'm committed to hydropower. I think this is a very good amendment. I know there's some division in terms of does it go far enough or whatnot. Again, I'm going to voice my optimism, my encouragement that this bill is going to move forward. We got work to do with not only here in the House, but obviously with the Senate. And I do feel very much like I did, to use an analogy that I sometimes use about my cubbies. It's going to happen. I made the prediction earlier this spring that Mr. Shimkus knows. I said we're going to make the playoffs, and by God, we did. And I don't know, but hydropower is important. I'd like to have it in this bill. I'd like this bill to get to the president and for him to sign. And if somehow it gets stalled, we'll come back to it. And I appreciate the leadership on both sides to try and get this done. But I think that it adds to the support in this bill, and I look forward to working this issue throughout the entire process.
So reclaiming my 30 seconds, I would just say I agree with you on hydropower, Mr. Chairman, and I hope as this bill moves along, I really look forward to working with Mr. McNerney and Ms. McMorris Rodgers.
Would the lady yield?
Yes.
I too look forward to continuing to work in this legislation and in the working group to figure out that common ground in a bipartisan way that we can continue to unleash the potential that hydropower offers for this country. And I appreciate working with the lady from Colorado last Congress on legislation for small hydropower projects like in canals or streams. I mean, there is potential, and I just hope the committee continues to recognize that, and we want to keep building on it. Thank you.
Yield back.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 5 minutes, but I wanted to provide a specific example of why I have some concerns with what's being proposed here. Actually, the Republican governor of my state of Maryland recently sent a letter to this committee expressing concern about these kinds of provisions that would impair state authority under the Clean Water Act to set licensing conditions that affect local water quality. And we have a specific situation in our state. We're currently considering the relicensing of the Conowingo Hydroelectric Dam on the Susquehanna River, which provides half of that river provides half of all the fresh water that comes into the Chesapeake Bay, which makes it absolutely critical to the bay's health. And as you know, I think all know, the Chesapeake Bay is a very important economic driver, not just for Maryland, but for the entire region. So we're trying to do what we can to restore the health of the bay. In the past, the Conowingo Dam was trapping large amounts of suspended sediment that would have otherwise entered the bay from the Susquehanna. But there's recent studies showing that we've lost much of the dam's sediment storage capacity. So additional study here is required in order to better understand the full extent of the Conowingo Dam's impacts on the health of the Chesapeake Bay and what licensing conditions are necessary to protect the bay from these impacts. And without addressing that issue, Maryland may fail to meet its federal water quality requirements. So this is something very important to local communities with respect to water quality, and I have concerns about moving forward with broad changes to the hydropower relicensing requirements so quickly without taking into account the impact that it has with respect to our state and local partners. So I voiced that concern, echoing those of Representative Pallone, and with that I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Trader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I'll be brief. My particular section of the United States, Pacific Northwest, is very, very dependent on the hydropower. We spend billions of dollars a year to make sure that the fish issue is well taken care of. We have a 98% survival rate with the new accelerated turbines. Hopefully, as I read the passage in the amendment, there's an opportunity to get credit for some of the innovative technology to make this river more fish-friendly. At the same time, saving ratepayers a lot of money. These licensing processes that take 10 years or better are crippling to the ratepayers. There's no rationale for a reauthorization of an existing proven energy resource to take longer, sometimes 5 times longer, than those for fossil fuels. I just don't understand the rationale why we wouldn't be in favor of an amendment that actually lines out very critically and very well what the priorities are and how you go through this. Right now in the Pacific Northwest, the courts are primarily dictating hydropower and reauthorization. I would submit to my colleagues it's much more important to have a legislative process that we can continue to work on, as has been stated here, going forward. So I would urge my colleagues to look favorably upon the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by McMorris, Rogers, and Mr. McNerney. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? The gentleman will recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. Has the amendment at the desk?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment is EN Bill 15016.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pallone to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
And the staff, the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is a simple one, to strike Section 1108, since the basis and need for this provision is completely lacking. Section 1108 would impose an unprecedented requirement for FERC to complete a reliability analysis of covered rules that cost over $1 billion and could impact just one electric generating unit. This section appears to be aimed straight at the Clean Power Plan and actions of the administration to address the threat of climate change. Already, extreme weather events are costing us dearly, both in human life and in recovery cost. Our changing climate is exacerbating power outages in coastal areas as higher sea levels lead to more damage from storms. The power infrastructure is at higher risk from storm surges and coastal inundation, and the costs can be huge. Just look at the fallout from Superstorm Sandy. Since 2011, there's been more than 42 extreme weather events in the United States that each cost at least $1 billion in damages. Climate change is already imposing very real and very costly challenges for our nation, but once again, House Republicans are throwing up legislative roadblocks to prevent us from doing anything about it. With regard to the perceived purpose of this section, FERC certainly has the ability to comment on EPA rules if it so chooses. As a minimum, this provision is completely unnecessary. In fact, FERC already coordinates routinely with other federal agencies whose proposed or final rules affect the electric power sector. It's unclear whether FERC would have either the resources or the ability to conduct an analysis within the short time frames in this section. Second, state plans are the actual vehicles for implementation of the Clean Power Plan, so requiring FERC to analyze the final rule would be completely pointless. Frankly, FERC would be hard-pressed to develop an accurate reliability analysis prior to the submission of state plans. And third, the final rule already requires each state to consider reliability concerns when developing a compliance plan, and EPA and FERC are coordinating their efforts to preserve continued reliable electricity generation and transmission. Further, even if FERC were somehow able to put together the reliability in this section, the rule contains extended multi-year compliance timeframes that would limit the usefulness and accuracy of such predictions. See, these are all reasons to strike this section from the underlying bill. But perhaps the most important reason to support my amendment is because Section 1108 raises the specter of reliability failure where none exists. As EPA recently said, and I quote, "Over the past 45 years, EPA has never issued a rule that has threatened the delivery of affordable and reliable electricity to American families, and the Clean Power Plan will not change that." And I couldn't agree more with this statement from the EPA. In fact, the final Clean Power Plan provides states with a valuable tool to guarantee the reliability of the electric grid and will help to ensure smooth transition to cleaner energy future. So I urge adoption of my amendment. I don't think that what the underlying bill does in Section 1108 is at all necessary and actually will be harmful. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much. And I asked the people to oppose the Pallone amendment. He basically is striking 1108. And I might say that this section is one of 4 sections that caused the entire breakdown of a bipartisan energy bill. And what does 1108 do? Well, many of you may remember when EPA passed the Utility Act, or Mercury Rule, a lot of lawsuits were filed. It took about 5 or 6 years to get through the court system, and the United States Supreme Court invalidated the law, saying that it was a violation of the Clean Air Act. And then FERC has come up here many times and testified on these regulations coming out of this administration, whether it's EPA or some other agency. And they have said frequently that EPA particularly does not talk to them about the impact on reliability of some of these rules coming out of EPA. And FERC has the responsibility, part of the responsibility on reliability. So the section in the bill that so many people are opposing, this is what it does. It basically says that FERC must complete a reliability analysis of any federal agency rule that cost more than $1 billion. I think most of us would acknowledge that EPA has been proactive in an unprecedented way because of the international commitments that President Obama has made on climate change. And we said before, we all recognize the climate is changing. Our only difference with the president is he believes it is the #1 issue facing mankind. And many people do not believe it is the #1 issue. So all that Section 1108 or 1108 does is that it requires FERC to do this analysis. So the agency with responsibility and oversight over the reliability of the electric grid must conduct a study if the regulation exceeds $1 billion in cost. And specifically, they must look at electric reliability and resource adequacy, to the electricity generation portfolio of the United States, 3, the operation of the wholesale electricity markets, and 4, energy delivery and infrastructure, including electric transmission facilities and natural gas pipelines. That's what 1108 does. And I don't think it's unreasonable when you have a regulation of that magnitude. I respectfully ask the members to not support the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton? No. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield? No. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Lotta? Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers? Mr. Harper? Mr. Lance? Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo? Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers? Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone?
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshue? Aye. Miss Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel? Aye. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green? Aye. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Gett? Mr. Gett votes aye. Miss Capps? Miss Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield? Miss Matsui? Miss Matsui votes aye. Miss Castor? Miss Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth? Miss Clark? Miss Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Members wishing to vote? Ms. McMorris Rogers?
Mrs. McMorris Rogers votes no.
Mr. Walden?
Mr. Walden votes no.
Mr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy votes no.
Mr. Butterfield?
Mr. Butterfield votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the vote, or the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 27 nays.
22 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Other members wishing to offer an amendment, the chair would recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr.
Clerk,
Chair.
report the title.
Is it in Bill 1509, sir?
It's the amendment number 1. It's
009, I believe.
Amendment offered by Mr. Tonko to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
The amendment will be considered as read, and the staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment strikes the section of the bill designed to further expedite permitting for natural gas pipelines. These provisions are totally unnecessary. We are building new pipelines. There's no problem that needs fixing. The Northeast does need some additional pipeline capacity, and there are several projects in various stages of review and approval in or near my district. I hear from my constituents about these projects regularly. They are very concerned, and they feel like they are being left out of this process. They are concerned about safety and about the noise, air, and water pollution from the associated construction and operation of these facilities. They believe that FERC is far more interested in serving the interests of the pipeline and gas companies than in their communities and their needs. Now, we all know that large infrastructure projects, no matter how beneficial to the public interest, are always controversial. Someone is always unhappy about the selected route or placement of these facilities, but we do need to do a better job of bringing the public along. These provisions do the opposite. Recently, the New York State senators and my colleague, Representative Gibson, wrote to FERC to ask for additional scoping meetings on the Northeast Direct Pipeline. Why? Because at the end of the scoping period, the pipeline company dumped about 6,000 pages of documents into the record, leaving no time for the public to review this material. The public has a right to be part of large projects that impact their given communities. Does that take extra time? Yes. Is it less convenient and more costly for the company? It may be. But these pipelines are in service for many decades. If it is worth doing, it is worth doing right. The pipeline companies do not have a problem. The public does. I urge support for this amendment, my amendment, and support for public participation. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself just for a moment, but you know, I just want to say that we've worked very hard to find agreement on this provision. We've held lots of hearings. We received technical assistance from FERC. We've accepted many of the recommendations, and as you will see in the substitute amendment, we've struck a provision that would have given a stronger lead to FERC, and we did this in good faith after your side raised what I thought were legitimate concerns. So Section 1101 is a common sense approach that introduces greater public transparency and accountability for federal and state permitting agencies, and for those reasons I would oppose the amendment as offered, and I would recognize on my time, which he can have, because I'm going to yield back, gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Palone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I respectfully disagree with your analysis. I think this amendment, I think that Mr. Tonko's amendment is absolutely necessary because it would strike Section 1101 of the bill, the so-called FERC process coordination section, and this section, in my opinion, makes dangerous and unnecessary changes to the FERC natural gas pipeline siting process. The siting of natural gas pipelines is often controversial and requires detailed regulatory scrutiny by FERC, and I'm particularly concerned with one major change in this section that would require the agency to consider environmental data from aerial or remote surveys instead of on-site inspections. An on-site inspection would still be required, but only after the approval of the application. This policy change allows companies working to build natural gas pipelines the ability to circumvent property owners' rights when surveying land. In a number of cases, companies do not have the requisite permits to survey the land they're seeking to access, and this allows them to sidestep that aspect of the application process. In my home state of New Jersey, Mercer County recently disallowed a company seeking to build a pipeline from surveying on county land because of sensitive environmental concerns in the area. And I'm also troubled by the provision in Section 1101, which requires a final decision by FERC no later than 90 days after the Commission issues the final environmental document. This policy change would require FERC to decide on a pipeline application within 90 days, regardless of the complexity of the application. And I know all too well how dangerous natural gas pipelines can be to surrounding communities. In 1994, a 36-inch diameter natural gas pipeline broke and exploded into flames next to the Durham Woods apartment complex in Edison, New Jersey. The resulting fire destroyed or severely damaged 14 apartment buildings. Over 1,500 apartment residents were evacuated, 100 residents were left homeless, and 1 person died. The federal regulators must be given the time needed to carefully and thoughtfully review applications for the construction of natural gas pipelines. And these applications must contain thorough environmental documentation to show a pipeline can be built in a safe and environmentally friendly manner. And so I'm concerned that the substitute does not provide for that. And Mr. Tonko's amendment is very important because it will provide the additional protections that are necessary. So I ask all members to support the Tonko amendment and yield back the time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seen none. The vote occurs on the gentleman's amendment from New Jersey. Wasn't it your amendment? Or?
No, this is Tonko's.
Tonko's amendment. All right.
And we'd like a roll call.
Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes yes. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Aye. Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshue. Miss Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Walden.
Mr. Walden votes no.
Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Ms. Morris Rogers votes no.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 ayes and 29 nays.
20 ayes, 29 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments to the bill. The chair would recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Pompeo.
You, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I think it's number 20.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pompeo of Kansas to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendments, and the gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Energy has proposed a incredibly prescriptive energy conservation standard for all hearth products. It's a small but mighty industry employing thousands and thousands of people throughout its supply chain, and the proposed standard was developed without any stakeholder input and places burdensome restrictions on all of these small businesses across the United States that manufacture, distribute, or sell natural gas or propane hearth products. The amendment I'm offering today would empower the DOE to seek and obtain feedback from all the stakeholders whenever hearth products regulations are proposed. This feedback would include analysis evaluating a proposed rule's impact on the economy, small businesses, and the environment. It would protect the smallest of businesses and employers, preserve consumer choice, and ensure environmental safeguards are actually achieved. I learned this morning that there's an opportunity that we can make this a bipartisan provision. I hope we can continue to talk about this and ensure that DOE reaches out to industry representatives when they are advocating for good policy with respect to this industry. And because I think there's an opportunity to make this bipartisan, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw the amendment this morning.
Gentleman asks unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment. Amendment is withdrawn.
I just wanted to speak on it.
Yeah, gentleman from Vermont.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Pompeo for this. We've got a company in Vermont that's affected by this. They make really high-quality stoves, and the regulations do have to be reasonable. It seems like there's an issue here about whether the regulations would result in cost that would make it prohibitive for them to sell it and people to buy it. And I'd like to enter into the record, if I may, a copy of a letter I wrote to Secretary Moniz about this issue. But I also want to thank the gentleman, and I look forward to working with him to see if we can get this right.
Mr. Lobusak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pompeo, for...
Without objection, it'll be entered in the record.
Thank you. I, too, have heard from manufacturers in my district. I have one in the eastern part of my state, and retailers in my district about challenges they face from the Department of Energy. Most of these businesses are small businesses. They're committed to producing clean, efficient products, but they're concerned that the recent proposed standard will result in increased costs, it will limit consumer choice, and limit the adoption rate of new, cleaner, and efficient technologies, and it appears to undermine the overarching goals of the DOE. And I couldn't support the amendment at this time, as I think Mr. Pompeo knows, but I do appreciate his efforts, and I would encourage the Department to work closely with all the stakeholders to develop policies that strike the balance of protecting small businesses and employers, preserving consumer choice, and ensuring environmental standards are actually achieved. My hope is, and it sounds as though we really can do this, we can continue to talk about the issue, consider ways to foster better communication among the department, industry representatives, efficiency advocates, and other stakeholders, so that future DOE regulatory action results in actual good policies, which is the goal of all of us. So thank you, Mr. Pompeo. I look forward to working with you in the future, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back, and the amendment is withdrawn. Further amendments to the bill. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the title.
Amendment offered by Mr. Sarbanes of Maryland to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. My intention is to withdraw ultimately this amendment. I do think there's an opportunity for further discussion on it, but I appreciate the chance to present it to the committee. It would direct the Secretary of Energy to establish a financial assistance program to carry out projects that are related to the modernization of our electric grid, which frankly is still operating in the 20th century. We need to take action to improve grid reliability, flexibility, efficiency, and security. I think everybody on the committee agrees with that goal, and there are limitless ways in which the federal government can play a part in helping to modernize the electric grid. We can't just stick with the status quo. Whether it's the application of digital technologies, advanced communications, and controlled distributed energy resources, resilience, cybersecurity, or providing customers with more choice in energy source usage and rates, it's a completely new world out there for how we can generate, distribute, and consume electricity. I do appreciate that the majority has provisions in this bill, I believe it's section 1107, which asks that states consider how to advance so-called smart grid technologies. But the federal government has a role as well to play as a partner in this endeavor, along with state and local government, the private sector, and ratepayers. And the federal government must play that role in developing a strategy for the modernization of the electric grid and being an investor in the research, development, and deployment of new advanced technologies. So under this amendment, the Department of Energy would provide assistance in the form of grants or cooperative agreements that help to advance the future grid. In order to be eligible, utilities can partner with entities such as national labs, universities, or state and local governments to develop or demonstrate new grid technologies or energy management techniques. Most people have heard the term smart grid, but I'm not sure everyone appreciates how truly revolutionary it could be if we were to achieve a smarter grid. Let me give you a scenario. Imagine a city in the middle of a deep freeze. The local power grid is struggling to keep up with everyone's heaters. What if the grid could automatically communicate with buildings in the area and negotiate reduced power consumption in exchange for a financial incentive? A large hotel that's only half full due to the weather could dial back its thermostats, saving money on their bill and enabling the grid to divert that energy to homes and schools. This is a scenario that was taken directly from the website of one of our national labs, the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and their partners recently completed a 2-year project that successfully demonstrated that this sort of communication and cooperative energy use is possible. In your own home, imagine if you could throw dishes in the dishwasher or clothes in the dryer and then set the device to automatically start when you can pay the optimal rate for electricity. This is a win-win. Consumers pay less and utilities can more efficiently manage peak loads. These scenarios I'm describing don't even begin to scratch the surface of the potential for better integration of distributed energy sources like solar, wind, and geothermal, energy storage capabilities, or other advances that only become conceivable when you do the type of basic research this country has always supported and excelled in. Supporting the Department of Energy's investment in smart grid research and development is akin to the National Institutes of Health investing in medical cures research. The electric grid is an indispensable element of modern society, and it is critical to our national security, economy, and the general well-being of the citizenry. So I intend to withdraw the amendment, but I hope that going forward the committee will consider this kind of investment from the federal government, from the Department of Energy, and these kinds of solutions and upgrading our grid and making a 21st century grid, and I look forward to those conversations going forward.
Does the gentleman withdraw his amendment?
I do.
Amendment is withdrawn. There are other amendments to the bill. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, has an amendment at the desk.
This is Pallone 018, Mr. Chairman.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And without objection, the amendment is read. The staff will distribute the amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned yesterday in my opening statement, one of the original points of discussion between us was that a bipartisan agreement would need to find funding for infrastructure programs in order to repair, replace, and upgrade our nation's aging energy infrastructure. We agreed that deteriorating leaky natural gas pipelines are a public safety and environmental hazard, and that we would seek funding for a grant program to help accelerate pipeline replacement and offset rate increases for vulnerable households. These leaking pipelines pose serious risks in communities across the country. Many of the people in communities at risk will have trouble affording the rate increases that will be necessary to address these risks unless we make this funding available. In addition, we also discussed a competitive grant program to help states and local governments upgrade outdated electricity infrastructure in ways that enhance its reliability and resiliency. Many of my GOP colleagues today have pledged their support for reliability and resiliency, but seem unwilling to support the resources necessary for these important goals. Finally, Mr. Chairman, as you know, we talked to the Secretary of Energy about funding modernization of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. My amendment, combined with Mr. Rush's pipeline amendment, would provide funding for these priorities at the levels that we discussed. And I said earlier this morning that this amendment in the nature of a substitute is not headed for the President's signature, in my opinion, and not including important funding from the bill is one of the several reasons why I believe that the President would never sign this bill. The language I'm proposing in my amendment would amend the Energy Modernization Fund in the majority substitute to provide funding for grid reliability and resiliency and for modernizing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The amendment is consistent with discussions that we had leading up to the subcommittee markup of this package, and it will help ensure a modern and reliable energy infrastructure and reflect needs identified by the Department of Energy. I think this funding is critically important. I think it's also necessary if we were ever to get a bill that would be signed by the President. And so I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me just say at the onset, this is not a bad amendment, but I can't support it at this time. I care a lot about improving our infrastructure. I realize the needs that are out there. I'm looking forward to supporting Mr. Green has got an amendment down the line here at some point as it relates to pipeline safety. And you know, as we know about the grid, it needs modernization. Whether it be from cyber attacks, whatever, there's added improvement that needs to be there. And you and I have both discussed personally, and I know our staff went down there in recent weeks to look at SPRO and the need to modernize the equipment there, and that is part of his quadrennial review, and it needs to happen. And again, as this bill comes together with the Senate, and as we look at a bipartisan agreement, again, that I've talked about earlier, that I really do think this bill can be signed by the President. I think that you'll see these levels boosted, but at this time, probably I cannot support the increased levels that you're asking for now, but I look forward to work with you throughout this process, and I'll let you know that the door is definitely not shut. It is open, but we're just not ready at this point to accept this amendment. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no, knowing that I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote yes when Mr. Green's amendment comes forth, and again, work through the process as we look at the upcoming weeks. And I would yield back my time and recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of Mr. Pallone's amendment that would increase funding for 2 critical energy programs included in the quadrennial energy review, modernizing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and modernizing our grid. Ensuring that our constituents around the country have reliable access to power is one of our primary responsibilities. The United States has one of the world's most reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean electric systems, but the backbone of this system, the grid, is outdated. Right. The energy landscape in this country has changed dramatically in the last few decades, but our grid simply hasn't kept up. By providing states financial assistance to promote and integrate transmission, storage, and distribution infrastructure investment improves our electricity reliability, affordability, and efficiency. It's common sense policy that is critically important, and I'm glad that Mr. Pallone has introduced this amendment. We also need to make sure that we optimize the Strategic Petroleum Emergency Response capability. This is a multifaceted issue. We need to be actively analyzing the appropriate size of the SPRO and making infrastructure investments to ensure we're able to distribute this critical resource in an emergency. I think the funding amount in this bill was woefully inadequate, which is why I support my colleagues' amendments. I'm encouraged by what I've heard the chairman say. I think this is an issue we're confronting in Congress generally with regards to funding our infrastructure. Everybody seems to be in agreement that we need to make these investments in the infrastructure. Nobody wants to vote for the money to do this. You know, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time, and, you know, the SPRO is one of the biggest piggy banks in Congress right now, and I'm not sure we could get the oil out of there if we needed to because of the improvements that need to be made for this. So I think on this issue, on funding our roads and bridges and our just infrastructure generally across the country, Congress has to come to the realization that none of this is free, that this is investments in our own country, and that we ought not to be afraid to provide the revenue to fund these projects. So, Mr. Chairman, I do support the amendment, but I look forward to working with you as we get these funding levels where they need to be. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Chair to recognize Mr. Barton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure everyone knows, but the bill that we reported out of this committee a few weeks ago, H.R. 702, which I believe is going to be on the floor next week, that would repeal the ban on crude oil exports, has a provision in it to study what to do with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And as you have pointed out, and as Mr. Doyle just pointed out, there are some problems with the SPRO, and the lifting capability on a daily basis is one of those. And you and Mr. Whitfield and others are beginning to take steps to correct that. So we are going to have the H.R. 702 on the floor next week, I hope, and it does have the requirement that we begin to seriously look at what we're going to do and how the SPR reforms. With that, I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote, roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshue. Ms. Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Walden?
Mr. Walden votes no.
Dr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy votes no.
Ms. Elmers?
Mrs. Elmers votes no.
Dr. Burgess?
Dr. Burgess votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 25 nays.
23 ayes, 25 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Other members wishing to offer an amendment, the chair would recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Rush 27.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment, number 27.
Amendment offered by Mr. Rush of Illinois to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read, and the staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the better part of this year, both the majority and minority sides have negotiated on a bipartisan, comprehensive energy bill that would help move the nation forward. During these good faith negotiations, the minority side was promised that there would be actual money in the bill to help pay for some of the priorities most important to our members. To say that this has not occurred, Mr. Chairman, and to say that I am bitterly disappointed in this action, it would be an understatement. After all, Mr. Chairman, how can we possibly propose an energy bill without actually providing funds to help pay for at least one or more than one infrastructure project? Unfortunately, as we know, Mr. Chairman, after months of good faith negotiations by the two parties, the minority side found out only a week ago that the rug had been pulled out from under us and that the agreement we thought we had in place was no longer valid. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to note that this bill is no longer referenced as the, quote, architecture of abundance bill. So, Mr. Chairman, as a result of these measures and these activities, I am offering an amendment that would partially address this issue and will restore the funding for the natural gas pipeline replacement program. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, my amendment will restore the $1.5 billion that was promised to the minority side in order to help offset the cost of replacing some of the nation's oldest and leakiest natural gas pipelines while minimizing the financial impact on low-income households. As was originally agreed to by the majority side, this amendment will establish a competitive grant program to provide financial assistance to states to incentivize companies to accelerate or expand utility programs that improve the public safety and environmental performance of the natural gas distribution system. Mr. Chairman, at a time when we are witnessing almost yearly catastrophic pipeline explosions costing both lives and untold damages, this program can help to address this issue and to restore some confidence in our nation's aging pipeline systems. In cities from Chicago to San Bruno and all across our nation, this program will help to improve safety by offering assistance to replace older cast iron and bare steel pipes while also enhancing inspection and maintenance programs. Mr. Chairman, this program that was originally agreed upon would provide tangible benefits to the American people and could actually help save lives and prevent further catastrophes from ever occurring. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask the members of the committee the question, where is the beef? Let's put some beef back in this bill, Mr. Chairman, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Pipeline safety is dear to every member's heart. That is for sure. And I look forward to continuing the reauthorization of the Pipeline Safety Act, something that we again all care about, and as we work with the T&I committee. Chairman Schuster and I look forward to reauthorize that bill as it expires and remember well the Upton-Dingle bill that President Obama signed a number of years ago that upgraded the safety standards for all new oil and gas pipelines that I want to say, as I recall, passed with maybe only one member of the House voting no. But there's something to be said about existing pipelines. And as we have seen pipelines break, whether it be a recent one in Mrs. Capp's district earlier this summer, just outside of my district in Kalamazoo River a few years ago, and others, we do have to do something about existing pipelines. And I will be supporting the Green amendment at some point later this afternoon, which brings some money into this play, and will work with Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate to perhaps further expand that as this process moves further. But at this point, cannot accept $1.5 billion for this at this point, but we'll see where we go as the process moves forward. But it's very important that we have a provision in here focused on existing pipelines, which is why the Green Amendment is an important step in the right direction. But at this point, cannot accept the Rush Amendment, but look forward to working in good faith with my friend from Chicago to make sure that we adequately address the situation. And as we look to reauthorize the program, there's a number of concerns that I have where I believe there are weaknesses in the existing standards that, in fact, we can increase inspections and a number of things to ensure the safety of all of our residents from coast to coast. And with that, yield back my time. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support Mr. Rush's amendment and urge my colleagues to do so. As he mentioned, it establishes this grant program to incentivize the repair, replacement, and maintenance of leaky natural gas distribution pipelines and provide rate assistance for low-income households, which we had originally discussed with the Republican leadership. These old distribution pipelines are a major source of methane leaks into the atmosphere. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas which is 25 times more damaging to the climate than carbon dioxide, and roughly a third of the methane emissions in the U.S. come from the oil and gas sector. The addition of such a provision will not only help to protect our environment by minimizing leaks of natural gas and associated methane emissions into our atmosphere, but also improve the public health of low-income communities that are especially vulnerable to environmental stress. We as a nation must invest, Mr. Doyle made this point very well, that we must invest in the security of our energy infrastructure and all our infrastructure if we're to ensure the health of communities today and the livelihood of generations to come. It also, I might add, creates jobs and helps our economy. So it's important that we continue to work towards legislation such as this that helps to curb the impacts of climate change and ensure the health of our communities, as well as improve the economy through job creation. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Other members? Ms. Capps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to voice my support for the Rush Amendment. Pipeline safety is such a critical issue. I thank my friend from Illinois for offering this important amendment. You know, the underlying bill is disappointing on many levels. It does nothing to address or even acknowledge the environmental and public health impacts of our energy sector and its continued dependence on fossil fuel. And it does virtually nothing to promote the development of renewable sources of energy. The bill touches on many aspects of natural gas infrastructure, but leaves out one of the most critical elements, which is safety. Our nation's pipeline infrastructure is deteriorating rapidly. And you referred already to the May 19th Plains oil spill in my district, as well as several other spills around the country since then. And these are stark reminders that the transport of oil and gas is dirty and is dangerous. The pipeline that burst in my district was not even 30 years old, yet had systemic corrosion throughout the pipeline. We shouldn't be accelerating the construction and permitting for new pipelines while ignoring the safety of our existing pipelines. I know the chairman's committed to reauthorizing our pipeline safety laws as Congress, and I do hope we can work together and move quickly on a bipartisan bill. But in the meantime, Mr. Rush's amendment would help incentivize distribution companies to make sorely needed safety improvements to existing pipeline infrastructure. If the majority is going to insist that we prolong our costly dependence on fossil fuels, The least we can do is to ensure the infrastructure we have is safe and reliable. I urge my colleagues to support the Rush Amendment, and I can yield to a colleague. I'll yield to Mr. McNerney.
Thank you. I want to speak up in favor of the amendment. Our nation needs to invest more in our nation's infrastructure. The United States is a great country. It's the greatest country. And that is because our generations past invested in infrastructure, which we're enjoying. Now it's our turn to stand up and invest in our nation's infrastructure. And I can't stress that enough, whether it's pipelines, whether it's electrical grid, whether it's our highways. We need to stand up in this committee and the jurisdiction we have to ask for more money for our nation's infrastructure. I'll yield back. I'll yield too.
Thank you to my colleague. I've been listening and listening and listening, and I think that this is an extremely sad note that's being played over and over and over again. When I think back in our nation's history about our infrastructure, the first person that comes to mind is President Lincoln. And during the Civil War, he built the Continental Railroad in our country. We are now in the 21st century, and every time something comes up that needs to be funded, we give lip service to the importance of the issue, and then you know what we do? We wrap paper around it. But it's not green. It's just some legislative mishmash of why it can't be funded. So it's so sad to me. It's so sad to me that one of the most bipartisan issues in the Congress for decades and decades and decades has been an investment in our nation's infrastructure. And you know what? We're just not willing to do it anymore. I think the majority has an enormous responsibility here. What are you doing? Why? I understand you have ideological issues around different forms of energy, but infrastructure that needs to be repaired, built up for the safety and the well-being of our citizens, there isn't any ideology around that. None whatsoever. It was my county where it blew up and the homes in San Bruno burned down and people were trapped and died in their homes. What's the answer to that? What's the answer to that? We can't do it. We don't know how. We don't want to. I mean, what's the underlying reason for all of this? So if I sound frustrated, yeah, I am. But I think the larger question is, what's being produced for the country? The American people are just being trashed, set aside. And then we say we're a great country. Well, we're on our way to being not such a great country if this keeps up. Because if we're not going to invest in infrastructure, then commerce is going to suffer. There will be job loss because there are job opportunities in this, and that we simply are not willing to invest in the well-being of the people and our communities across the country. And these communities don't think about infrastructure as an ideological issue. They pay taxes and send them to Washington, and they want something to come back to their communities that reflects an investment. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the amendment roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshue. Miss Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Miss DeGette. Miss DeGette votes aye. Miss Capps. Miss Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Miss Matsui. Miss Matsui votes aye. Miss Castor. Miss Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Miss Clark. Miss Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes
Other
no.
members wishing to cast a vote on this amendment. Mr. Walden?
Mr. Walden votes no.
Ms. Blackburn?
Mrs. Blackburn votes no.
With that, the clerk will report the tally. Let me just say for members, I've talked to Mr. Pallone, and it's my understanding that the next number of amendments are likely to go by voice, one way or the other. And if we have a recorded vote before 1 o'clock, we'll hold it. We'll hold the recorded vote until 1. So members, if they want to leave and not participate in the upcoming amendments in terms of the debate, they're free, but for at least until 1 o'clock. As Bill Barton reminds me, it saves me some money because he used to provide lunch to everybody, and I'm not doing that.
Would the gentleman yield? Does that mean you're not providing lunch?
That is correct. I'm saying this.
Right.
I'm not.
We're all waiting for that. That's why
we're
still here.
But with the gentleman yield, we have to be back by 1 o'clock.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
I'm just saying that you're protected until 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Any votes between now and 1 o'clock will be held until 1 o'clock. So I want to just put that out there. And the clerk, when they're ready, every member has voted, right? Any member still wishing to vote on this amendment? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 25 nays.
23 ayes, 25 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. And with that, are there further amendments to the bill? The gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Eshue to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
The amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds important transparency requirements to Section 1104 of the bill, which protects against disclosure of information regarding critical electrical infrastructure. And this is really related to an incident that took place, very serious incident that our intelligence community, different branches of our government really did a probe on, and that is on April 16th of 2013. Can I just ask that? Yeah, it's distracting. Thank you. The Metcalf substation in San Jose, California, was attacked by coordinated gunfire in an event that nearly caused massive blackouts in Silicon Valley. This incident exposed the physical vulnerability of our nation's electric infrastructure, and in many cases, highly sensitive information about grid vulnerabilities is publicly available or can be obtained through the Freedom of Information Act. So they use that as a tool to attack. So that's what this amendment is about. So I'm pleased that Section 1104 protects information regarding critical electric infrastructure from being obtained under FOIA, but I believe that more transparency is needed to ensure that this new authority is not abused. This amendment will ensure that FERC only protects from FOIA disclosure the minimum amount of information needed to ensure the security and the reliability of the grid. The amendment also ensures that FERC periodically revisits the information that's protected from FOIA and removes this protection from information that no longer threatens the grid. Making information about past electrical grid vulnerabilities public after it can no longer be used maliciously will provide valuable information to security researchers who are seeking to protect against future vulnerabilities. And lastly, this amendment clarifies that FERC designations of critical electric infrastructure information are subject to judicial review in the same manner that FOIA complaints are handled under current law. This amendment was drafted with input from FERC and is based on the language of the bipartisan Protecting Critical Infrastructure Act. So I would urge the committee to support these important transparency measures, and I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I do. I'm glad to.
Let me just say that we're prepared to accept the amendment. It's my understanding that we've got a few I's and T's that might need to be dotted or crossed, and look forward to working with you as this bill moves forward, but we're prepared to accept the amendment.
I'll quit while I'm ahead, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
With that, the vote occurs on the SU amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title.
Sir, is it Green, Texas underscore 040?
Oh, the number 2. Number 32. Can I ask consent that be considered as read? Sure. Mr. Chairman, I know they're going to hand out the amendment. Can I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as read?
Amendment offered by Mr. Green to the amendment in the nature for substitute to H.R. 8.
And by unanimous consent, we'll consider that the amendment is considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think any of us doubt that America's infrastructure is aging. We need to address our infrastructure, and I supported both the Pallone and Rush amendments that we need to fund these improvements. Our roads and bridges are deteriorating. I know my colleague, Representative Doyle, and I have discussed the issue on our roads and bridges. American seaports and airports are in significant need of investment for our economy to address the 21st century challenges. Finally, our grid and pipeline network need to be modernized for the safety of our economy and our environment. The natural gas distribution system in the U.S. is extensive. More than 60,000 miles of pipes exist today, much of it consisting of cast iron, steel, and copper. The Department of Energy has identified and established a number of programs to prioritize the distribution system. The DOE has engaged stakeholders, including industry and environmentalists, to announce improvements. The Department stated it's imperative to help modernize the nation's natural gas transportation and distribution systems and reduce methane emissions through common sense standards, smart investments, and innovative research to advance the state of art in natural gas performance. This material has worked well for over 60 years, but now we live in a world of polymers and plastics that offer superior performance. Unfortunately, many of our distribution systems reside in densely populated urban areas like Washington, D.C., Boston, or New York. Estimates put the replacement of our distribution system as more than $82 billion. Replacement will be time-consuming and disruptive. While the natural gas sector has worked diligently to implement a replacement plan, much of this is contingent on funding. Federal agencies have worked closely with industry and states to establish an expedited rate recovery and replacement programs. However, rate recovery can disproportionately affect low-income families like in our district. The last thing a struggling family can afford is an increased utility bill. It's difficult to explain to folks that our bills have gone up for the replacement of something they never see. My amendment would commit $100 million to the pipeline replacement. While it's not $1.5 billion, and it's not more than, but it's a lot more than zero, and it's a beginning. We would continue to work on this issue and increase the amount of funding as we move forward, and ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be glad to yield, Mr. Chairman.
We're prepared to accept the amendment on this side. It's an important provision. I appreciate your hard work on this. And as you ended your statement, you indicated that you'd like to see that amount increase, and I look to work with you to see that occur, but at this point, not prepared to go beyond that level at this point, and appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and again, prepared to accept it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I, like my colleague from California, I'll stop while I'm ahead.
Yeah. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the green amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Is mine next? Mr. Green's got another amendment?
I have another amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank you and the ranking member for holding the markup, and I want to thank the staff for their hard work because it's not always easy.
If I could get the clerk to report the title of the amendment.
Okay.
Clerk, report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Gene Green of Texas to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his second amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't intend to ask for a vote on this amendment, but I'm pleased the committee has decided to undertake an energy package. It's not as comprehensive as I'd like or that our nation needs, and we hope we could do better. The last comprehensive energy package this committee passed was in 2007. The Energy Independence and Security Act was drafted in a different world. In 2007, we were importing 16 million barrels of oil, and we were building LNG import terminals. We've concerned about how we would fuel our economy because we lacked essential resources. Our bulk power relied heavily on one source of fuel, and the world looked to the Middle East for energy production. 2015 is a lot different. Today, we're producing more than 9 million barrels a day. We are set to export 10 billion cubic feet of natural gas. Our refining, manufacturing, and chemical industries are thriving. Our power system is diversified, and North America is now focal point of energy production in the next century. However, our priorities have not changed. The direction of federal agencies must change to meet these new realities. H.R. 8 begins to address the issues, and it's not perfect, but it goes. I'd also like to encourage my colleague to offer the amendments. Let me get to my amendment.
Gentlemen.
My amendment would require the Department of State, Department of Energy, and Federal Regulatory Commission to establish a memorandum of understanding for processing permits on cross-border pipelines, infrastructure, and electricity wires. The agencies work together to establish great practices for cross-border permitting. According to the Department of Energy Quadrennial Energy Review, energy system integration is in the best interest of North America. We share approximately 200 gigawatts, 3.5 billion barrels of oil, and 1.5 trillion cubic feet of electricity, oil, natural gas with our neighbors, Canada and Mexico. While each federal entity permits different infrastructure, the challenges and opportunities they face are similar. Each deals with environmental rules, state agencies, and public input. In 2014, the White House recognized the importance of permitting and released a plan to adopt the best practices. The plan was focused solely on domestic infrastructure and sought to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the federal permitting and review of major infrastructures. Federal agencies have worked to expedite review and permitting of over 50 major projects, including renewable energy projects. The President called on Congress to establish similar interagency initiatives to improve that process. I've worked with my colleagues to establish a reasonable permitting process for the federal agencies in an effort to establish efficiencies and create great standard practices. The agency should share information. MOUs similarly created have resulted in significant benefits. It makes sense to establish a collaborative partnership and identify and pursue opportunities between the three federal entities. And I encourage my colleagues, I'm going to withdraw this amendment, but we need to have something that has our federal agencies working together, and an MOU would help. And I think statutory authorization would be helpful. But again, this may not be the time for it, but I hope we'll consider this amendment as we move the bill along.
If the gentleman will yield.
Be glad to yield.
First of all, I want to say I appreciate the amendment, and as much as I do support the amendment, but cannot accept it at this time. I appreciate the gentleman's work in the last Congress as we move this bill forward. And as I've said a number of times today, I remain very encouraged that, in fact, we'll get this bill to the President and he'll be able to sign it. And it may not be as difficult as balancing basketballs on top of each other to get that job done, but if we added this provision to it, it in fact may make it that more difficult to get it done. So I look forward to working with the gentleman on perhaps another bill, maybe even independent, but at this point appreciate his willingness to withdraw the amendment, because I think
Chairman,
that it is.
I appreciate you working with us on it, and the issue's not going to go away, but I also know that in reality, this is could be a problem with the bill, and I'll just urge my colleagues to consider it in the future and withdraw my amendment.
Amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the bill? Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk 018.
The amendment will be considered as read. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pallone to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. This amendment would strike Section 3006 of the bill dealing with the export of liquefied natural gas, or LNG. This section is similar to H.R. 351, a bill that was considered on the House floor in January. The Department of Energy currently conducts a public interest review of all applications to export LNG to a country without a free trade agreement with the United States. DOE has established a record of acting expeditiously and has acted on all applications that have completed the NEPA process. To date, DOE has approved 9 final authorizations on 7 projects, and there is no backlog or delay at the Department of Energy to speak of. With these permits alone, we have the ability to become one of the largest exporters of natural gas in the world. So legislation to impose an arbitrary 30-day deadline, which is what the underlying bill does, is simply unnecessary. With regard to exporting natural gas, we should keep in mind that low domestic natural gas prices can provide an important competitive advantage to U.S. manufacturing, and simple economics tells us that additional demand due to unrestricted exports can raise domestic natural gas prices. We should think twice about giving away this advantage for short-term export profits when we're trying hard to rebuild our long-term manufacturing base. We should also remember that this provision will not result in LNG exports to Europe for some time, if at all. Although one LNG export terminal is set to begin full operation later this year, all other terminals remain under construction or in the planning process. When the U.S. actually begins to export significant quantities of LNG, it will most likely go to Asia, not Europe. The export terminals most likely to get constructed already signed long-term contracts to supply LNG to various customers, and those destinations are primarily in Asia. I'm offering this amendment, Mr. Chairman, to strike Section 3006 because I don't believe the phantom LNG export backlog is one of the pressing issues facing ordinary Americans, and I don't believe that expediting this type of infrastructure is what our country needs most. In my congressional district, 25 miles off the coast of Long Branch, my hometown, an LNG import facility has been proposed and it is in the permitting phase. While this facility is currently being designed as an import terminal, it could, with additional permitting and facilities, be converted to an export terminal in the future. Given our decreasing need for natural gas imports, I have concerns about the impact that could have on natural gas prices in the Northeast. I've opposed the construction of this terminal for several reasons, but I believe that our country should be encouraging the use of renewable energy resources like wind power, including windmills offshore in New Jersey. Wind power is exactly the type of clean energy America should be investing in, the type that will reduce our carbon emissions and create jobs. These are the types of clean energy solutions that America should be investing in, the type that will enhance our energy security, reduce carbon emissions, and lower overall energy costs to consumers. Unfortunately, Section 3006 doesn't achieve any of these goals. In fact, the arbitrary 30-day deadline in the bill could have counterproductive results. If the Department of Energy is forced to make a decision before they have determined if an LNG project is in the public interest, it may have no choice but to deny the application. And that outcome doesn't benefit anyone, especially the applicants. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have tremendous respect for our ranking member, having traveled to Europe with him to as part of a group to look at energy issues across Europe. But I must disagree and oppose his amendment because I believe there is absolutely a need for greater certainty in the LNG export permitting process because by establishing firm deadlines for DOE to act after the FERC environmental review, it's going to eliminate the guessing game. These terminals are huge multi-billion-dollar investments, and companies require this certainty for planning purposes, and the legislation that's been offered, this language, will provide them that certainty. Secretary Moniz himself has indicated that this 30-day time frame, this stop clock, is a deadline that's achievable. And let me point out that by a report for the Department of Energy itself, we've learned that the economic benefits of exporting liquefied natural gas outweigh the costs. And although the economic benefits are significant, they may well be exceeded by the geopolitical benefits. We talked to our Ukrainian friends when we were over there about how exporting American LNG would affect the conduct by the Russians and Vladimir Putin. And we've learned also, and we've heard from many experts, that adding America's LNG exports to the international markets lowers prices everywhere, even if not directly headed to Europe. And finally, let me talk briefly about the economic implications here at home. Experts have told us, and again in a report that was prepared for the Department of Energy, that exporting liquefied natural gas will generate more than $4.4 billion in net benefits to the U.S. economy. That means jobs. That means higher wages for American workers. That means more opportunities for a resurgence of manufacturing and all of the other added benefits that come downstream from those LNG exports. So with all due respect to our ranking member, I must oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Gentleman yields back his time. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson.
I thank the chair. I join my colleague from Ohio in speaking in opposition to the amendment from the ranking member. U.S. LNG exports represent nothing but wins for America. It's a win for American energy security. It's a win for American economic growth. And it's a win for American foreign policy. Streamlining and expediting the process for LNG exports reviews will create jobs right here at home and help foster a more competitive global market for natural gas. U.S. LNG exports would enhance our strategic alliances, strengthen the independence of our allies, and help curtail the use of energy as a political weapon. Mr. Putin is bombing with troops in Syria right now. He has a stranglehold on Europe because he controls their oil, their natural gas. We can help our allies like India, South Korea, and Japan, who crave our natural gas. There needs to be greater certainty in the LNG export permitting process by establishing firm deadlines for DOE to act. After the FERC environmental review, it would eliminate the guessing game that my friend from Ohio mentioned. Section 306 would give DOE 30 days to issue a decision following the completion of FERC's environmental review. DOE has been able to act within a 30-day time frame in recent project approval. This is not an arbitrary deadline. Secretary Moniz believes this deadline is achievable. Expediting the LNG export process will open new markets for American natural gas and support the creation of thousands of jobs right here at home. I urge a no vote on the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. And a roll call is going to, no? All those in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Other amendments to the bill? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Tomko. Oh, Mr. Schrader. Can you
Mr. Schrader just
doesn't
wanted
have
to
an
enter in
amendment.
dialogue since we
Okay.
are not
Yeah,
Like the
voting.
last word.
Try
Schrader's
and
recognized
make
for
best
5
use
minutes.
of committee members' time. I just wanted to not propose an amendment, but just enter a quick dialogue with the chair and ranking member about maybe working on Section 4114, the waste energy section, a little bit more going forward. I understand the intent of the language is to disqualify energy that's produced in any waste energy facility that takes residuals from the mixed waste or single bin recycling facility. Concerned that this language goes a little further than that, could cause problems. We only have one facility in the entire state of Oregon, and that happens to be in my district, Marion County. They have a recycling rate of 61%. We want to encourage that. Contrast with the solid waste programs, a lot of communities that rely only on the landfills, much less successful programs, and sometimes no recycling whatsoever. I am concerned that we really want to clarify that not every single truck that's coming into the solid waste facility has to be inspected and certified. Marion County does a good job in its immediate franchise jurisdiction, but occasionally to fill in blanks in the program, loads will come in from outside the community, and it would be extremely onerous to try and chart every single load that came in from different areas around the state. I'm just a little concerned that it would be a burden that would be unable to be fulfilled by the community. The other issue I'm concerned about is that the provision here does not apply to landfill gas. That means a truckload of paper could go directly to a landfill, or a community that does zero recycling can send their trash to a landfill, and any electricity generated from the landfill gas could be used to meet the federal renewable requirement. I don't think that's the intent of the language, but I would hope I could work with the chair and the ranking member in the future to clarify things. Thank you.
If the gentleman yield, obviously we'll continue to listen. I just want to underscore that this impacts only federal procurement areas, and as I understand, your particular facility there is not impacted by this, but a couple of members have raised such, and but we'll continue to listen and try to make sure that we have this right, and appreciate the gentleman's interest.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Other further amendments to the bill? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, has the amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Tonko of New York to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment reauthorizes two existing programs, the Weatherization Assistance Program and the State Energy Program. Both of these programs have been operating successfully for many years. The federal dollars delivered through these programs leverage additional funding from states and the private sector. These programs address real problems. They are effective and they create and sustain jobs. Frankly, Mr. Chair, the bill before us does very little to advance efficiency. Some of its provisions are more likely to delay efficiency improvements than to move them forward. And there is little in this bill designed to address the needs of the average citizen. My amendment makes a small contribution in these areas. The Weatherization Assistance Program supports state-based programs to improve the energy efficiency of the homes of low-income families. The Department of Energy provides grants to the states, United States territories, and tribal governments to deliver these services through local weatherization agencies. The program operates in all areas of the country and weatherizes all types of homes, including single-family homes, multifamily buildings, and mobile homes. The weatherization measures used include air sealing, wall and attic insulation, duct sealing, and furnace repair and replacement. Federal funds leverage additional funding from other sources. And the program benefits the local economy where the weatherization activities support jobs in construction and related industries. Investments in energy efficiency pay for themselves over time, but the upfront costs can be significant. And when a family's budget is severely limited, those costs are simply too high. The weatherization program helps those in our communities who do not have the financial resources to make energy efficiency investments on their own. That could include the elderly, the disabled, and other low-income families who are struggling to make ends meet. No one can afford to waste money, and the sudden increase in expenses is difficult to manage for many of our families. But low-income families are particularly vulnerable to spikes in energy bills during heat waves or cold weather due to poor insulation and inefficient appliances. They need assistance to make efficiency investments that will result in sustained energy savings and provide them with a more comfortable and healthy home. Less money spent on energy frees up their budget to help with other essential expenses. Energy use in buildings still accounts for a significant part of our energy consumption. We can do much better, and the weatherization program helps us to achieve greater efficiency gains. The State Energy Program provides funding to the states to support the work of their energy offices. While there are many common denominators in energy policy, there are also many state-specific challenges that given state governments must deal with. The State Energy Program ensures that each state will have basic funding available to support its programs. These offices play a role in helping states to find the least costly ways to meet state goals for energy efficiency, goals for air quality, fuel diversity, and energy security. The committee last reauthorized these programs in 2007 for a 5-year period at about $1 billion per year for weatherization and $125 million per year for the State Energy Program. My amendment authorizes the weatherization program for another 5 years, but at lower levels, $450 million per year. The State Energy Program is authorized for 5 years at $75 million per year. These are robust authorization levels, but they are lower than those of the last 5-year period to be more in line with today's fiscal constraints. The Senate's bipartisan energy bill does contain reauthorizations for these programs. I ask my colleagues to support my amendment and help to extend the benefits of energy efficiency to more families and to support local jobs and businesses that do this very important work. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Would just note before I yield to Mr. Whitfield that it's my understanding that there may be 8 or 10 more amendments offered from your side, and for people that are watching or staffs that are here, I guess we'll start voting as early as 1:15. All right, so make sure your members are back by 1:15. And with that, yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to Mr. Tonko's amendment, let me first say that the weatherization program has been a very important program, and this amendment would reauthorize the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program at $450 billion for each of the next 5 years. The Department of Energy's Weatherization Assistance Program is already being well funded. In recent years, Congress has been funding the program at or near the Department's requested levels, and the Department has not even requested additional funds. I might also add that the 2009 stimulus bill included $5 billion extra dollars to DOE for the weatherization program, roughly 17 times what was originally appropriated for that year. Furthermore, using experiments considered the gold standard for evidence, researchers from UC Berkeley, MIT, and the University of Chicago recently released a report on a first-of-its-kind field test of the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program. The study found that the cost of energy efficiency investments were about double the savings from those programs. That model projected savings are 2.5 times the actual savings, and that even when accounting for the broader societal benefits of energy efficiency investments, the costs still substantially outweigh the benefits. The average rate of return is approximately minus 9.5% annually. So we're going to be looking at this weatherization program, but at this time, I don't think we want to reauthorize it for 5 years at a $450 million annual amount. And so with that, I would respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment from New York and urge that we vote against it. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the DeConco amendment on weatherization. And again, we've had some significant discussion on several amendments about the value of investment in terms of job creation and economic growth, and I think it's quite clear that the weatherization program and reauthorization of it would go far towards creating jobs and increasing growth in this country. The program is among the nation's most successful energy efficiency initiatives. It installs and pays for cost-effective energy efficiency upgrades to the homes of low-income Americans. Energy-efficient improvements save low-income families money on their monthly energy bills while making their homes safer and more comfortable to live in. And the program has helped improve the lives of more than 7 million families since its beginning in 1976. Families receiving weatherization services see their energy bills reduced by an average of roughly $300 every year. Any family would appreciate that savings, but for low-income families, it can make an enormous difference. That's because low-income families spend 17% of their income on energy, compared to 4% for other households. Families spend their savings in their own communities rather than spending their hard-earned money out of town to big energy companies. Increases in disposable income also reduce homelessness and demand for public assistance. So this is a win-win situation all across the board, and because reducing consumer energy demand also reduces pollution and improves air quality. But as I said before, this is really a job creation initiative as well, and a prescription for economic growth. So for all those reasons, I would support and urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. The roll call is asked, so we will defer the roll call until members come back up. Further amendments to the bill. The gentleman from New Mexico.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, Amendment 4343.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
And without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would require the Secretary of Energy to report back to the Committee on Energy and Commerce in the House of Representatives and the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources of the Senate on the efforts made to take advantage of and promote the utilization of advanced technologies such as Internet of Things, end-to-end platform solutions to provide real-time actionable analytics and enable predictive maintenance and asset management to improve energy efficiency wherever feasible. Mr. Chairman, the Internet of Things includes endpoint devices connecting to the Internet and generating data that can be analyzed to extract valuable information. Intel, which for more than 30 years has been a vital partner to my home state of New Mexico, is an example of a business that is increasing the focus of the IoT business. This summer, the company's CEO reported a transformation of their business's growth in data center, memory, and Internet of Things accounted for more than 70% of their operating profit. Intel's Rio Rancho campus is in my district, which provides and supports thousands of families through well-paying jobs and contributes hundreds of millions of dollars to New Mexico's economy. So our efforts to support the Internet of Things is critical to my district and many communities across the country, as companies like Microsoft, Cisco, Google, IBM, and Apple are working to further connect our world and lives. McKinsey estimates that IoT has a total potential economic impact of $3.9 trillion to $11.1 trillion by year 2025. But IoT just doesn't represent a business opportunity for American companies. It also represents an opportunity to strengthen our economic competitiveness and better the lives of Americans by saving consumers money, providing certainty to utilities as they would invest in technologies that would provide certainty with rate-making proceedings and strengthen energy efficiency. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you and encourage adoption of this amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Just, you know, we had a great productive hearing yesterday, a good number of folks, and I think your amendment is a good one. We're prepared to accept it. I just wish that you had worked with Mr. Walden. Would have had a DCCC and RCC. Anyway, I'm just say that on the side. But we're prepared to accept the amendment. I think it's a good amendment, and
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Accepted. With that, other members wishing to speak on the amendment, seeing none, the vote occurs on the. I'm sorry, on the gentleman from New Mexico's. Does the young lady want to speak on the amendment? All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In your chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Further amendments to the bill. Gentlelady from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have an amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
The amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
This is 0027, correct, clerk? Okay, thank you. So over the past 2 decades, wholesale electricity rates for more than half of all Americans have shifted from a cost base to a market rate basis. Well, what this means is that energy prices are no longer determined based on what it actually costs to provide energy, but rather what consumers are willing to pay. For a commodity as vital as electricity, that's not a good way to do it, and consumers have really suffered as a result. My amendment is simple. It establishes an Office of Consumer Advocacy and Compliance Assistance at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission at FERC. The office would monitor and review customer complaints about energy prices or services. It would have the authority to investigate prices and services charged or provided by public utilities and natural gas companies. And it would be able to represent energy customers in administrative, regulatory, or judicial proceedings relating to customer complaints. Simply put, the office would provide the support consumers need to challenge unfair or unjustified energy prices or inadequate services. Consumers deserve protection against abusive pricing and poor service. According to the American Coalition for Clean Coal Electricity, the almost half of all American households with earnings of $50,000 a year or less spend 17% of their after-tax incomes to residential and transportation energy. Those constituents can't hire an investigator to look into unfair practices or attorneys to defend them in court. Right now, they're stuck footing the bill, even if it's unreasonably expensive. This is something we should all want to address. For my colleagues who have argued that we should do everything we can to reduce energy costs, this provision would help achieve that goal. For my colleagues who believe more transparency and accountability is needed at federal agencies and the industries they oversee, this provision would help achieve that goal. For those who have heard from constituents who are fed up with energy costs and service but see no recourse available to them to address those concerns, this provision is the answer. My amendment replaces the Office of Compliance and Assistance and Public Participation that would be established in the underlying bill and replaces it with an office that would have some real teeth. Rather than establishing an office to monitor and promote compliance with Commission rules, the Office of Consumer Advocacy and Compliance Assistance would be able to represent consumers in their efforts to address known pricing or service problems. Rather than simply promoting compliance with Commission rules, the office would ensure that those rules are followed and consumers are protected. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment that would give consumers the voice they deserve when it comes to their energy prices. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Schakowsky has been a strong advocate for consumers throughout her career in Congress. And her amendment would establish an Office of Consumer Advocacy and Compliance Assistance at FERC. We simply believe, and she's made reference to this, that our Section 4211 in the bill does provide and create at FERC an Office of Compliance Assistance and Public Participation. The new office covers many of the issues identified by Ms. Schakowsky in her amendment, including ensuring that the rates are just and reasonable. In reading from the Office of Compliance Assistance that we establish in this bill, the Director shall promote improved compliance with Commission rules. The Director of the office shall be protecting consumers, making sure that there is market integrity, examining closely rates and charges, making sure that they're just and reasonable. So while we think that she has every good intention and the method is just a little bit different, we feel like that the language in the existing bill covers most of this, and for that, as much as I am a fan of Ms. Schakowsky personally and her advocacy for consumers, I would respectfully request that we not agree with her amendment on this case. Now yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs. Gentlelady asks for roll call. So at this point, right, do you want to start? Or do you want, so we'll have a roll call vote, but just wait 1 second. Wait. So we have two roll calls that are stacked. One is the weatherization by Mr. Tonko, and one is Schakowsky on consumer advocacy. You want to do one more amendment, and then we'll roll those, depending if we have a third roll call asked for. All right. So we've got those two stacked up. So are there other members wishing to offer an amendment? The gentlelady from California with a bad cough. Or do you want me to go to Mr. Loebsack next? Is that all right? Let me go to Mr. Loebsack. As an amendment at the desk?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Clerk will read the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Loebsack of Iowa to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Iowa is, the staff will distribute the amendment. The gentleman will proceed for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, my amendment is very, very simple. It's only 1 page long. It establishes a distributed wind initiative within the Department of Energy's wind program for research and development, and provides technical information as well as a clearinghouse of information for small and medium distributed wind producers. Distributed wind has more domestic energy content than any other renewable energy technology. In 2014, over 90% of all small and medium wind energy systems installed in America were actually built in America. So distributed wind could be the best option for thousands of consumers to produce their own clean energy using equipment that is literally made in America. Distributed wind systems are typically owned by rural and local entities, for example, an individual or a family, a school district or a hospital, a farm or a ranch, and I see lots of them throughout the state of Iowa as I travel my 24 counties, a local business, a municipality or a tribe that uses most, if not all, of the electricity produced on site. Distributed, locally owned, and community wind projects typically contribute also more to the local economic development than conventional wind farms, and we have plenty of those in Iowa as well. So it's an economic benefit for utility customers. While the industry already employs thousands of people from Maine, Vermont, New York to Iowa, Minnesota, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, California, Alaska, Hawaii, it has very significant further job creation potential in the years ahead. Distributed wind systems are installed in every state, and the opportunities for distributed wind deployment are significant across America. I think the reason that we're marking up this bill today is to improve and modernize our energy sector. It is imperative, I believe, to make sure that every American has the opportunity to find the information for themselves about not just a few types of renewable energy technologies, but for as many energy options as possible. And that is the purpose of this amendment. I thank the committee, and I urge the support for this simple common sense amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I'll yield myself 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. I just want to say, so what this amendment does, as we understand it, it establishes a new grant program within the wind program at DOE for R&D on small and medium-sized wind projects. I would note that the existing bill in the manager's amendment includes money for grid security and grid enhancement, which allows for distributed generation, which would provide for wind. So we believe that the amendment itself, your amendment, is not necessary because not only does DOE have already an R&D program for distributed wind technology within the wind program that offers competitive grants, but we in fact add to that with grid security. Would note that the wind program at DOE has been issuing grants for distributed wind since 2013 and is on schedule to issue the third round of grants a little bit later this year. For me, I support an all of the above national energy policy that embraces a diverse range of traditional and alternative energy sources, including wind, solar, hydro, safe nuclear, coal, natural gas, etc. So we appreciate the amendment, but because we're already engaged on this, and in fact we're going to be adding with this grid security bill at this point and probably further along the process, we don't think that it's needed, so would ask my colleagues to oppose the bill, or excuse me, oppose the amendment.
I'd like a roll call vote if that's possible.
Yeah, so are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Lobzak amendment, and he asked for a roll call vote. So, yeah, so should we do the roll calls now? Okay, so we have 3 in the queue. The first will be on the Tonko weatherization amendment. The second will be on the Schakowsky consumer advocacy amendment. And the third will be on the Lobzak amendment on wind that was just offered. So the clerk will call the roll, beginning with the Tonko amendment.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mrs. Brooks. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew. Ms. Eschew votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps.
Aye.
Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Aye. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
Aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan.
Aye.
Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. McKinley?
Mr. McKinley votes no.
Ms. Brooks?
Ms. Brooks votes no.
Other members? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 24 nays.
22 ayes, 24 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next roll call vote will be on the Schakowsky Consumer Advocacy Amendment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. No. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. No. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Mr. Engel.
Aye.
Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
We got it right.
Mr. Tonko.
How many you got?
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack.
And how many
Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote on the Schakowsky Amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 25 nays.
22 ayes, 25 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. We'll next vote on the Loebsack Amendment. I would just note, as my conversation with Mr. Pallone, it appears as though we have 8 amendments remaining, of which some will have recorded vote, I imagine. So before we get to final passage. So The clerk will call the roll on the Loebsack amendment on wind.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn.
No.
Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshu.
Aye.
Miss Eshu votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan.
Aye.
Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko votes aye.
Dr. Burgess?
Dr. Burgess is recorded as no.
Any other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 25 nays.
23 ayes, 25 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The other members wishing to offer an amendment to the bill. Gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch, has two amendments in block.
I have two amendments in block that I intend to offer and withdraw. Number one is the American Renewable Energy and Efficiency Act that I introduced with my colleague, Mr. Lujan. And what this does is set a renewable energy and efficiency, renewable energy and energy efficiency resource
I'm
standard.
sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. The clerk will report the title of the two amendments in block that he's offering.
Amendments offered by Mr. Welch of Vermont to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
And without objection, the two amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his two amendments.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The first is the American Renewable Energy and Efficiency Act that I'm co-sponsoring with my colleague from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan. It sets a renewable energy and energy efficiency resource standard that would require 30% renewables, 20% electric savings, and 13% natural gas savings by 2030. Often, there's an argument made against setting statutory objectives on energy efficiency and renewable energy by those who fear that it would set unattainable standards. In fact, what we've seen, particularly in a state like Vermont, is that where we have set standards and we haven't micromanaged how we achieve those goals and leave it to a lot of the utility folks who have the challenge of trying to meet these standards, they figure it out. Also, there's a concern that when you have these energy efficiency standards, it may increase cost. in Vermont, we've been enjoying rate reductions. We developed an energy efficiency utility that actually brought load growth down. This was at a time of increased economic activity. So Mr. Lujan and I believe that this is something that is worthy of further discussion and hopefully at some point would be part of a statute. The second is the Renewable Energy Certainty Act, and my co-sponsor on that was Mr. Gibson. And it would allow the General Services Administration to enter into 30-year renewable energy power purchase agreements. The GSA, of course, is an independent agency. It manages and supports the basic functioning of the federal government, including procurement. Under current law, it's only the U.S. military that can enter into power purchase agreements for longer than 10 years. So we want to give that authority to the federal government as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will withdraw my amendments.
Did the gentleman withdraw the amendment?
Yes.
He did. Without objection, it's withdrawn. There are further amendments to the bill. Chair would recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas. He's got an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
38.
So just FYI, so the order of amendments that I've received from Mr. Pallone are Cardenas, Pallone, Castor, Eshu, Welch, Schakowsky, and Pallone again, just for people to know on the queue. Is the gentleman from North Carolina, are you going to have an amendment? Yes, I have an amendment. Okay. All right, I'll come back to you. For now, let's do the Cardenas amendment. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Cardenas of California to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to explain a little bit about the Low Income Solar Act, otherwise known as LISA. I start by reminding all of us that the cost of solar power has plummeted in recent years, yet many low-income families who would benefit the most from a reduction in their electricity bills are not taking advantage of this affordable, sustainable energy.
Mr. Chairman, the committee room is not in order.
Yeah. Gentleman is correct. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I could speak louder, but I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying, many of these families are not taking advantage of this possible reduction in their electricity bills and are not taking advantage of the affordable, sustainable energy sources that could be available to them. With an upfront investment, homeowners who switch to solar end up reducing their monthly electric bills by 10 to 20 or even significantly more than that, and yet much of that savings is not coming to the families who need it the most, low-income families. Due to the combined lack of access to financing options and living under a roof that cannot support a solar panel, families across the country are missing out on energy savings and doing their part to reduce their carbon footprint. One report by George Washington University estimates that households making less than $40,000 account for just 5% of all solar installations. That's why I introduced this amendment, the Low Income Solar Act, earlier this Congress, and now submit the text for this amendment at this time. As this committee works to address our nation's comprehensive energy needs, it must also do more to reduce the barriers for hardworking families to access solar power and other energy options. This amendment would help families by providing grants to eligible homeowners to reduce the upfront cost of installing solar panels. This amendment also provides loans to not-for-profit organizations and solar installation companies to develop community solar facilities for low-income families who do not have the ability to install solar panels on their rooftops. The Low Income Solar Act encourages job training and investment in all communities, including rural and tribal lands. My amendment would provide the necessary tools to support the deployment of solar rooftops across all communities. We need an all of the above approach to support our nation's energy needs as well as addressing climate change. This amendment would accomplish both, expanding the use of renewable energy and reducing the need to burn fossil fuels to produce electricity. It would also create jobs in our most needy communities across America. As one report from the UCI Luskin Center states, Los Angeles County is currently leaving around 98% of its solar capacity untapped. Achieving just 10% of its rooftop solar potential could create 47,000 jobs and slash nearly 2.5 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually. That is the equivalent of taking about 500,000 cars off the road. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and offer an opportunity if any colleagues need time. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I definitely support this amendment. I think the entire committee can get behind the goals of the amendment, which is to accelerate deployment of residential solar power, but focusing on low-income housing. In Baltimore, we've recently launched a demonstration project that brought city government together, the Able Foundation, which is engaged in philanthropy in the city, a community service group called Civic Works, which is actually a big AmeriCorps program, solar workforce training nonprofit called Grid Alternatives, which actually has done great work in California, as Mr. Cardenas can attest. And with the funding from the Able Foundation, the City Housing Department, that whole partnership, are going to be able to finance solar installations on 30 low-income homes in East Baltimore and train members of a community that has experienced persistent poverty for work in a very dynamic growth industry. This amendment would help bring these programs to scale and expand it to other parts of the country. Mr. Chairman, low-income households stand to benefit most from the energy savings derived from residential solar power, as was just indicated. Unfortunately, most cannot finance that installation of solar panels on their own. If we adopt the Cardenas Amendment, we can help more individuals of modest means access solar power. We can train workers to become part of the energy industry, which is the goal of Title II of the underlying bill, and we can reduce carbon emissions from the electric grid. This is a smart, strong, good quality amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it. Yield back to the member.
Thank you very
Chairman.
much. Thank you. Yield back to bounce mic.
Chairman yields back. I'll yield myself time, 5 minutes. I would note, so what this amendment does, as we understand it, it establishes a program in DOE to distribute $200 million annually through 2030 in loans and grants for solar installations in low-income areas. And I would note that the administration already invests heavily in solar technology, specifically in bringing costs down for consumers, including, importantly, for the most vulnerable, for low-income folks. Would note that in July, the White House announced the National Community Solar Partnership to assess exactly how to best expand solar access to low and moderate income communities, and DOE is already awarding grants focused on that mission. In addition to the $336 million that DOE requested for their solar programs this year, just this month, September, the White House announced an additional $120 million for solar, and that's on top of more than the $1 billion in loan guarantees for renewables that the President announced in August. So all told, between the summer of 2014 and the summer of 2015, the administration has announced over almost $5.5 billion for renewables, including solar. So I think we may be there. We're trying not to expand too much this bill at this point, and I would respectfully ask that our side, all members, might oppose the amendment. And I yield back my time. Other members wishing to speak? Mr. Rush, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to speak in favor of the Cardenas amendment. I want to thank the gentleman from California for introducing this amendment. Mr. Chairman, many low-income families who would benefit the most from a reduction in their electricity bills are not taking advantage of this affordable, sustainable energy source because of a combined lack of access to financing options and living under a roof that cannot support a solar panel. In fact, Mr. Chairman, as was stated by the gentleman from California, a recent report by the George Washington University estimates that households making less than $40,000 annually account for just 5% of all solar installations. For homeowners with suitable roofs, this legislation will provide grants to help reduce the upfront costs of installing solar panels. For renters or families unable to install solar on their roofs, the bill provides loans to solar developers to connect low-income families to solar either physically or virtually through the construction of community solar facilities. In all cases, this amendment encourages job training with solar projects in local communities. This amendment will establish a loan and grant program through the Department of Energy that would, 1, grant money for part of the upfront cost of residential solar for low-income families owning their homes. Secondly, the amendment would provide for loan money to organizations that find ways to provide access to community solar facilities for low-income families through local efforts. This bill will also incentivize the construction of community solar facilities that act as, quote, virtual, end quote, solar roof panels for low-income families. It will support programs that aim to fulfill the need for solar in geographical areas that have little or no solar deployment. It will promote diversity in the workforce by prioritizing loans for women and minority-owned small businesses. It will also require that loans are paid back with mechanisms that maximizes the financial benefits to families. It will set aside a portion of funds for developing solar economies in Appalachia, Indian tribal lands, and Hawaiian and Alaskan Native communities. Mr. Chairman, the Cardenas Amendment also aims to address several of the other barriers to widespread adoption of solar power in communities that need it the most by providing funding for soft costs and solar workforce training and development. This amendment would also provide support to organizations that help to advance policies in state and local governments that in turn improve low-income resident access to solar. Mr. Chairman, there's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with this amendment. This amendment is timely and it needs the support of this entire committee, and I urge my colleagues to support it as I am supporting it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to indicate my support for the Cardenas Amendment. It's really a microcosm of democratic priorities. First, it addresses climate change. Second, it helps create renewable energy jobs and push forward the new clean energy economy. It also helps minority and women-owned businesses, and it ensures that low-income households can reap the environment and cost-saving benefits of solar energy. So low-income families are the hardest hit, as we know, by rising utility prices. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, low-income Americans spend upwards of 60% of their earnings on necessities, including electricity. So the Cardenas Amendment helps low-income families get access to sustainable, affordable solar energy and helps provide greater access to this clean energy resource for minority businesses, tribes, and others. It's basically a win-win situation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote. Gentleman is recognized from California. Oh, roll call, I'm sorry. Vote occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Cardenas. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. No. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. No. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores? Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks? Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Gett? Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Capps? Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth? Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Members wishing to vote, Mr. Barton?
Mr. Barton votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Ms. Schakowsky votes yes.
Mr. Pompeo?
Mr. Pompeo votes no.
Mr. Harper?
Mr. Harper votes no.
Mr. Mullen?
Mr. Mullen votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 28 nays.
23 ayes, 28 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I have Pallone 019 at the desk.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
I'm not sure I have that right. Is it maybe 021? 021.
Yeah, I got 21.
Yeah, 021.
21.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pallone to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
Amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike sections 4151 to 4152 of the substitute, which would undermine the Department of Energy's participation in the development of building energy efficiency codes and will harm consumers, the economy, and the environment. When the Energy and Power Subcommittee held a hearing on the efficiency title of the majority's proposal, I noted that the title almost certainly resulted in a net increase in energy consumption. One of the main reasons for that assessment was the inclusion of the language I'm seeking to strike, language that would severely undercut a program that DOE testified would have saved some $700 million in energy costs. Of particular concern is the language preventing DOE from providing any assistance, whether technical or financial, if it finds that a proposed code does not meet a simple payback period of 10 years or less. This is a dangerous federal precedent of determining what is and is not an acceptable return on investment and doesn't fit with the reality of mortgage durations and home ownership. Dictating a single federally determined simple payback model does not account for the widely varying market and climate circumstances across our vast country. Building codes are the most effective tool to ensure that efficiency is implemented when it is cheapest and easiest, when a building is first constructed. Building codes are particularly important because they protect homeowners by lowering the overall cost of home ownership. Unlike upgrades such as granite countertops, efficiency is hard to see at the time of purchase, and so a builder looking to cut costs may skimp on this important measure to reduce their first costs. And this is short-sighted and ultimately will result in greater cost to the homeowner who sees the combined cost of their mortgage and utility bills each month. Skimping on efficiency probably doesn't do much to lower a mortgage payment, but it certainly will result in a higher utility bill, increasing overall monthly costs and reducing affordability. The language in the substitute takes a short-sighted view of affordability by requiring DOE to analyze simple payback of measures over 3, 5, and 7-year periods and not allowing them to propose any measure that has a longer payback than 10 years. Given that a mortgage will run from 15 to 30 years and a home will be around for many decades, limiting DOE to such short payback periods does not make sense in my opinion. Now, Mr. McKinley and Mr. Welch actually have legislation that does make sense. It is a truly consensus language or bill that would make meaningful positive changes to current law in this area. In our negotiations with the majority, we advocated for substituting the McKinley-Welch language, but we're told that a number of members oppose that language. Now, I can respect the fact that we don't all agree on the best way to address the issue of building efficiency, but the right solution in that situation was the one we advocated, leaving both proposals out of this package and staying with current law. That would be a compromise. Unfortunately, that's not the path that the majority chose. The bottom line is that the language in the bill will result in less efficiency, less affordability, and less assistance to state and local governments from DOE, and it will increase energy use, carbon emissions, and the effects of climate change. And so I urge my colleagues to join me in striking this language from the bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do oppose the gentleman's amendment. Now, the Blackburn-Schrader language that was offered and then became sections 4151 and 4152 in the bill, it does not co-opt the process there at DOE. It ensures that DOE does not pick winners and losers, and really it brings some clarity to bear and better defines the role of DOE in providing technical assistance, which really makes sure that the states and local governments have access to the technical expertise they need to implement energy codes without being compelled to adopt new codes. Now, the 10-year payback is a simple method to assess cost-benefit analysis of new energy efficiency technology. In fact, DOE reports recommend the payback period for residential buildings to be 3 years. And what you have in this amendment, it would eliminate any required payback period, which means that DOE would be free to support any code or any proposal without regard to cost. Energy codes are already too expensive. When you look at the construction costs that are there, the construction costs associated with energy codes really have skyrocketed in recent years. The 2012 residential energy code added on average $5,668 to the cost of a home, and in some parts of the country it exceeded $7,000. So moving every state to the 2012 residential energy code would result in a $4.1 billion loss in investment in single-family homes. This type of devastating loss in residential investment would mean a loss of 37,795 jobs that would be eliminated in construction, transportation, professional services. Many families wouldn't be able to afford a mortgage because every $1,000 increase in the price of a home opts out and removes 246,000 households from the mortgage process for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage with a 5% interest rate. So I encourage my colleagues a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch.
Thank you very much. Pardon me, where are we? Yeah. I speak in support of this amendment, but with a certain measure of frustration because I have a lot of appreciation for the concerns that the home builders have expressed and were outlined by my colleague from Tennessee. But there's two issues here, and Mr. McKinley and I, in our approach, we're trying to be mindful of two things. One, the cost associated with retrofits and the practical decisions that homeowners have to make. Because if you're going to spend money to retrofit your home, you want to know when you're going to get your money back for that expenditure. The home builders are concerned that it be on a shorter window of time because their view is that the longer that payback period is, the more expense will be associated with doing it and the less the reward. And I think that's more or less the argument that Ms. Blackburn made. There's some truth to that. You know, what's the right time? But on the other hand, there's a lot of energy efficiency provisions that can be incorporated at the outset that in fact would pay back over a longer period of time, and maybe even into the second owner. And what the SAVE Act, which is being replaced by this legislation, did with Mr. McKinley and I, was allowed the EPA to essentially give information to local code writers, not to direct what that code was, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not some code that can be written here in Washington. I think there's universal agreement on both sides of the aisle that just wouldn't work. So the way Mr. McKinley and I had designed our approach was to allow the continuation of the governmental role in the process, but that was a limited role. And we got kind of compressed on the time because I've had very good conversations on this bill and other bills with Ms. Blackburn. But on the squeeze here on time, Mr. Chairman, we just weren't able to work it out. And I know Mr. Schrader has been incredibly cooperative and helpful on this as well. But I do want the committee to understand this is not an either-or proposition. If you have a reasonable time period for payback, which is relevant to the home builders, where they've got the practical experience of dealing with folks who have limited budgets to build or buy a home. But on the other hand, you can get the benefit of advice, not orders, not dictates, from experts that allow our local people to take that into account. I think that's a good thing. And let the local people decide. Don't impose it on them. So I am going to support this now, but I'm hopeful that maybe between now and when this bill comes to the floor, it's a situation we might be able to improve through further cooperation.
Yield back. Chair would recognize the gentleman, Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to speak respectfully in opposition to the amendment. A lot of work's gone into the building energy efficiency codes, both by Mr. Welch, Mr. McKinley, and my colleague, Ms. Blackburn. I think it's important to set at least a basic bar, increase that transparency so that our home building community as well as homeowners understand what the options are, what those payback periods could be. I would agree with my good colleague from Vermont that 10 years is not necessarily the be-all and end-all, and there are some energy efficiency projects that we should entertain that have a longer payback period. And I hope to work on that, hopefully as this bill goes forward with him. But it's important to move the ball down the field. And this begins to do that, put some of the existing opportunities in play, make sure that DOE is not looked upon as a partisan organization, has a neutral stance, advocating for different products and technology. I think that enhances the opportunity for a lot of this energy efficiency that we all want to see happen go forward. So with that, I'd like to speak in favor of the inclusion of the Blackburn-Schrader provisions and vote against the amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further members wishing to speak? So seeing no members wishing to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief here. I support the Pallone amendment. The language of Chapter 5 of the substitute would prevent DOE from helping consensus-based code and standard development, and it limits the kind of assistance that DOE should and can provide, the analysis it can do, and the provisions on which it can help. It also would impose onerous bureaucratic requirements. It prescribes detailed direction on economic analyses contrary to industry best practices. Now, it's my belief that building energy codes are among the cheapest and most effective tools that states can use to meet their energy needs, and Chapter 5 would prevent DOE from helping states. The language in the bill would remove current authority to provide financial assistance to states and limit the provisions on which DOE could provide technical assistance. It also ties DOE's hands in promoting effective state policies that protect home buyers from excessive energy bills and certainly will help home buyers cut air pollution. Ultimately, I think this language harms consumers, it harms the economy, and harms our environment. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support the Pallone amendment, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I was hoping there'd be none. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And a roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. No. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Miss Eshue. Miss Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Miss Capps. Miss Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Miss Matsui. Miss Matsui votes aye. Miss Castor. Miss Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Miss Clark. Miss Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Dr. Murphy?
Dr. Murphy votes no.
Mr. Long?
Mr. Long votes no.
Mr. Barton?
Mr. Barton votes no.
Other members, Mr. Shimkus?
Mr. Shimkus votes no.
You didn't raise your hand, I didn't think. Sorry. Other members wishing to cast a vote? Oh, wait 2 seconds. Just. No. Okay. Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 ayes and 28 nays.
20 ayes, 28 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the title.
Amendment offered by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
And the amendment will be considered as read. Staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment seeks to improve the Energy Star Home Performance Program and the Energy Star New Homes Program. Both of these programs, Mr. Chairman, are currently in effect, and they are important to encouraging the deployment of new technologies to improve residential efficiency. My amendment would create a grant program through the U.S. Department of Energy, which would provide a rebate of up to 15% of the cost of participating in either program to landlords or homeowners. Often the barriers to participation in Energy Star programs is financial. I represent one of the poorest districts in the country, where 1 in 4 live in poverty. Many homeowners and landlords in my district cannot take advantage of the Energy Star residential program because it is too expensive to make the improvements necessary to participate. If we want real improvements to residential energy efficiency, we must make it easier for the middle class to participate in these programs. In fact, in 2014, only 3 projects in North Carolina completed home performance with Energy Star. But Massachusetts, for example, Mr. Kennedy's home state, completed more than 5,000 projects in 2014. It's not that my constituents don't want to make their homes energy efficient. It is because these improvements come at a significant cost that many cannot afford. The startling low participation numbers in my district for programs which have the potential to save homeowners significant amounts of money over many years is concerning and is easily remedied by passage of this amendment. DOE, Mr. Chairman, estimates that participation in the home performance program will result in typical utility bill savings of 20% or more. Similarly, the Energy Star New Homes program can result in savings of up to 30% when compared to typical new homes. Those savings are critical for people who are struggling to put food on the table and keep the lights on. That's a choice that no one should be forced to make. My amendment can stimulate and create jobs, something that both sides of the aisle certainly agree on. Both Energy Star residential programs are voluntary. They depend heavily on the private sector to help with program implementation. Contractors can help make improvements into existing properties and ensure that specific energy efficiency goals are met by participants. Many other industries, from home builders and insulation companies, appliance manufacturers, window and lighting manufacturers, these are all key stakeholders who are invested in these programs. My amendment, finally, will help motivate landlords and homeowners to participate in these programs. Will directly benefit residents who will see lower utility costs. This amendment supports the middle class. It encourages innovation and the adoption of new technologies, promotes job creations, and has added environmental benefits. I ask my colleagues to please consider it and support the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Butterfield's amendment would establish a new grant program at the Department of Energy for energy-efficient homes and residences. You know, I read an article the other day that the federal government now has 67 separate programs on climate change alone. We're approaching a $20 trillion federal debt. The federal government already has several grant programs in place that go specifically to energy efficiency in homes and buildings. These programs are already extremely well funded. So I would just say that this is a duplicative, as well-meaning as it is and as well-intended as it is. There are so many programs out there already involved in this, and with a $20 trillion federal debt, and I might say that about $5 billion went to efficiency programs in the stimulus bill of 2009. So I would respectfully oppose the amendment and would yield time to the balance.
And thank you. Yeah, I would also, I agree with my colleague that high energy prices disproportionately affect the middle class and the poor. But to say we're going to be able to save the middle class and the poor by helping them get energy efficient instead of focusing on lower energy prices. Low prices are a simple supply and demand equation. We need more energy, not less energy. We need major generation, not small generation. We need the all-the-above portfolio of coal, nuclear, and hydro. And if you look, go to the the EIA website and look at cost per kilowatt hour. The cost per kilowatt hour of generating electricity for the consumers is major generation. The low-cost provider is coal. So in reality, if we really want to help the middle class and the poor, we should encourage electricity generation by coal, nuclear, and hydro. And part of this debate is every time we talk about one of these major generating operations, we get an amendment against it. Hydro's not good enough. Definitely coal's not good enough. And then we go to these issues of, well, let's be more efficient. Let's do Energy Star. Let's do these things to help lower the cost to the individual, when the best thing to do is make
Would the
sure
gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I'm happy.
Are you discounting the value of energy efficiency? Don't you think that's a major?
I am
Yes.
promoting the benefit of major generation in this country, and that 60% of our electricity generation is generated by coal, nuclear, and hydro. And they continue to be attacked. So and I got attacked earlier by being ideological, but the ranking member was ideological on one of the amendment debates. So this is really a debate about, do you believe in baseload power, major generation, or do you believe in decentralized, individual, rooftop solar, energy efficiencies, which are more expensive? They're just more expensive. So if you really are concerned about the middle class and the poor, you'd be supportive of major generation. And with that, I yield back my time.
Chairman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seen none. The vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, all those opposed say no. Noes have it. Roll call is requested, is my understanding. Is that right? So it is. So the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Long. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Miss Eshue. Miss Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Miss Capps. Miss Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Dr. Burgess.
Dr. Burgess votes no.
Mr. Barton.
Mr. Barton votes no.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long votes no.
Mr. Kinzinger.
Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. McKinley votes no.
Walden.
Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy votes no.
Mr. Guthrie.
Mr. Guthrie votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 27 nays.
22 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. It's my understanding that we have 5 amendments to go and then the final, which should correspond, I hope, with votes on the floor. The next, Ms. Castor has an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the clerk will read the title of the bill, of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Castor, Florida, to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
The amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment comes at a perfect time because it follows on the debate we had on the previous amendment and what a few of my Republican colleagues have called for. And it's like so many of the Democratic amendments that have been offered today would improve energy resiliency and efficiency, help modernize America's energy policy, and bring energy systems, help bring energy systems into the 21st century. My amendment focuses on thermal energy and combined heat power. These are essential to a smart energy future for our country, but they are often overlooked components of our national energy supply. In the United States, up to 36% of the total energy produced is lost from power plants, industrial facilities, and buildings in the form of waste heat. My amendment will help industry, universities, hospitals, and others capture that waste heat and use renewables for heating, cooling, and power generation. Now, I want to read what is included in the definition of renewable in this amendment: biomass, geothermal, hydropower, landfill gas, municipal solid waste, ocean energy, organic waste, photosynthetic processes, photovoltaic energy, solar energy, and wind. So what this will do, it will help strengthen our ability to keep the lights on, keep buildings comfortable, and enable uninterrupted business operations. This is possible through combined heat and power and distributed energy systems whose overall resilience has been proven by their performance during national disasters. We've also heard testimony in the Energy and Power Subcommittee extensively on the importance in the future on these distributed, locally based energy systems. What my amendment proposes to do is help overcome the financing hurdles that will be key in implementing this highly efficient and resilient energy infrastructure. My amendment would establish an initiative to provide cost-shared funding for technical assistance for feasibility studies and engineering, and it would enable qualifying energy infrastructure projects to access lower interest debt financing through a loan guarantee program. What the folks who have looked at this approach say is that industrial competitiveness will be enhanced because these businesses will be able to develop new revenue streams. It will help communities, universities, and others reduce energy costs, reduce emissions, and enhance energy supply resiliency. And I have to say, coming from the state of Florida, where we've been fortunate not to have been hit by a major hurricane in the last 10 years, we know it's just a matter of time, unfortunately, and we do have a storm intensifying in the Atlantic Ocean right now. Severe weather is now the leading cause of power outages in this country. So we've got to plan ahead. We've got to be smarter. And according to a joint DOE and EPA joint study, roughly 65 gigawatts of technical potential remain in the nation's hospitals, universities, wastewater treatment plants, and other critical infrastructure. My amendment will help to reduce the upfront capital cost of installing these locally based energy efficient systems. These systems have proven themselves to supply electricity during grid outages resulting from extreme weather. And during Hurricane Sandy, those with these systems, such as hospitals and universities, were able to keep the lights on and actually had heat and water in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy. So I respectfully request that the committee think towards the future, think with an eye towards the future. Take this modest but very important step to help unleash the innovation we have in America. We know how to do this. We can do this. Let's give our businesses, our universities, hospitals a fighting chance here. Help them save some money at the same time, and I'll urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you. I'm happy to yield my remaining time.
Thank you very much. I just want to give a shout out. I happen to be at UC San Diego, and they actually have somebody on campus who's a retired businessman who they put in charge of trying to get them to change their energy footprint and where they're getting their energy. So little shout out to all of my colleagues during the winter. Maybe you want to make your way out to La Jolla and go check it out, you know, and see what they're doing over there. And they're doing every kind of energy you can think of. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Gentlelady's time has expired. Strike the last word for me. Let me just say, is we understand that the amendment would establish a new DOE loan program to support distributed generation. We see this as a little bit too broad. Locally grown energy may make sense in some circumstances, but maybe not in others. There are often economic reasons to use non-local energy sources and to use them on a larger scale than distributed generation. But I would also note that the provision is duplicative of other DOE programs, as well as tax incentives and state programs that encourage the use of distributed renewable energy. So as circumstances change across the country and regions, states should decide whether or not how they're going to use or encourage distributed generation. We also don't have a price tag on this, so we don't know what the cost of that amendment is. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. And with that, I yield back. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote occurs. Roll call is, let me just, gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just take a second. This is just another Solyndra, and the taxpayers already spent hundreds of millions of dollars, and I urge a no vote.
Since time has expired. Roll call vote is asked for on the Castor Amendment. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Miss Eshoo. Miss Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Miss Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack? Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader? Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton?
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Mrs. McMorris Rogers votes no.
Mr.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Walden.
Mr. Walden votes no.
Dr. Burgess.
Dr. Burgess votes no.
Dr. Murphy.
Dr. Murphy votes no.
Any other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Barton. That's you need. What's
Mr.
your
Barton
Fitbit
votes
say?
no.
You got one. Did Mr. Welch vote? Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, he did. Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally. Votes have just started on the House floor.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 27 nays.
22 ayes, 27 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Really? Ms. Eshoo has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is, the amendment is Eshoo 22, I believe. Mm-hmm.
Amendment offered by Ms. Eshoo of California to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. And staff will distribute the amendment. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everyone is just dying to hear about another amendment, but I'll be as brief as possible. This one makes a very simple change to existing law.
If the gentlelady will suspend,
yes,
we'll accept the amendment.
Isn't that wonderful? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bye-bye.
Without objection, the gentlelady's time has expired. The vote occurs on the Eshoo amendment. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Without the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Mr. Welch has the amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the title. Gentleman is not
Sir,
so lucky.
is the title Welch underscore 058?
I believe it is.
5-8.
Amendment offered by Mr. Welch.
Then will be
Vermont,
considered as
to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
considered as read. Staff will distribute the amendment. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Let me give a little history and talk to...
No, we don't want history. Just go straight to today. Do the now.
Show him a little love. Here he's a little love.
Mr. Chairman, I call this committee to order.
This looks like such a simple amendment. It's like one
Well,
line, but
here's
it's probably not okay.
This is obviously this is important. Section 433 was a part of energy legislation that was advanced by our previous chair, Mr. Waxman. And the goal of that legislation in the 2007 energy bill was to require federal buildings and majorly renovated federal buildings to become fossil fuel free by 2030. There have been, as a supporter of 433, Mr. Shimkus, speaking for myself, there have been problems with the implementation. And in fact, our colleagues in the Senate passed some provisions that are very similar to what Mr. Whitfield has in this bill that are constructive. But what we don't have in this bill are some additional provisions that were authored by Mr. McKinley and me in the SAVE Act, which could have been part of a substitute, which would have the effect of actually significantly increasing the energy efficiency of our federal buildings. One of the challenges in this bill is that the mutual understanding that we have that energy efficiency has to be a major part of our energy policy, whether you're advocating for nuclear, whether you're advocating for coal, whether you're advocating for renewables. The less you use, the better we're all going to be. And there have been major initiatives by many on both sides of the aisle to try to double down on energy efficiency. And in my view, we're falling short in this legislation from what we could achieve together on energy efficiency. So the strike-all would, in the nature of a substitute, would incorporate provisions that are included in the bill that Mr. McKinley and I sponsored, called the SAVE Act, and that actually had bipartisan origination with Mr. King and with Mr. Perlmutter, and it would, according to analysis by ACEEE, the compromise language would result in over 5 times the carbon savings compared to Section 433 on its own. And here's the money part, would lead to $11 billion more in consumer savings and save significantly more energy. That was language that was included in the McKinley-Welch package. So the goal here, in the nature of a substitute, is to acknowledge that there are some problems with the Section 433 that is a legacy issue for Mr. Waxman, but to try to make certain that the goal that was attempted to be achieved in that section is actually achieved and then some with very practical ways to proceed. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the basis of this. I don't know if there's an opportunity between now and the bringing up of this bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
Progress. I do yield to Mr. Whitfield.
Well, first of all, you know, the language that's in here is the language that you and I had worked on,
right,
Mr. Welch, and it's in the Senate. And I can tell you, some of us feel very strongly about this 433 provision, which prohibits in federal buildings new and modified after 2030 any fossil fuel. And when everyone's talking about an all-of-the-above policy, that all-of-the-above energy policy, that prohibits fossil fuels. But because you and I have worked on this issue and the language is in here that you and I have talked about, Mr. Chairman, I would like to keep this language in here, but work with Mr. Welch, and when we go to the floor, see if we can. I'm just not really aware of all the details of what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to sit down with you and move forward. And
reclaiming my time, I'd welcome that opportunity, because there are, those of us who supported 433 have to acknowledge there have been implementation issues in addition to the issue that is of concern to you. But with the language in the SAVE Act, if we have a chance to incorporate that, I actually think that the proponents of 433 could see that without that provision, we actually can achieve the carbon savings and monetary savings that really energy efficiency is ultimately all about, as opposed to which fuel source it is.
Sounds like a withdrawal.
Am I withdrawing this? No.
No?
Am I? I'd be willing to withdraw it, yeah.
Without objection.
With the assurance that I'm going to work with Mr. Whitfield, yeah.
Mr. Whitfield's good to his word. The gentleman withdraws his amendment. I would note that there are 2 votes on the House floor, 7.5 minutes remaining, so we will recess with really 2 amendments remaining, as I understand it, Ms. Chakowski and Mr. Pallone, and we'll come back shortly after the the second vote. Stands in recess. Get started again. So are there further amendments to the bill? Gentlelady from Illinois has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the title of the amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment offered by Ms. Chakowski to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8.
Amendment will be considered as read. Staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike Section 4125 of the bill, which undermines the Energy Star program, the savings for consumers, and takes away current consumer rights. I'd like to read from Consumers Union report on this. The publisher of Consumer Reports, a very respected and impartial consumer organization. It says the Energy Star program has improved enormously over the past several years. Independent testing, more robust audits, and more frequently updated standards have provided consumers with a better value for Energy Star appliances and electronics. However, Section 4125 threatens to erode the improvements by limiting accountability for appliance manufacturers to accurately label the efficiency of their products. Consumers rely on the Energy Star label to save energy and money, and manufacturers benefit from the voluntary program through product differentiation and price premiums. Consumers often pay more for Energy Star appliances because of their low operating costs and high quality. The Energy Star label is widely marketed to consumers looking for these attributes. When a consumer relies on the Energy Star label to purchase a product that is later disqualified from the program for using more energy than the Energy Star label indicate, the consumer currently has a right to recover the costs incurred from this misrepresentation. Section 4125 of H.R. 8 takes that right away. When it disqualifies an Energy Star product, EPA can provide redress or compensation from consumers who bought the product. But this process is not codified, and it is between EPA and the manufacturer. There is no consumer representation. However, rather than improving the Energy Star program or consumer representation in the EPA process, Section 4125 simply takes away the consumer's right to redress and insulates manufacturers who made disqualified products from liability. If implemented, this provision sends a message to consumers that if they rely on the Energy Star label and pay more for a product that is later found to be mislabeled and disqualified and results in higher energy bills, it is the consumer who would be stuck with the higher costs. This is not, that's a quote from Consumers Union, this is not hypothetical. Samsung, LG, and Whirlpool, among others, have falsely claimed that specific products meet Energy Star specifications. Consumers have mobilized to be compensated for the false claims. They should have that right. Allowing consumers to pursue legal action would deter manufacturers from making false claims and incentivize the removal of those products from the market. Some manufacturers have claimed that they will stop participating in the Energy Star program if this provision isn't included in the bill. And I think that's fine. Let them. The manufacturers that honor their Energy Star claims will keep selling those products on the market, and companies that would defraud customers will remove their products, and that's what we want. I'd like to just give an analogy. We have seen now that Volkswagen made false claims about their automobiles, promised high performance and low emissions, but did not deliver, obviously, and probably in a fraudulent way. Those cars are not worth what they were paid for, and consumers have every right to seek a full rebate for the purchase price of their vehicles. At least they should be able to pursue breach of warranty claims against Volkswagen. Section 4125 of this bill would prevent consumers from pursuing breach of warranty claims against products that inaccurately claim Energy Star compliance, and I believe that is equivalent to preventing Volkswagen drivers from seeking redress. In both cases, consumers are tricked into purchasing a product that wrongfully claims to be energy efficient. Some may argue that there is a process built into the legislation or into the EPA or into the DOE, but it is not a process that actually involves consumers and their particular complaints. So I would urge my colleagues to keep the rights that consumers have right now and not limit them, and support my amendment that would eliminate the provision that limits rights. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And if I may speak in opposition to the lady's amendment, the Energy Star program has been and is a highly successful and voluntary program that benefits consumers, manufacturers, and the federal government. There's a win-win-win. The program was designed to be low cost, low compliance to incentivize participation by manufacturers. The cost associated with the class action lawsuit litigation has that ability to overshadow the compliance and the participation costs for the entire program for a manufacturer. Once it occurs, it's possible that manufacturers may, and again, I'm not saying that they would, but there's some that might pull out of the program totally, and that would hurt the consumer out there, because we want to have as much participation as possible to make this a very, very successful program. So there could be very much a chilling effect out there. The language does not, as some believe, prevent a lawsuit for any reason regarding a product. It just requires the suit be filed before a product is qualified from the Energy Star program. The language was developed with a cross-section of interests, including efficiency and consumer advocates, manufacturers, and the EPA. The EPA process can be done more efficiently compared to lengthy legal proceedings, which can take years, and I believe that consumers would prefer the EPA disqualification process over a class action litigation. The EPA, I believe, is best positioned to weigh the manufacturer responsibility in a disqualification. In the EPA disqualification process, the entire reimbursement goes to the consumer versus a legal proceeding where the legal fees get eat up in large portions and because of that lawsuit. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Mr. Welch, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. And first of all, I want to acknowledge that the amendment is being offered by the person in this Congress that I regard as the foremost consumer advocate. And I have enormous appreciation for her leadership on the rights of consumers. The reason I'm opposing this is because Mr. Latta and I have offered a provision that does two things, in my view. Number one, it protects and enhances the Energy Star program. The legislation we proposed has enormous support from the energy efficiency community because this is a program that has worked. Secondly, this is not a proposal that will deny remedies. It provides an alternative remedy when there is an injury. And the question for us is not how do you not protect consumers, it's what's a practical way to do that for the benefit of consumers and for energy efficiency. Some of the things, Ms. Schakowsky, that you said I think are not at all the case here. This has nothing to do with Volkswagen. Volkswagen can be sued and should be sued, and I hope they are sued, and they probably will be. This is limited to the Energy Star program, where folks are buying a toaster, they're buying a TV, that manufacturers want to get that Energy Star rating, as you mentioned, because that helps them sell it. And the process that's in place now, if there is independent testing, and there used to be industry testing, but now we have independent testing by the DOE and the EPA. And with that independent testing, as Energy Star advanced, there were some findings that the ratings that were advertised were not being met. And then there is a remedy now in law that allows EPA and DOE to impose penalties for remediation, including the return of some money. Now, the amount of money that's involved in this as an injured consumer, I buy a toaster, I buy a TV, and I don't get the full benefit. It's like $4 or $5 a month. It's very small. So, yes, you can sue and get that cash, but basically in that class action lawsuit, it is going to be significant expense to the manufacturers. And when there's a situation where the manufacturer's product doesn't live up, it's not, whatever it is, the goal here is energy efficiency, and the goal is remedy for the injured party, the consumer. So the test for me, and this is why I work with Mr. Latta, is that we're giving power to, or there is power for the DOE and the EPA, who've been vigilant on this, to actually enforce it for the benefit of the integrity of the Energy Star standard and for the benefit of the consumer. And where the amount of monetary damage to the consumer is so small in general on these appliances, it really occurs to me that it's a reasonable remedy that protects both the program and the rights of consumers. The right to sue, by the way, is retained. If the manufacturer doesn't want to participate in the program or doesn't want to comply with the requirements of the EPA or the Department of Energy, then they can be subject to a lawsuit. So the question, I think, for us is, number one, is this provision in the Latta-Welch bill good for the integrity of the Energy Star program? And B, is there a remedy that's reasonable and practical that will require compliance with the standard established and provide remedy, including monetary relief, for an injured consumer? And my conclusion, as a person who's been a strong pro-consumer supporter, is that there is. And I want to have an Energy Star program that works and doesn't have constraints on it because of the very real-world expenses associated with significant class action litigation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to yield to my colleague. The gentleman says that this remedy that now exists, that currently exists, so it's being taken away, that other remedies are more successful, and beyond that, that we're only talking about not expensive products. Not expensive, perhaps, to an individual, but to a company that wants to cheat and misrepresent itself as having met Energy Star specifications. It could be worth a lot of money. Now, companies that say, if this current right that exists, I'm not adding a new right of private action, this is what already consumers have, it's being taken away, saying if consumers are given this right, that they may not want to be part of the program anymore, it's hard to understand. If they are making a claim that this is an energy efficient product, that it has met the standards, that later it is found not to be true, it seems to me that the good guys would want to be able to keep all the remedies in place for the credibility of the brand, of their personal brand, Whirlpool, for example, or for the Energy Star brand, for which they may be charging higher prices. Maybe not the cost of a Volkswagen, but you add up millions of consumers that may buy a product and are being defrauded by believing that that product is more energy efficient. Why would we want to take away remedies? I think that I would yield back, but say that you've claimed that there is a remedy that would be more efficient. Consumer organizations are saying not so. Manufacturers of these products who stand to gain by taking away this right are saying that they want it taken away. So I don't know. Self-interest there, I think, is really different. Consumers want it. The manufacturers don't, and so a piece of legislation is written to protect the manufacturers more. I think that we're here to protect consumers and do it in a way that they are already protected. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from California yields back. Time. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. The gentlelady asks for a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. No. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Members wishing, Mr. Lance.
Mr. Lance votes no.
Ms. Kathy McMorris-Rogers.
Mrs. McMorris-Rogers votes no.
Mr. Barton.
Mr. Barton votes no.
Mr. Walden.
Mr. Walden votes no.
Other members wishing, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 30 nays.
21 ayes, 30 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. As the amendment at the desk, the clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 8.
Amendment will be considered as read. Staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been 8 years since the Congress passed a major energy bill. Regrettably, in that time, Congress has failed to pass legislation to tackle climate change head-on. In fact, we spent an embarrassing amount of time arguing about the simple existence of climate change. Energy and climate change are inexorably linked. Each are a facet of the other. Energy is the source of 84% of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, and any energy bill has a large impact on the direction of energy investment. To that end, it's critical that legislation focused on developing U.S. energy policy move the country on the right path by helping to reduce carbon pollution and not to increase it. It's imperative that U.S. energy policy promote clean forms of energy and help make all energy use more efficient. A necessary step to understanding its potential impact on emissions is to have the energy bill scored before it's brought to the House floor. And my amendment would do just that. The energy bill, once passed out of committee, would be submitted to the Energy Information Agency, who would determine the overall short and long-term impacts of the bill on U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, the climate pollution score. The bill should not be brought to the floor until such an analysis is complete. At a minimum, we should know how much carbon pollution would result from the provisions of this bill before it takes effect. And members should not be asked to vote for an energy package before they get the full story about the bill's overall impact on climate change. The members of the House and the American people have a right to know if we're helping to address climate change or making the problem worse, and this amendment will give them the answer. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would provide that the bill should not take effect until the Energy Information Administration has done a study and prepared a report on the carbon impacts of the provision. As I had stated earlier, there hasn't been any administration in recent memory more focused on climate change, carbon emissions than the Obama administration. There are 67 separate government programs that deal with this issue. This amendment, in effect, would delay implementation of the bill indefinitely and appears to be a diversion in our trying to address the issues of reliability and affordability. The focus of this bill is simply to modernize our energy infrastructure and ensure access to affordable, reliable energy and to help promote a strong economy. And so, because of that, I would respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge that we not adopt his amendment. And I'd be happy to yield.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the founding fathers of this great nation created 3 branches of government. And whereas my friend, and I do mean my friend from Kentucky, keeps alluding to what the executive branch is doing, I don't think that gives us the comfort to abdicate our responsibilities as a legislative branch. So I don't, first of all, I don't agree that all this activity is focused on the executive branch, but I certainly don't want to yield my responsibilities as a legislator to deal with issues that are facing the American people. Mr. Chairman, the 800-pound gorilla that is in this committee room has been here all day that really we have failed to address adequately and failed to discuss is climate change, the issue of climate change. And Mr. Chairman, there are so many reasons why we have to consider climate change, and I am in support of my friend from New Jersey's amendment. There's no doubt that the levels of heat-trapping carbon pollution in the atmosphere are rising. The Pope said it last week. We've said it continuously. The world is getting warmer as a result of this carbon pollution. Carbon dioxide levels are rising steadily each year. And in 2013, they exceeded 400 parts per million for the first time in millions of years. Temperature increases are tracking the carbon increases. With the exception of 1998, the 10 warmest years in recorded history all have occurred since the year 2000. The 14 warmest years in recorded history have all come in the last 16 years. Mr. Chairman, snowpack is a key source of drinking water, hydropower, and irrigation for millions of people in the West, but a warmer climate is threatening snowpack in many areas. Snowpack melts are as much as 4 weeks earlier than in previous decades. Earlier snowpack, or snowmelt rather, produces floods and then lower river volumes, which exacerbates the effects of summer droughts and leads to drier forests that are more susceptible to wildfire. Mr. Chairman, as the earth is warming, our glaciers are melting. The world's glaciers have lost ice each year for the past 23 years, and the rate of shrinkage has been accelerating over the past decade. Some glaciers in the North Cascade Mountains have totally disappeared. Of the 150 glaciers present in Glacier National Park in 1910, only 25 large glaciers remain in 2010. Climate change is driving more frequent, larger, and intense wildfires. The average number of wildfires over the past year has doubled. Mr. Chairman, as the planet warms, heat waves are getting worse and threatening human health. Death rate is increasing by 4% during heat waves. I remember the heat wave of 1995, where in my city, 700 people died, more people died than would be typical in that period. Climate change, Mr. Chairman, is already increasing disease in our great nation. Cases of Lyme diseases have doubled since 1991, in part because of a warmer climate that has expanded the area where ticks can live. Climate change is extending the allergy season, leading to more hay fever and asthma attacks, especially in those who are most vulnerable, the children and the elderly. Over a quarter of Americans are sensitive to ragweed pollen. Wildfires have increased. Mr. Chairman, let us speak to the elephant, to the gorilla in this room. We cannot ignore climate change. Climate change is a reality. The Pope said it. I saw members on the other side standing up, giving him a rousing ovation when he mentioned climate change. Let's get to the business of doing something about it, and let's not just applaud the Pope. Let's do something and obey the Pope.
Gentleman's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak for a brief time in support of the Plone Amendment as well. As policymakers, we have a responsibility to create policies that advance the best interests of current as well as future generations. And this means ensuring that we have access to secure, affordable energy, but also ensuring we do everything we can to minimize the harmful impacts that using that energy has on human health and the environment. It's clear that we will continue depending on fossil fuels to meet our energy needs for quite some time, but it's also clear that this dependence is harming public health as well as our economy. So we have no choice but to aggressively pursue cleaner, more sustainable sources of energy. Sadly, this bill focuses almost exclusively on fossil fuel development, does nothing to advance solar, wind, or other renewable energy sources. Furthermore, this bill fails to address or even consider the climate impacts of our continued dependence on fossil fuel. The power sector is the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions that are driving climate change, and the impacts of climate change being felt today are already being felt today, and they're only going to get worse. We are already seeing changing climate patterns with more extreme temperatures. I know this has been said already. I just want to underscore that we're in the midst of an unprecedented drought in my state, and we have flooding in other states and increased uncertainty. These changes are making it harder to plan for agriculture and food production. They increase wildfire risk, and they cost our economy billions of dollars. Warmer temperatures are leading to more frequent and widespread harmful algal blooms in both fresh and saltwater systems. Melting land ice and warmer ocean temperatures contribute to sea level rise, which is already threatening our coasts, let alone the island nations of the world. And our oceans are becoming more acidic as they absorb the excess carbon dioxide we're pumping into the atmosphere. This is especially prevalent in coastal communities and has wide-ranging, devastating impacts on our fisheries and our coastal economies. It would be naive to think that we're going to stop burning fossil fuels tomorrow, but it's also naive to advance legislation that doubles down on fossil fuels while doing nothing to advance clean energy sources or address climate change impacts. This amendment would ensure that the climate impacts of this bill are at least studied and understood before the bill takes effect. I urge my colleagues to support this Pallone amendment, and I'll yield to my colleague, Mr. McNerney.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Climate change is progressing. It's pretty obvious. To deny it is to deny the obvious. Hey, we score bills for budget. Why don't we start scoring all our bills for climate change, for carbon emissions? Establish a carbon emission budget for each bill that we pass. Thank you. I yield back to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Yeah, just to add a little balance in this, and I know we're being quick. We know that the public policy debate on what should be the criteria of pollutants was debated in the Clean Air Act, and they were nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter, and mercury. We know that this debate on quote-unquote carbon pollution is a result of a Supreme Court ruling that then empowered the EPA based upon a false premise of a harm to human health. So just because we say it's not necessarily so. Carbon dioxide is what we exhale. And to define that as a pollutant is just, that's why obviously it's not part of our debate, and we're glad it's not in the amendment, and I ask people to defeat the Pallone Amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing none. The roll call has been asked, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. No. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes no. Mr. Shimkiss. Mr. Shimkiss votes no. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes no. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. No. Mr. Long votes no. Mrs. Elmers. No. Mrs. Elmers votes no. Mr. Bouchon. No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshue. Ms. Eshue votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. Gett. Ms. Gett votes aye. Ms. Capps. Ms. Capps votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Chairman Upton.
Votes no.
Chairman Upton votes no.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Dr. Burgess.
Dr. Burgess votes no.
Kathy McMorris Rogers. Mrs.
McMorris Rogers votes no.
Mr. Rush.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Mullen. No. Yeah.
Mr. Mullen votes no.
Yeah. Mr. Mullen votes no. I sound just like him. He's got that Midwestern. And don't steal our water. Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 29 nays.
Wait, 23 ayes, 29 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. So if there's no, okay. So are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Yeah, no. And all those opposed say no. Yeah, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to, which means we now go to the question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 8 as amended to the House. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Roll call is asked for. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Aye. Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Lotta. Mr. Lotta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mrs. McMorris Rogers votes aye. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes aye. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush. Miss Eshue. Miss Eshue votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Mrs. Capps. Ms. Capps votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Chairman Upton.
Votes aye.
Chairman Upton votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Mr. Rush.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Other members wishing to cast a vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report the tally.
I got to ask for this minority.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 32 ayes and 20 nays.
32 ayes, 20 nays. 20 nays. The bill as amended is passed, and we'll do the days to do corrections, etc. After the end of the three bills that we're doing. So, thank you. The chair now calls up H.R. 3242 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3242, to require special packaging for liquid nicotine containers and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. Are there any bipartisan amendments to the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on favorably reporting. Yeah, this is the nicotine bill. Okay. Strike the last word. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am supporting the bill, but I just wanted to mention, now that we're considering it, H.R. 1375 would require liquid nicotine containers to be childproof, enforced by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Poisoning by liquid nicotine is on the rise, and Representative Esty should be commended for her efforts to raise awareness of this issue. Childproofing is...
Suspend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Childproofing is a must as the public health threats from nicotine exposure is rising. Just today, it was reported that 33 state attorney generals and 40 public health organizations are calling on the Food and Drug Administration to require child-resistant packaging for liquid nicotine products. And the FDA already has noticed its intent to require childproof packaging, and FDA's authority to do so is clear. Therefore, if this bill becomes law, I strongly encourage the CPSC and the FDA to coordinate on this matter and obviously urge support for the bill. Thank you.
Chairman yields back. Chair would recognize, strike the last word, Ms. Brooks from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night I mentioned how grateful I am to have worked with Ms. Esty from Connecticut for helping spearhead this effort and help us craft this bill that will protect children for generations to come. Advancing the Child Nicotine Poisoning Prevention Act will demonstrate to the country just how concerned we are about the dangers faced by children today. The bill deals with a real problem we have today. E-cigarette use has exploded in recent years, with 10% of American adults now vaping and 70% of users starting in the last year alone. While I understand there's much debate around the health effects of vaping itself, what isn't in question is the harm the liquid tobacco that these e-cigarettes use is doing to children who are accidentally exposed to it. Because e-cigarettes are relatively new, many people aren't aware of the dangers or the steps that need to be taken to protect their children. A recent study found that 36% of e-cigarette users did not lock up the bottles of liquid nicotine and did not use child-proof caps. Unfortunately, most don't know that a single teaspoon of this liquid can be deadly to a child if it is either ingested or absorbed through the skin. And the problem's multiplied by the fact that this liquid, if you aren't aware, comes in bright packages that are attractive to kids in familiar flavors like bubble gum or a grape or a root beer. And so it's no wonder that e-cigarette exposure has increasingly become a health risk. So last week, I had the opportunity to visit the Indiana Poison Control Center, where they shared with me that exposures to e-cigarettes alone have increased eightfold from 2011 to 2014. Now, poison centers all across the country are extremely frustrated, and they are calling, I believe, for this type of solution. And I believe this act is this type of solution. What it will do is essentially just put a child-proof safety cap issue before the manufacturers. We must shield our children from hazardous products. To the ranking member's point, I know that the FDA plans to also regulate in this space, and some are worried about the overlapping regulations this bill might impose. But I'm hopeful that the savings clause at the end of the bill will allay the fears of those skeptics, since it explicitly allows the FDA to continue their regulatory authority. More importantly, the FDA hasn't yet produced a proposed rule yet or finalized their deeming regulations. Once they do, it may take over a year for them to be finalized and enforceable. And this is a problem right now. There have been 67 cases of e-cigarette exposure in Indiana this year alone. So let's solve the problem right now by simply extending existing law to this new product. And at this point, I yield back and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Seeing gentlelady from Illinois. Strike the last word.
First, I wasn't.
If I could strike the last word, I just want to say thank you to the Congresswoman for this legislation. I know it's a bipartisan bill. She worked with Congresswoman Esty. This is so important, and it's an opportunity for all of us today to do something good for our kids. So thank you very much.
Gentlelady yields back. The question now occurs on favorably reporting H.R. 3242 to the House. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. They have it, and the bill is favorably reported. The Chair now calls up the committee print of proposed matters for inclusion in reconciliation recommendations and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print. The Committee on Energy and Commerce submits the following recommendations to the Committee on the Budget pursuant to Section 2002A2 of S-Con Res 11.
Without objection, the first reading of the committee print is dispensed with and will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Are there any bipartisan amendments to the committee print? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the committee print? Seeing none, I can strike the last word. Gentleman from New Jersey asked to strike the last word, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today it seems that Republicans are using the reconciliation process at yet another, I think there are 61 attempts now, at repealing the ACA. And let's be clear, gutting the Prevention and Public Health Fund, cutting Planned Parenthood, which is the trusted provider for many of our 13.2 million new Medicaid enrollees, that is gutting the Affordable Care Act for the political gain of Republicans. I don't see much difference between that and the other 60 attempts at rolling back the Affordable Care Act that we've had over the last 5 years. And here's the thing. People like their coverage. In 2014, in a survey by the Commonwealth Fund, 78% of newly insured consumers in the marketplace, including 74% of Republicans, expressed satisfaction with their coverage. The ACA is good for taxpayers, too. Taxpayers have saved $116 billion through improvements in Medicare health delivery under the Affordable Care Act. 50,000 lives and $12 billion have been saved due to a 17% reduction in hospital-acquired conditions such as infections from 2010 to 2013 under the ACA, and $19.2 billion has been recovered for taxpayers from stepped-up anti-fraud efforts in Medicare and other health programs under the ACA. So I'm disappointed that after all of this committee's bipartisan success, whether repealing the flawed SGR or advancing 21st century cures, we would go back to partisan politics using the ACA as a political football. Whether it's this committee, Ways and Means, Ed and Labor, all the reconciliation bills put forth by the Republicans have one thing in common. They all got the largest expansion of health care in this country in 50 years. The ACA is the law of the land, and it has become a part of the fabric of our health care system. The majority of Americans agree the partisanship needs to stop. The ACA is working. No bill is perfect, and we should fix what needs fixing, but move forward with the governing of this nation. Now, as far as Planned Parenthood, over the last couple of weeks, Republicans have said to the public that defunding Planned Parenthood is no big deal. They say they aren't removing access to care because they'll put that money into the community health centers. I just want to clarify to my GOP colleagues and to the public, money for health care is always great, and Democrats would wholeheartedly support more funding for health care. But this debate has nothing to do with providing more funding for community health centers. In fact, you're fooling no one, because the fact is your actions impact access to care. Your intentions are not to provide this access elsewhere. Your intention is to terminate Planned Parenthood and any other provider that offers women access to comprehensive health care, including their right to an abortion. Let's be clear. There are not enough providers at community health centers with not enough hours in the day to add more than 4 million new patients to their workload, money or no money. And in case the Republicans haven't noticed, we've got a severe shortage of doctors, especially gynecologists and primary care doctors. So saying this legislation has no impact on access to care is absolutely ludicrous. Planned Parenthood provides critical service to millions of individuals throughout the country. The impact of this bill hits women nationwide. Approximately 1 in 5 American women have received care at a Planned Parenthood health center in her lifetime. Approximately 2.7 million patients visit a Planned Parenthood health center each year. At least 60% of people served by Planned Parenthood receive benefits through public health coverage programs, including Medicaid and Title X. At least 78% of patients served by Planned Parenthood each year have incomes of 150% of the poverty level or less. And each year, Planned Parenthood offers preventative services to millions of women to screen for cancer and sexually transmitted infections and to prevent unintended pregnancies. More than 90% of services provided by Planned Parenthood health centers are preventive, including primary care services such as contraceptives, sexually transmitted infection testing and treatment, and cervical and breast cancer screenings. 80% of the patients served by Planned Parenthood receive services to prevent unintended pregnancies. This is a discriminatory bill. Planned Parenthood health centers are nonprofit health care centers that receive reimbursements for providing preventive health services just like those that other health care providers receive. And Planned Parenthood's national office and affiliates also receive funding from private sources. Of the 2.7 million Americans served by Planned Parenthood in a year, 1.5 million of these patients receive services through Title X, the nation's family planning program. I reject this legislation, Mr. Chairman. It's nothing but a political farce that the majority of Americans do not support. We've done some great things together on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Let's get back to the real work we all want to do and leave this type of political grandstanding behind us. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There are other members wishing to strike the last word. Mr. Green is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. We shouldn't be using our committee to elevate this agenda, extremist agenda, to deny women access to critical health care options. The committee should not be used to level baseless and politicized attacks on Planned Parenthood and take us to the brink of a government shutdown. Earlier this week, all the Democratic committee members joined in a letter to both Chairman Upton, Pitts, and Murphy to request that they stop using this committee as a platform to advance their extremist agenda. On July 14, 2015, this committee launched an investigation into allegations that Planned Parenthood was engaged in the sale of fetal tissue for profit based on one heavily edited video released by the Center for Medical Progress. To date, as documented by the Democratic staff memo, there's no evidence that Planned Parenthood violated the law. In contrast, the committee has received substantial evidence indicated that both short videos and the longer full footage videos released
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshu, first. She had her hand. Sorry, Lois.
Long, that I think that as members have walked to the floor to cast their votes and their voices to demolish the Affordable Care Act, I don't know, is it 65 times, 55 times? I think the American people deserve better than that. In fact, they got a lot better when they became insured as a result of it. And the facts keep rolling in, but our colleagues, sadly, on the other side of the aisle, don't want to accept the facts. So now we have a new boogeyman. We have Planned Parenthood. In my congressional district, David Packard and Bill Hewlett, two of the most respected citizens of our country, Republicans, chaired Planned Parenthood. It shows how far the sad journey that the Republican Party has embarked upon. You are so far away from that model. You don't understand or want to understand that Planned Parenthood takes very good care of people. It's an essential health care provider. We can always debate abortion, and I think it always will be debated. But you know what's really disturbing to me is that in this ban, you who talk so consistently about giving the American people a choice, you're denying hundreds of thousands of women the choice in their insurance policy through Medicaid. You know, women have complicated bodies, and they deserve, I don't care where they live, how much money they have, or how poor they are, they deserve to have these services. They're very different than what most males undergo. And I'm sick and tired of having women's bodies picked apart, not by doctors, but by politicians. So here we are now on another march to folly. The Republicans want to destroy Planned Parenthood. I think this is so wrong-headed. I think it's unfair. I think it's unwarranted. And I think that it's based on a house of cards. Because what brought this subject front and center had fake actors, false addresses, false driver's licenses, and you could go on and on. Now, are people entitled to oppose abortion? Of course they are. We live in a democracy. But for the Congress, for the United States House of Representatives, to take this issue and essentially create an altar to place it on and say, we are going to put all stakes on this. We're even willing to shut down the most important government in the world over Planned Parenthood. I think that mental health services are needed around here. I mean, this is not the right thing for us to be doing. I respect my colleagues that don't agree with me on the issue of abortion. I respect your opinion on that, and even if you don't respect mine. But to go down the path that we're going down, and then to see that hearing on TV last night, this is not going to accrue as a source of pride to anyone that's involved in it. So I couldn't oppose this more. I think it's very sad, I think it's wrong, and I think it's unfair.
Gentleman's lady's time is expired. I would note that votes have been called on the floor. We are going to have 3 votes. So may I just have a show of hands on how many folks are going to really want to speak? Because we're going to have to come back after votes then. Let me recognize Mr. Barton for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we just love you. That's why we like to be here. Whether we're debating or just acting, we like to be in the committee. You know, it's a nice venue. I'm not going to speak the full 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. I want to just kind of explain what we're doing here. The House and the Senate don't have to do reconciliation, but when we do, it is to reform, change entitlement programs, and because of the rules, you get an instruction and then you report your bill, if you report a bill, to the Budget Committee, and then they package it and send it to the floor where I believe there's an up or down vote with no amendments. Our instructions were to save $1 billion, and we have chosen to do that by ending one of the programs within the Affordable Care Act that scores, I believe, about $12 billion. Which is more than the budget request, budget instruction, but I think that would be a worthwhile thing to do. So I'm going to support the reconciliation bill on final passage. With respect to Planned Parenthood, Republicans support women's health services. Republicans support family planning. Most Republicans don't support abortion. I don't support abortion. And most Republicans don't support the practice that Planned Parenthood has engaged in of taking the parts of the aborted babies and selling them. I personally think that's abhorrent. I don't think it should be even condoned. I don't think it should be allowed, and I think we should prevent it. The advocates for Planned Parenthood that have testified in other committees and in this committee have basically defended that practice. And they have the right to defend it, but that doesn't make it right that it is done. Planned Parenthood is a private organization. They are not entitled automatically to federal funding. The bill before us doesn't specifically defund Planned Parenthood, but in reality it would. We need to acknowledge that. But those funds will be reprogrammed to other organizations that don't conduct the practices that Planned Parenthood does. Honorable people can disagree about whether that's a good practice or a bad practice, but it is certainly within the rights of the Congress and of this committee to defund something that the majority of the committee disagrees with. And that's what the bill before us does, so that's why I support it. I'll yield to anybody, or I'll yield back to the chair.
Could you yield to me a second?
I would yield to the ranking minority member who serves with distinction in his position.
The problem that I have, though, I mean, I understand what you're saying, which is that, you know, the majority can always decide no one has a right to federal funds. But, you know, under Medicaid, which is a big part of what we're talking about here historically, we've operated under the principle of any willing provider. In other words, if you can perform the services and you are certified that you can perform, you know, healthcare services, and I'm not talking about abortion, then the individual has a choice, because we operate under the principle under Medicaid of any willing provider. Once you say that, okay, we're not going to allow a provider because they also separately and not with federal funds, you know, do abortions, now you start to get into breaking down the system of any willing provider. What would stop us then if the majority figured, okay, we didn't want Catholic hospitals to you know, take patients under Medicaid, or Jewish hospitals, or you know,
with reclaiming my time.
Well, I'm just trying to point out that if you break the principle and you say that we can decide for some reason that we're going to break the principle of any willing provider, you can do it for anything.
Reclaiming my time.
Sure.
We can have a disagreement about what a private entity does or does not do, but it is a basic fact that no private entity is entitled to federal funding. Planned Parenthood is a private entity. They knowingly and willfully have supported a practice that I believe even on the minority side, at least in private, a large number of members don't support. And, you know, if you disagree with the practice and you're not entitled to federal funding, you ought to be able to deny funding for that practice to providers of that practice. With that, my time's expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. I know we have a number of members that want to speak. We have 9 minutes, 8 minutes left in the first of 3 votes. So we'll come back immediately following the votes. We'll recess and we'll continue the discussion, knowing that at the end of the process there will be a recorded vote on the output. But we'll start with the striking the last word as soon as we get back.
Permission to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planned Parenthood. It appears that right now that organization's being bantered about outside of this building by the likes of people who want to be the President of the United States and folks who want to espouse certain personal beliefs, etc. But the one thing that strikes me is very unfortunate for women and families and children who, by the millions, plan on visiting Planned Parenthood facilities to get their basic health care, is that Planned Parenthood, by this so-called reconciliation effort, is being attacked and prescriptively trying to be excluded. There's an effort to exclude them from being able to participate with their responsibilities, and for us as a federal government to work with them to make sure that they're rendering the care and the services to these millions of women and children around the country every single year. And the idea that some kind of replacement of funds for that kind of destruction would actually balance out the care that they're providing today is just not true. One of the things that I'm proud of as an American is to know that even though it took us a long time since the inception of this country for us to give, for example, the women the right to own property, the women the right to being able to make decisions without having to have a man vouch for them or to say what's right or wrong in their decision making. Even though it took us a long time, I'm proud to know that in my lifetime, I've been able to experience that and watch my sisters and my mother and the women I care about being able to have the freedoms that men have taken for granted since this country began. And it's unfortunate that these attacks on Planned Parenthood are really going to be detrimentally affecting women's not only right to choose their health care, but also their ability to actually receive health care. Because Planned Parenthood disproportionately is one of the main providers when it comes to many communities across the country, whether it's a rural country or not, rural community or not. And the fact of the matter is, I think it's important for all of us to express our opinions when we see this kind of rhetoric manifest itself in the halls of Congress, where people have been sent here not so much to exercise their religious beliefs first and foremost, but to make sure that we're being mindful of the Constitution of the United States and the rights that every person in this country has and should be receiving and should not be denied. But by attacking Planned Parenthood and trying to wipe them away from the opportunity to participate in the funds that they have the right to, by providing the service, the healthcare services that they render to American women and children and families, is a misappropriation of our efforts, in my opinion, as a Congress and as individual members of Congress. Planned Parenthood, by the work that they do, especially when it comes to the community health centers, renders billions of dollars worth of critical services to women and children throughout the country. And any time that we, in any way, irresponsibly attack an organization like that, we're hurting Americans. Primarily in this case, we're hurting women and we're hurting children. I just wish that I could hear more of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle defend the rights of women and children when it comes to how much we can put into our budgets to make sure that they're healthy on the front end, to make sure they have food, to make sure that they have shelter, to make sure they have the kinds of things that America prides itself on, and the kinds of things that we can actually go literally to the ends of the earth to provide other people for. But yet in this country, I've never seen a Congress be so aggressive in the last couple of years, be so aggressive about cutting those kinds of necessities to our American children and women. So I just wanted to express my disappointment in the fact that we're even having this discussion about whether or not Planned Parenthood deserves to have the resources they need to continue to provide the services that American children and women and families deserve. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, strike the last word. I just want to remind everyone there's 13,000 federally funded health clinics and about 700 Planned Parenthood clinics. The intention of Republicans is to increase access for women. We just don't, I'll speak for myself, don't believe that an organization that openly talks about selling human body parts should be federally funded. I also want to talk about the Affordable Care Act and remind everyone that it was passed under reconciliation without a single Republican vote. So questioning using reconciliation to repeal aspects of the Affordable Care Act which are not working for the American people, and reconciliation is appropriate. With that, I'm going to recognize Ms. Matsui. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any suggestions that the Prevention and Public Health Fund is a slush fund for the Secretary of Department of Health and Human Services is inaccurate. The Affordable Care Act granted explicit authority to Congress to allocate funding in the Prevention Fund. Since fiscal year 2014, Congress has used that authority to allocate the funds from the Prevention Fund. The same is true of the FY 2016 House and Senate Labor HHS funding bills that recently passed each chamber. Therefore, the Secretary has no discretion to allocate any of the Prevention Fund. Not only does the Secretary not have any control in allocating the funding, HHS must maintain a publicly available website that details the funding allocations of the Prevention Fund, as well as funding opportunities and awards from programs funded with Prevention Fund dollars. Such transparency makes it possible for anyone to learn where prevention fund dollars are being used. I think if the public takes the opportunity to look at that website, they'll be happy with what they see. Rather than supporting programs that waste money, as the slush fund allegation implies, the prevention fund is being used to fund life-saving public health programs that combat chronic conditions such as diabetes control and prevention programs, obesity prevention programs, and tobacco cessation programs. Rather than waste money, such investments in prevention can actually save us money as well as save lives. As we know, chronic conditions such as diabetes, lung disease, and heart disease account for 7 out of 10 deaths in the United States and 86% of all healthcare spending in the U.S. Reversing the chronic disease trends in the United States by preventing the onset of chronic disease not only makes good financial sense, but it makes for good health policy. I urge my colleagues to reject the elimination of the prevention fund, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and now recognize Mr. Olson. 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. The arguments from my colleagues from the other side are based on a common false premise. If Planned Parenthood of America does not get federal taxpayer dollars to fund abortions, maybe illegal abortions as depicted in those videos, women's health in America will suffer. They say a private organization like Planned Parenthood must have our taxpayer money to give women in need the health care they deserve. Taxpayer funds for abortions may be illegal, are a necessary evil for women's health. Today's action by this committee ensures that more American women in need of greater health care will get the health care they want in all places in our country. There are 1,200 federally qualified health centers in 9,000 service sites across this great nation. Per year, 21 million women get their health care at these FQHCs. In contrast, Planned Parenthood of America sees 2.7 million people in 665 clinics. My home state of Texas has 71 FQHCs at more than 300 sites. Marfa, Texas, the home of Flying Lights of Mystery, a town of 1,019 people, has an FQHC. The closest Planned Parenthood clinic is in El Paso, 195 miles away, a 2-hour and 50-minute drive to El Paso from Marfa. The second closest is in San Antonio, Texas. That's 403.6 miles from Marfa, a drive of 5 hours and 33 minutes. If you want more women getting more health care at more sites across America, vote for this reconciliation package. Give Texas women like those in Marfa the same access that they have in Houston, San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, or Austin. By passing this reconciliation resolution, we ensure every federal penny is spent on women's health care that we have in America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize Ms. Capps. 5 minutes, strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word because here we are again. voting on a partisan proposal that plays politics with the health and well-being of women and families. You know, these aren't new ideas coming from our colleagues in the majority. They're just recycled proposals that appear to me to be bordering on an obsession. First, we are asked to again vote to destroy our nation's investment in improving the health and well-being of our citizens. The Public Health and Prevention Trust Fund exists to address the expensive and debilitating chronic conditions that plague far too many in our country. These efforts are based on the best medical science to implement programs that prevent disease before they become more costly for the individual and for our healthcare system. It means efforts to immunize our children, prevent obesity and diabetes, and prepare the public health system to address infectious diseases and other outbreaks, and it's working. For example, in its first 3 months, the Tips from Former Smokers media campaign, which is supported by the fund, inspired more than 1.5 million people to try to quit smoking, and more than 100,000 people have quit for good. Despite these accomplishments and the over 900 organizations nationwide that support the fund, we continue to hear lies about what the fund does and how it is regulated. It's short-sighted at best and harmful at worst to fall into the trap of thinking we can address these large, costly problems without dedicated investments to the public health system. But that is what a vote for this reconciliation package would do today. Similarly, we see yet another attempt to deny women access to their health care providers of their choosing, with no credible evidence to support this rash policy decision. This would keep women from the providers they trust and impact access to important women's health services, including the full range of birth control options. Access to birth control has long held special status in the Medicaid program. These services are included on the short list of mandatory benefits states must provide and are eligible for a special federal reimbursement match rate of 90%. This is not an accident. It's an acknowledgement that allowing women to access to contraception when they choose it is in the best interest of the health of women and their children. Moreover, it is critical to reducing the need for abortion, something I believe we all can agree on. Access to affordable birth control options is in the best interest of our nation's fiscal health as well. In fact, for every dollar of public funding spent on contraception, we save nearly $6 in medical costs. Yet, in contrast, as a nation, we spend up to $12.5 billion each year on unplanned pregnancies. Anything that gets in the way of women accessing affordable birth control options is not only bad for women and families, but a disservice to our nation's taxpayers. I find it particularly concerning that this poor fiscal decision making is being done through reconciliation, a legislative procedure meant to save spending in our healthcare system. This doesn't make sense. Choosing if and when to have a child are some of the most important decisions a woman ever makes. Access to reproductive health services, including safe abortion, provides greater economic security and educational opportunities for women and families. In my years of being a nurse, we know that proper birth spacing is important not only for the woman's health, but also for the health of her children. This can't be accomplished without access to a range of options, so women can decide what birth control is best for them. With these facts in place, it is hard to see how this proposal is anything more than a cynical ploy to play politics with women's lives. We've seen it in policies to allow employers denying female employees insurance coverage for birth control. We've seen it in proposals to restrict how women with private insurance can spend their own private dollars in purchasing health insurance with full reproductive coverage. And we've seen it day in and day out as this Congress has held the almost daily votes, hearings, and markups to feed into the political theater of defunding Planned Parenthood. Women deserve access to the family planning services that they need. These decisions are personal ones, should be made by women and their health care providers, not by her employer or by this Congress. We need to trust women. We need to trust health care providers. We need to trust our communities. This reconciliation package does none of these things. I call on my colleagues to oppose the reconciliation led before us today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Recognize Mr. Pitts, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just speak to a couple of issues that have been raised by the other side. First, the Prevention and Public Health Fund. Basically, this is a fund that provides $2 billion a year to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in perpetuity forever. And he has complete discretion over what they fund without congressional input, approval, or oversight. No one here can tell us what this funding will be used for next year, or in 5 years, or in 10 years, or 20 years, or 50 years, because the fund, lasts in perpetuity. And Congress is giving up its oversight role, and this is not the only source of funding for prevention. But I might mention a few things they have used this so-called prevention fund for. And I'm sure they've used some of it for good purposes. But without going through any congressional process, they have given, for instance, $7.5 million to the city of Nashville for free pet spaying and neutering. City of Boston received $1 million for urban gardening. Pitt County, North Carolina, received funds for signage to promote bike lanes. Philadelphia received money to push for higher state cigarette excise tax rates. Seattle, King County Public Health received $3 million for improving walking and biking environment. Another one, $12 million for changes in zoning policies to locate fast food retailers farther from schools. A county in North Carolina, $400,000 to promote pickleball. Waco, Texas got $235,000 for massage therapy, aerobics classes, kickboxing, Zumba, whatever that is, kayaking, and paddleboarding, and on and on. $16 million, Cook County, Illinois, for sugar-sweetened beverages, and the link between that and obesity. So this needs to be done with congressional oversight. And so this is a legitimate amendment to, or aspect to this bill. Let me speak briefly on the issue of Planned Parenthood and abortion that has been raised. The other side talks about access for safe abortions. No abortion is safe. Abortion always results in the death of a victim, the baby. There are always two victims in an abortion. One's the baby, one's the mother. One's dead, one's wounded. Abortion is the most violent form of death known to mankind. Death by dismemberment, decapitation, poisoning. How can you defend the indefensible? What we see on these videos, if you'll take time to just look at one of them, is horrific. It's barbaric. The whistleblower says she put the scissors here and made a cut and then cut through the mouth and the face to harvest the brain. How can you defend something like that? Trafficking in human baby body parts. This is not about politics. This is about saving the lives of the unborn and keeping women from being wounded through this horrible violence. So this is very legitimate. What we're doing in this bill also is providing for redistribution of monies from the 665 Planned Parenthood clinics to over 13,000 federally qualified health centers and rural health center sites across the country. And some of you, it's interesting, one of the speakers has 3 Planned Parenthood sites, but 51 federally qualified health sites in their district. Another has 1 who spoke. 56 federally qualified sites. And, I think the members would double the amount of money because they're doing real health care, not just referring for mammograms. They do the mammograms. They're doing the real women's health care there. And so this is very, very important, and I urge my colleagues to support this reconciliation bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I know we have just one vote because no amendments. I would just encourage, I know, no one's right to speak is going to be denied. I just would encourage folks that we did do opening statements yesterday on all three bills, and if you can, after you recognize, if by chance you can help us speed things along so you don't take the full 5 minutes, would be, I think, appreciated by all. And I would recognize the gentlelady from Colorado next, Ms. DeGette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I think that the 4.2 million women who use Planned Parenthood, 90% of them for health care services, would take great umbrage at the statements just made by my colleague that what Planned Parenthood is doing is not real women's health care. Many women get all of their health care and their family planning from Planned Parenthood. And I will also say, good news for the folks on the other side of the aisle, Planned Parenthood receives no federal funding for abortion. I don't agree with the Hyde Amendment, but it says no federal funds shall be used to pay for abortions. Every single penny that Planned Parenthood gets from Medicaid recipients is for all of the approved services, none of which are abortions. I think also, I take umbrage, I think most people would take umbrage at people saying Planned Parenthood receives all this federal money. Planned Parenthood receives Medicaid funding for the poor women and men who go there for their services. And those 4.2 million people who go to Planned Parenthood, I don't think they want the U.S. Congress telling them where they can go for their health care services so long as they're approved by the federal government. Now, I've been hearing for a while now that people should just be able to go to to community health centers. After all, according to the last speaker, they're the ones that do the real health care. Well, federal health insurance, community health centers, which by the way were set up under the ACA, do provide wonderful health care services for men, women, and children. But the bulk of what they do is not women's health care services. And I thought it was fascinating when Mr. Pitt said, well, this is only a 1-year period. And so all of the people who get funded from Medicaid through Planned Parenthood can just go to the federal health, community health centers. In fact, that is so far from the truth as to be laughable. Let me give you some statistics. Right now, we have 24 million patients who go to the community health centers. The community health centers themselves are telling us that for every person they take into the community health centers, 7 people are turned away because the community health centers don't have the bandwidth to treat those people. So let's say we have 4.2 million Planned Parenthood patients. I don't know offhand how many of them are Medicaid recipients, but if we add in several more million Medicaid Planned Parenthood patients, then you're not going to have 7 turned away for everyone. You're going to have even more turned away. Added to this is only a 1-year budget reconciliation bill. How on earth do you think all of these community health centers can expand their clinics, their equipment, their technicians, their doctors, their nurses to care for all of these Planned Parenthood patients who will be coming? That is laughable to think about, and it's just not going to happen. And so really what this is, it's just an attempt to get rid of Planned Parenthood. I suggest anybody here go to a Planned Parenthood clinic in their district. If you don't like abortion, don't go to one of the ones that does abortions with non-federal money. Go to one that gives pap smears, that gives breast cancer screening, that gives well women visits, birth control, and family planning. See what they're doing. See how they're helping these patients. And then you'll understand why it's perfectly appropriate for Medicaid money to go to them, and why, in fact, no federal funding is going to them for any of their less than 10% of abortion services. With that, I am happy to yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Other members wishing to make a statement? The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for anyone who is wondering about my position on abortion, I am opposed to abortion, and I have some reasons that I am in opposition to abortion. Some very important reasons for me. However, Mr. Chairman, that said, the assault by mostly men on women's health care must cease. It's about time that we, the men who are in control for the most part of this body, relinquish their efforts to force women to make decisions that are not in line with how men believe. This budget reconciliation bill, if enacted, will completely devastate health care access to poor women who live in underserved rural and urban areas. Let me remind you, Mr. Chairman, that rural and underserved urban areas, we all have some of those in our district. Approximately 1 in 5 women go to a Planned Parenthood clinic for care. And I don't want to deny 34% of women access to family planning services, such as prenatal care. I don't want to deny 9% of women access to cervical, ovarian, or breast cancer screening. It becomes up close and personal for me. Just last Sunday at church, my church secretary and my executive assistant at the church both got up and announced to my congregation that one was suffering, had been diagnosed with breast cancer, and the other one had a return of ovarian cancer that she's facing. So it's really more than just some abstract idea or abstract concerns. I don't want to deny 42% of women disease prevention and treatment, such as HIV testing. Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of tired of attempts by some in this body, not only in this committee, but in this Congress, to try to politicize my morality or try to manipulate my morality. Mr. Chairman, I am very much aware that in this body there's a tendency of some who are members of this committee and some who are members of this Congress to try to create a hell for those who don't agree with them and a heaven for those who do agree with them. You don't have that right. You don't have that privilege. You cannot legislate morality, and we need to stop trying to legislate morality. Mr. Chairman, if in fact you or I or any members of this body were successful in terms of trying to legislate morality, then I think that the standard that Pope Francis set, every stage of life is important. Every stage. It's curious to me that on the same day, less than 15 hours after a woman was executed in Georgia by the death penalty, that there's no outcry, no movement, no discussion in this body about the death penalty. Every stage of life is important. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. Oh, thank you.
Joe.
Mr. Chairman, today there are 62 million Americans who struggle to access a primary care physician. Nearly half of those are low income and roughly 40% are minorities. That lack of access is an undeniable problem that has a profound impact on the health of families and individuals in every corner of this country. And is a problem this committee should be debating and considering legislation to address. Instead, we are marking up a bill that would actually make access to treatment and care more difficult. It would defund Planned Parenthood and potentially other providers that offer life-saving preventive care to millions of Americans. It would rescind funding for critical public health initiatives supported by the Prevention Fund and the Affordable Care Act. Initiatives like breast and cervical cancer screenings, diabetes prevention, training for pharmacy care doctors, and eliminating childhood and lead poisoning. And it would be combined with provisions that passed the Ways and Means Committee yesterday to gut the rest of the Affordable Care Act. If passed and enacted, something we all know, fortunately, will not happen, it would reverse the incredible strides we've made over the past few years to make health care more accessible and more affordable. Last year, the uninsured rate fell for every age bracket, for every income level, for every ethnic group, in every state. Nationwide, our uninsured rate is at record lows, nearing single digits. As my Republican colleagues know and seem comfortable with, the fact that repealing the ACA through reconciliation will reverse this trend, increasing the number of uninsured Americans by 24 million over the next 10 years. And if they are successful in defunding Planned Parenthood, they'd be closing the doors of 700 health centers, the majority of which are located in regions with a shortage of healthcare professionals or in rural or medically underserved communities. Once again, limiting access to healthcare for our constituents, our friends, our families, and our neighbors. Instead of spending time debating an extremist attack on women that will never be signed into law, we should be focused on any of the wide range of issues that are impacting Americans today. We should be finding ways to extend coverage to the nearly 4 million in our country who are uninsured because they fall into the Medicaid gap. We should be praising Planned Parenthood for efforts to provide cancer screenings and STI tests to low-income women and basic care to their families. We should be strengthening wraparound services for those suffering from substance abuse and substance use disorders. We should be focused on implementing long overdue mental health parity laws. In my short time on this committee, we have demonstrated a willingness to work together to address the problems facing our nation and to move past partisan debates that have too often dominated this House. I hope that once we've taken this vote and ended this debate, we can return to having substantive conversations about expanding access to health care for women and low-income families across our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair would recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. First of all, I will vote for reconciliation that's being proposed today in this committee. But I do want to say a few things. I'm glad we're taking this up. Number two is I'm glad that we are tackling moving dollars away from an organization that focuses on killing unborn children. By the way, one of every two of those children are children of color. This process doesn't go far enough, I think, in my view, in terms of trying to stop a deeply unpopular Obamacare law. And I think that, I'm going to continue to work on trying to come up with a solution, along with my conservative colleagues in the House, to come up with a broader way to deal with this. But again, I will vote for it, but I don't think it goes far enough to deal with Obamacare and also with Planned Parenthood. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. On this side, gentlelady from, no, I was before the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. It's my understanding that there is a lot of discontent with using fetal tissue for research. And even though the incendiary videos, doctored as they were, are questionable as to their legitimacy and validity, I understand the sensitivity of the issue, and I think it certainly is a valid question to debate, even though this body 20 years ago approved the use of fetal tissue for research. If the Congress thinks it's an important enough subject to deal with by itself, then we ought to debate that. But if my understanding is correct, testimony yesterday before the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, only about 3% of Planned Parenthood clinics actually engage in this type of activity. So we would be essentially penalizing 97% of the clinics in the country for something they're not doing. It's kind of like SMU for you Texans getting penalized. Golfers can't play in the postseason because the basketball team made a mistake. I'm a former board member of Planned Parenthood of Kentucky, and I was at a rally on Saturday morning. Planned Parenthood of Kentucky, the clinics they operate, don't perform abortions. Never have. But they do things like, have been mentioned, performing these important tests, cervical cancer screenings and pap smears and so forth. They have a teen peer educating unit that goes into schools throughout the community and teaches young children about family planning and safe sex and contraception and making good choices. They do things that are important that no one else does. No federally qualified health clinic, to my knowledge, has a teen peer educating group. I sat and listened on Saturday morning as one woman and a couple men after another talked about the important care that was provided to them in critical junctures of their life where they could never get it anywhere else. So if we want to debate whether fetal tissue research is an appropriate thing to do, let's debate that. Let's not penalize an organization that provides care to almost 5 million women, 5,000 in my district alone every year for what maybe for an activity that some people find distasteful. That's a valid point of discussion. I think we ought to engage in that. But let's not throw everything out with them. This is not the appropriate place or time. And again, it's penalizing a lot of women throughout this country and men who count on Planned Parenthood for their medical services, again, for a very, very small minority of the clinics that perform fetal tissue research. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members, gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take my full time either. I just think that the debate on Planned Parenthood has been very disappointing. We all know that no federal dollars are permitted to go to Planned Parenthood for abortion. Every member in this body knows that's a fact. We also know that the fetal tissue donation, it's done at 2 facilities in the country, one in California and one in Oregon. That's it. That's where it's done. Women must give consent to donate the fetal tissue for research that's curing many diseases in the country. The idea that, to hear people talk about we're selling baby parts for profit like it's some evil plot they distort the whole idea. It's for fetal tissue research to find cures for terrible diseases. Many members in the Republican Party have voted in support of fetal tissue research. And like Mr. Yarmouth has said, that if that's the debate you want to have, whether or not we should permit fetal tissue research in this country, then let's have that debate. But don't stand here and without a single shred of evidence, not a single shred of evidence, and indict Planned Parenthood for doing something they're not doing and for making it sound like what they're doing, donating fetal tissue for research to cure many diseases in this country, is something horrible. I think the debate could have been much more elevated than what I saw yesterday at the Government Research and Oversight. I will oppose this reconciliation, and I will yield the balance of my time to Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank my colleague for yielding to me. I spoke earlier in opposing the part of this reconciliation by Planned Parenthood, but I want to make sure we get the facts straight about what you're doing to the Affordable Care Act and how the success of it. The Affordable Care Act is working and improving affordable, high-quality health coverage as well as transforming our nation's health care delivery system. And since June 30th of this year, 9.9 million consumers enrolled into state and federally facilitated exchanges. Approximately 2.7 million of these people use state exchanges to select their private plans. Since passage of the law more than 5 years ago, an estimated 17.6 million uninsured people have gained health coverage through the ACA's various coverage provisions. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, the uninsured rate fell from 13.3% to 10.4% from 2013 to 2014, representing the largest single-year reduction in the uninsured since 1987. In 2014, hospital uncompensated care costs were $7.1 billion lower than 2013 levels as a result of exchange coverage and Medicaid expansion. The ACA has improved healthcare delivery systems, hospital readmissions are down, and indicators of patient safety, such as hospital-acquired conditions, have improved significantly. When you attack the Affordable Care Act, you're attacking those 13 million people who are actually having insurance that didn't have it before. And states that choose to expand Medicaid and run their own marketplace saw greatest decreases in uninsured rate. For example, California reduced its uninsured rate from 17.2 to 12.4, from 13 to 14, a decrease of 28%. Kentucky reduced its uninsured rate from 14.3% to 8.5%, a decrease of 41%. These are the successes of the Affordable Care Act, and this reconciliation attacks that success and these people who are benefiting from it. States with already low insurance rates, many of which are offering robust Medicaid programs prior to 2014, saw moderate but important decreases in uninsured rates, dip below the 6% in the District of Columbia, Hawaii, and Vermont. Many states have utilized the flexibility by the SVM model to tailor their exchanges and needs for their population. So again, Mr. Chairman, if you attack the Affordable Care Act, you're attacking the 13 million people who are getting access to it now that didn't before 2010. And I can show that from my district in a very urban area in Houston. We've seen the success, even though in Texas we didn't expand Medicaid. We didn't do our own state exchange because, again, being a proud Texan, I think we could always do it better. But I wish the state legislature would do it so we would do it better and even more so than the success we've had. And again, I thank my colleague for yielding the time to me.
Yields back. Chair would recognize the gentle lady from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to say, the Republican majority has really taken us back in a time warp today. It feels like we're probably back in the 1950s. The first half of the hearing was on energy policy, was very anti-science. It was practically the world is flat. They refused to address the changing climate and the challenges that poses for our country and our communities. Refused to modernize America's energy policy by unleashing innovation to benefit consumers and businesses all across America. But now the GOP majority wants to restrict contraceptives and family planning services. This is decades old and stale, and it's another unconscionable attack on women's health and Planned Parenthood. I wanted to pose a question. Who is doing more today in America to reduce the number of unplanned pregnancies? Certainly not the Republicans in Congress who continue to vote to block access to contraceptives and family planning, as they're going to do again today. I'll yield when I'm finished. Thank you, sir. No, it's Planned Parenthood that is doing more to reduce the number of unplanned pregnancies in America. Now, although the GOP attacks on women's health have gone on for years here in the Congress, we recently hit a new low this summer when a shady group that is actually under criminal investigation helped launch a broad-based smear campaign against Planned Parenthood. To date, all of the investigations that have been launched have turned up there is no evidence to substantiate the allegations that Planned Parenthood or any of its affiliates violated the law, including an investigation by this very committee. Actually, what the evidence has turned up so far is that Mr. Dunleiden and his organization that doctored the YouTube videos and misrepresented itself to gain access to medical conferences and Planned Parenthood facilities, they should be the ones that are under investigation and brought to account. The investigations out there so far have showed that the videos are selectively edited. They repeatedly omit exculpatory statements about compliance with the law. We simply cannot allow Republicans in Congress to use these falsified videos to continue their extremist agenda against women and deny women access to comprehensive health care. You know, this is the House of Representatives. And the population of the United States of America is little more female, about 50, a little over 50%. But here in the Congress, you all know what the percentage is. It's under 20% female. Well, it certainly shows. I'll urge my colleagues to defeat this attempt, again, to paint another chapter in the radical agenda against women's health. And I'm happy to yield to the gentleman at this time.
Just briefly, a radical agenda is defending people that sell body parts. I said that on the floor. I'm a physician. No one wants better access to health care for women than me. My wife's a physician. And also, it's factually incorrect that the Republican majority doesn't want women to have access to contraceptives. I thought the Affordable Care Act took care of that for everyone. So, you know, I'm not sure why you continue to make false statements.
I'll reclaim my time. I hope you've read the legislation that will be considered today, because what it will do is eliminate access to contraceptives in family planning. If my Republican colleagues truly believe that there should be family planning services and contraceptives allowed to women and families across America, they should vote no on this radical idea and idea of reconciliation today. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Shimkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have a lot of friends both on this side and on that side. This is a very difficult debate, and unfortunately we get thrown in these debates now and then, and there are different views of really important things. So I'm not speaking in an attempt to to offend, but my district demands that I speak out for life. If I know one thing about my district, they stand for life. And the position in my district is life begins at conception, distinct entity, and should end at natural death. And I think that the women population of my district is probably the majority, and the majority of them are pro-life females. So that's why this is a difficult thing. And again, I speak not to offend my colleagues, because I know we are a great diverse nation. But just as people are called to speak out for their districts, we have to. In this country, we kill babies. And that's just not where many of us believe our country should be. And we've been thrown into this because of the videos, and part of this debate on funding is let's take the money to women's health care through FQHCs, and let's do an investigative research and figure out what really happened. But they're disturbing enough that in pro-life districts, our constituents are demanding some action. And I know you all appreciate that. And in other districts, your folks are defending not to take action. Partial birth abortion is against the law. And I think as you watch the videos, you can question whether the law was being broken, or just listen to that. If they are crushing above and crushing below, so shouldn't we get the facts on whether the law has been broken in some of these cases? Selling baby parts for profit is against the law. Shouldn't we find that out?
Will the gentleman yield?
I would, to my friend from Colorado.
So I just want to point out that you're right. Selling baby parts, selling fetal tissue is against the law. And in this case, there's been no evidence whatsoever that Planned Parenthood has sold fetal tissue. As you know, under the law, organizations are allowed to have processing and transportation fees, and that's all that's been shown here. So if in fact, the law was broken, then they can be prosecuted.
Reclaiming my time, but we're still in the investigative process. The search hasn't. We're not done. in the investigative process. Now, in the film and in the video, they're not providing a list and a billing schedule. They're negotiating, and the process of negotiating says that's not a set price. So this is a process. You know, I've been here a long time. The Affordable Care Act was passed through this process. It is a regular order. It's very difficult. I don't speak, again, to offend. I'm saying that a lot because I do have a lot of friends on the other side.
Would the gentleman yield?
I only got 45 seconds, and I'm just going to sum up, and I'm sure there's going to be time. I would just, we are being asked in pro-life districts around this country to stand up for life. And this has really been the first time in my career when I can do it on the floor, and when I can do it in my district, and I can do it in the committee, and I need to take this opportunity to do so. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize, I believe, the gentleman from Maryland is looking for time. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be relatively brief. Everyone is acknowledging this is a really difficult issue, the issue of abortion. And it's one that you hope people will come to with a soberness and come to in good faith, arguing often very different positions based on their convictions. And I've always greeted that debate with respect for those with whom I differ. And I've always assumed that those who come down on the other side of the issue are doing so in a principled fashion. That's why it's so hard for me to understand why this latest critique, this latest attack, would be based on these videos that are so clearly doctored, so clearly distorted. To me, it undermines the righteousness of the position that expresses concern about the practice of abortion. And it makes me wonder whether the arguments being brought forth are being brought forth in good faith and in a principled fashion. And I think that, unfortunately, that undermines the conversation, the discussion, the debate in ways that are not worthy of the committee and are not worthy of our Congress. There's plenty of strong, important arguments of conviction that can be delivered up by those who oppose abortion. And I respect them when they're presented in that fashion, but to use as a foundation for what we've seen over the last few weeks, these videos, which everyone acknowledges have been distorted, I think is lamentable. And I just wanted to express that because in the past I feel that the conversation has been at a higher level. So I oppose the reconciliation, but more than that, I oppose the tactics that have been used to level these attacks at Planned Parenthood. And with that, I'll yield back.
Would the gentleman yield to me just
Yes.
briefly? You know, Mr. Shimkus, I know earlier you said, you know, that I was an ideologue, which is fine. I'm not offended by that. But, and maybe you are too. The problem that I see briefly is this. You admit that the jury, you say the jury's out, you know, they're still investigating whether Planned Parenthood broke the law. I think the jury isn't out. I don't think they have. But even acknowledging the fact that, you know, you may continue your investigation and find something out, differently than what we've found out so far. The bottom line is that this legislation basically defunds Planned Parenthood or anybody that performs abortion, any group or clinic that performs abortion, without any reference to whether they did anything wrong. I mean, that's what the legislation says. And abortion is allowed under the law, whether you agree it or not. The Supreme Court has said that it's allowed. So if a facility performs an abortion, which is allowed under the law, and we haven't yet proven that they violated the law, how can you justify taking the funding away from them? There's no due process. There's no equal protection. This isn't the way we operate. I mean, I was using the analogy before because we have this notion of any willing provider under Medicaid that says that if the service is performed correctly, mammogram, whatever it happens to be, you can go to whoever you want. I mean, I know there are people that are offended when they go to a Catholic hospital because they see crosses and they see, statues and religious figures, yet they'll go there, and we fund health care by a Catholic hospital even though their ideology may be different from the religion that you practice. So how can we now say that just because an organization performs abortions, not even in that clinic, but somewhere, which is allowed under the law, that now we're going to exclude them from Medicaid funding? The next step is to say that this body will just decide whatever we want on whatever ideology, that we're not going to fund a hospital or a clinic because we don't like what they do. We don't like it because they say prayers. We don't like it because, they have an ideology different than your own. It just isn't proper. It's not the way to operate in a democracy. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I would just note that I'm led to believe that we have no more than three members going to be asking for time. I have a sense that it'll be less, I hope, than 5 minutes, and then we'll immediately go to the vote. So for those members that are watching in their offices, those staff that are here, let them know that it's coming soon, and would recognize a gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the other day I was talking to my colleague, Dr. Bouchon, and he was making a point that I actually agree with, and that is that there's enough money in the healthcare system to meet the needs of all the people in this country. It's a question of whether we can find ways to engage patients to manage their own care and deal with some of the structural issues that drive up cost. And there's probably a lot of different ideas, but there's two bad ones. There's one bad one in this proposal, and there's one that should be there. The bad one is to get rid of the prevention fund. We have to have individuals, all of us, being primarily responsible for doing those things that we can do to keep ourselves healthy. The prevention fund helps to do that. Chronic disease accounts for about 86% of the U.S. healthcare cost. A Trust for America's Health report concluded that investments in proven community-based interventions increase physical activity, improve nutrition, and prevent smoking, the very program supported by the Prevention Fund. Patients have to be involved. We have to get them involved. That's going to save us money. It's going to make them healthier. We should not be raiding the Prevention Fund. The second issue that is a real cost driver is the cost of prescription drugs. I mean, we've seen how in some cases, just recently, a tablet that was costing $13.50 was purchased by an individual, bought the company, and the next day increased the price for $750. And that is a ripoff. And does there have to be some public policy to address the rampant cost of prescription drugs? And can we have that in a way that it doesn't stifle innovation so that there is a pipeline of innovation? We should be addressing that. And it's not addressed here. So the two things that I wanted to focus on are, one, let's keep a prevention fund so we get people engaged in their own health. Number two, let's address in an aggressive way, but in a proper way, the escalating cost of prescription drugs. And I yield the balance of my time to my colleague from California, Mr. McNerney.
Thank the gentleman from Vermont. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to advocate for properly funding Planned Parenthood. I've seen the women's health services they provide. It's important for many, many, many women. But let's talk about abortion. No one likes abortion. Every abortion is a tragedy. So we should agree that we shouldn't do anything to make more abortions. But that's exactly what defunding Planned Parenthood will do. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, there will be more unwanted pregnancies, and that means there'll be more demand for abortions, exactly what we don't want. Now, I know my Republican colleagues will feel compelled to vote to defund Planned Parenthood, no matter what's said here today. I just ask you to try and look at this issue from the other point of view. But whatever you do, don't make more abortions by defunding Planned Parenthood. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would recognize Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I oppose the reconciliation instructions before this committee. I believe that access to quality health care is a right and not a privilege, a right that is being trampled over by the majority's misguided reconciliation instructions. These reconciliation instructions would repeal and defund the Prevention and Public Health Fund. This fund helps communities, especially communities of color and communities of modest means. It addresses disease prevention, early detection, as well as management of chronic illness like diabetes and heart disease. New York has received over $170 million from the Prevention Fund since its inception in 2010. These funds have preserved and saved lives. Some of the healthcare investments by the fund in New York include a 3-year project funded by the Racial Ethnic Approaches to Community Health Grants Program, which addresses chronic factors by establishing community-based programs and culturally tailored interventions for communities of color. Investments funded by the Emergent Infections Program to strengthen New York's ability to prevent, detect, and respond to disease outbreaks, such as Ebola outbreak that occurred in New York, and most recently, Legionnaire's outbreaks in the Bronx, New York. And finally, through this fund, New York received funding to provide vaccines to the uninsured and vulnerable New Yorkers of modest means, and thereby improve New York's vaccine safety net. Without support from these vaccine programs, the recent measles outbreak surely may have been far worse than it was. Additionally, these reconciliation instructions would also essentially strip Planned Parenthood of its Medicaid reimbursements for 1 year. We know that Planned Parenthood provides critical health care services to more than 4 million women and men each year. In New York alone, it provides close to 50,000 breast cancer screenings and over 36,000 cervical cancer screenings, examinations that have saved lives. I clearly recall that during the health care reform debate, Republicans accused Democrats of rationing health care. But it is these Republican reconciliation instructions that is actually rationing health care to women and men, communities of color, and Americans of modest means, the most vulnerable Americans. Rationing health care services to those who need it the most flies in the face of everything that we are trying to accomplish in terms of moving this nation forward with preventive care. Health care is a right and it's not a privilege. And it was just a week ago today that Pope Francis reminded all of us of our moral obligations one to another. The golden rule, let's remember that. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Lobsack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. First of all, I think I should say that I do agree with, I think, everything that my colleagues on this side of the aisle have said about Planned Parenthood and the attempts to defund Planned Parenthood. I think it's the wrong thing to do. I think it's short-sighted. I agree with my friend, Mr. McNerney. If anything, it'll lead to more abortions. So I think it's really cutting off your nose to spite your face to attempt to do that. But I want to take a moment to speak to the positive effects of the Prevention and Public Health Fund, including in my state. This, to me, is more than short-sighted to try to defund this particular fund, this particular aspect of the Affordable Health Care Act. Iowa so far has received $43 million from the fund, which we have put to use to implement and bolster prevention and public health programs that improve the health of Iowans. My state received over $580,000 from the Prevention Fund for tobacco use prevention. And in the first week of the Tips for Former Smokers campaign, Iowa saw a 59.3% increase in calls. Nationally, this campaign, as was mentioned already, has motivated over 1.5 million Americans to try to quit smoking, and 100,000 smokers have quit for good, and saved nearly 17,000 people from a premature death. In 2012, Iowa also received $180,000 through the National Breast and Cervical Cancer Early Detection Program for cancer screenings. Since its creation, this initiative has detected more than 64,000 breast cancers, 3,500 cervical cancers, and 167,000 pre-malignant cervical lesions. Additionally, the aging population in Iowa is large and growing. By 2025, our population is projected to be nearly 20% over the age of 65. And over a 2-year period, the Prevention and Public Health Fund reached 19,000 individuals in Iowa, with programs proven to reduce falls and injuries among older adults. These are only a few of the critical initiatives funded by the Prevention and Public Health Fund that are saving lives, and let me repeat, saving lives. Each cancer that is caught early, each smoker who is able to quit, each case of diabetes or stroke that does not occur, and each youth suicide that is prevented is a life saved. I find it difficult to understand, quite frankly, how anyone can possibly consider cutting funding dedicated to saving lives across our country through prevention. And further, this investment in saving lives and improving health saves money in the long run. We all have medical professionals come in and talk to us, especially folks dealing with chronic diseases. Every single one of them says prevention is the way to deal with this in the long term. And every single one of them says that this is how we're going to save costs in the long term. This is a no-brainer to me. I cannot understand why anyone truly, rationally, would want to prevent money from going into this fund. It makes no sense whatsoever. One last plea, and then I'll end. You know, this body, and I understand, I mean, I'm a politician just like everybody in this body. And most of us, most of the time, unfortunately, think in the short term. And most often, folks think about electoral terms every 2 years, how to get reelected, how to appeal to your base. Mr. Shimkus, how to appeal to folks in your district. And I respect you completely for what you said about what your district expects of you. I understand that, and I really do respect you for saying that. And you're a very principled person, and I appreciate that. But it's time that this institution take a long-term view of things. Take a long-term view of how do we deal with chronic illnesses? How do we prevent chronic illnesses? How do we save taxpayer dollars when it comes to Medicare, when it comes to all this money that we put into our healthcare system? This is the best way to do it. This is the best way to do it. And to try to take the money from the Affordable Care Act that deals with prevention and public health, to me, makes no sense whatsoever. So I'm going to vote against the reconciliation instructions for a variety of reasons, but this is the biggest reason and the most important one for me. And with that, I'll yield back my time, Mr.
Chairman yields back. Chair would recognize Dr. Murphy to strike the last word.
Thank you. I just want 1 minute here to comment on, look, this is a deeply held concern for all of us here. And getting back to regardless of what organization is involved with this, and I do hope people, whether they are in this committee or outside, are looking at those videos, because it does raise a concern about harvesting and selling baby parts. For profit or not for profit, whatever that is, harvesting and selling is a concern, and it's deeply upsetting. The videos, the lengthy ones, I've watched them, and I know some people claim the editing is there or not, but it still comes down to this. I don't hear anybody denying that it occurs. And I look to my colleague, Joe Pitts, has pointed that out. And that's part of what we are going to have to come to grips with in this Congress and this committee, to openly and honestly talk about what occurs there. Not just who does it, but what occurs. And I hope we find the tenacity and the heart to do so. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. It's my understanding that we're now prepared to vote. So I would move that the committee do now approve and transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002A of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2016, S-Con Res 11, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield votes aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus votes aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts votes aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden votes aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Billrakis. Mr. Billrakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mrs. Elmers. Mrs. Elmers votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes aye. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes no. Miss Eshue. Miss Eshue votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Miss DeGette. Miss DeGette votes no. Miss Capps. Miss Capps votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Miss Schakowsky. Miss Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes no. Miss Matsui. Miss Matsui votes no. Miss Castor. Miss Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welsh. Mr. Welsh votes no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes no. Miss Clark. Miss Clark votes no. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Chairman Upton.
Votes aye.
Chairman Upton
Members
votes aye.
wishing to vote. Mr. Harper?
Mr. Harper votes aye.
Mr. Barton?
Mr. Barton votes aye.
Any other member wishing to cast a vote? The clerk will report the tally. No.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 23 nays.
28 ayes, 23 nays. The recommendation is approved, is favorably approved. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the reconciliation recommendations in the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered, and I would recognize the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, House Rule 11, Clause 2L provides that for reports accompanying legislation, including investigative and other committee reports, the minority has the right to file supplemental minority or additional views for inclusion in the report. Under that rule, minority views would need to be filed not less than 2 additional calendar days from when the committee approves the measure accompanying the report. The majority is allowed to consent to providing the minority with more time, and we are hereby asking the majority for an additional 3 days for H.R. 8.
Without objection, the unanimous consent is approved. Thank you. I want to thank all members for their time today. I want to particularly thank the staff on both sides. It's been a long day, so with that, the committee stands adjourned.